Before we start, I want you to do something. Think about where your phone is right now. Not in a mean way. Just notice. Is it in your hand, in your back pocket, sitting next to you? When did you last look at it? An hour ago, 10 minutes, maybe half a minute before you started this audiobook. Don't worry, this isn't a test. There are no wrong answers, but I want you to keep that feeling, that little moment of noticing, because this book is about that. It's about the space between you and your screens and what's happening in your brain in that space. Let's talk about life today. You wake up, before your feet hit the floor, your hand goes to your phone, you check the time, then the messages, then the news, then maybe social media. Just for a second, just to look. 20 minutes later, you are still looking. You didn't plan that, it just happened. All day long, things pull at your mind: emails, texts, app messages, news, little red dots that want to be tapped. Your pocket buzzes, your watch shakes, your laptop makes a sound, and even when nothing is happening, you check anyway, just in case. At night, you tell yourself you will put the phone down, read a book, get some sleep, but the screen keep calling. One more video, one more story, one more look at the feed that never ends. Does it sound like you? If it does, you are not alone, not even close. This is the world we made, a world where we are always connected, where there's always more to see, always more to know. And in the middle of it all is you, trying to pay attention, trying to rest, trying to feel like you are really here in your own life, and sometimes having a hard time. Here's the big question in this book: why is this so hard? Why can't we just put it down? We are smart people. We know screens can pull us away from things. We know looking at our phones in bed doesn't help us sleep. We know we don't need to check email again and again. And yet, here we are. There's a reason for this, a deep, important, and really interesting reason. It has nothing to do with being big, nothing to do with not trying hard enough. It has everything to do with your brain. More exactly, when your brain was built and what it was built for. The world has changed very, very fast. Think about it. 200 years ago, there were no phones, no cars, no lights in homes. 100 years ago, there was no TV, no flying on planes for fun, no computers. 50 years ago, there was no internet, no email, no phones you carry with you. 30 years ago, there was no Google, no social media or smartphones. 15 years ago, that there was no Instagram, no TikTok, no tablets in our every home. The tools we use every day, the ones we can't live without, most of them didn't exist when many of us were kids. The world has changed totally, quickly, but here's the thing: your brain. It hasn't changed that much at all. The brain you are using right now, it's a pretty much the same brain your family had 10,000 years ago, 50,000 years ago, maybe longer. It grew and changed over millions of years to solve all the problems: finding food, staying away from danger, being part of a group, living long enough to have kids. It was shaped by a world to open lands and trees, a world where food was hard to find, a world of small groups and talking face to face. That brain, your brain, is now trying to live in a world of smartphones and TV shows you can watch all day, social media and search engines, news all day and night, and feeds that never end. An old brain in a new world, a Stone Age brain in the screen age. That's the main idea of this book, and once you get it, so many things start to make sense. Before we go on, let me tell you about the person who wrote this book. Richard E. Cytowic is a brain doctor. He spent many years studying the brain, how it works, how it sees the world, how it makes us good here. But he doesn't just talk to other doctors. He believes that knowing about the brain should be for everyone. He is written for both doctors and regular people. He's been on TV shows and in movies about science. He has a gift for taking hard brain science and making it clear, making it real. making it matter to your actual life. In this book, it doesn't talk down to you. It doesn't make you feel bad about your screen time. He helps you see, he helps you understand what's really going on in your head. When you pick up your phone, when you answer a message, when you find yourself looking at screens without knowing why. He's like that friend we had. The one who knows a lot but talks to you like a normal person, without big words, without making you feel small. Just clear, kind, helpful ideas about the most amazing things you know of your brain. So, what does it mean to have a Stone Age brain? Let's be clear. This isn't a bad thing. It's not saying we are dumb or simple. Not at all. The human brain is amazing. It can make art and science, it can love and care, it can build cities and write music and send machines to other planets. But it's also shaped by a very, very long past, and the past moved slowly. The things that built our brains happened over hundreds of thousands of years. They made us ready for a world that doesn't exist anymore. In that old world, new things mattered. Something new could mean food or danger. So our brains learned to pay attention to new things, to be pulled toward them, to find them interesting. In that old world, knowing about other people helped you stay alive. Knowing who was your friend or enemy, who liked you or didn't. This wasn't just talk, it was life and death. So our brains learned to care a lot about what others think of us. In that old world, food was hard to find. Sweet and fatty foods were rare and special. So our brains learned to want them, to find them, hard to say no to eat as much as we could when we found them. Do you see where this is going? Our old ones, the ones that helped us stay alive, are now being set off by a world made to set them off. Sugar is everywhere, and we have weight problems. Social stuff is everywhere, and we have worry problems. New things are everywhere, and we have focus problems. The Stone Age brain isn't broken, isn't doing exactly what it was made to do. The problem is that the world has changed faster than our brains could ever keep up with. Let's talk about what screens do to us, not to scare you, just to help you see. First, paying attention. Our brains are made to notice new things, to look towards anything that changes. In the old world, this kept us safe. Something moved in the grass, look. But now, our phones are made to give us new things all the time. New messages, new posts, new videos, a never ending flow of stuff. And every time something new shows up, our brains react. Even when we are trying to focus on something else, even when we don't want to stop what we are doing, it takes work to say no, real brain power, and over time, all that work makes us tired. Second, memory. When we can look anything up in seconds, the brain changes how it saves things. Why remember something when you can just search for it? This isn't all bad. It frees up brain space, but it also changes us. It changes how well we learn, how much we really know versus how much we think we know. Third, social media can be like a wild ride. The likes, the comments, seeing other people's perfect looking lives. Our brains treat online reaction like real life reactions because to the brain they are real. The praise feels good. The main comments hurt, and because we are swimming in this stuff all day, our feelings rarely get a rest. Fourth, sleep. The bright light from screens messes with the sleep chemicals in our brain. The exacting stuff keeps our minds awake when they should slow down. And the habit of checking our phones in bed means we never really stop. Sleep is when the brain saves memories, cleans itself out, and gets better. Mess with sleep, and you mess with everything else. Fifth, stress. Being always connected means we are always within reach, always possible needed for work. The line between work time and rest time has faded for many of us. Add in the steady flow of scary news made to grab your attention by making us feel danger. And you get a recipe for low level stress all the time. Over time, the stress hurts us, our mood, our health, our relationships, our ability to just be calm and happy. Here's something important to know. This isn't by chance. The apps and sites we use every day are made by people who understand the brain. They know what grabs attention. They know what makes us feel good. They know how to build habits. Random rewards, like a slot machine where you never what you will get, are very strong. Every time you check, every time you scroll, there might be something good, or there might not, that maybe keeps you coming back. Praise from others, likes, hearts, comments, goes right to all brain parts that grow to help us know where we stand in the group. Endless scrolling means there is no end to the page, no place to stop, just more and more and more. None of this is evil. These are just tools, and the people who make them are often trying to help with real problems. But it does mean the game isn't really fair. You are not just fighting your own willpower, you are facing things made by very smart people whose job is to grab and hold your attention. When you understand this, something changes. You stop blaming yourself so much. You start seeing things more clearly. And from that clear seeing, you can make better choices. Now, you might be wondering, who is this book really for? The answer is almost everyone. If you are a student trying to focus in a world full of things pulling at you, this is for you. Knowing why it's hard to pay attention is the first step to finding what works. If you are a parent worried about your kids and their screens, this is for you. Not to give you easy answers, there aren't any, but to help you understand what's happening and how to think about it. If you are a teacher watching kids lose focus and wondering what to do, this is for you. What you learn here can change how you do your work. If you are someone who works at a desk, always hurting with email and messages, this is for you. Knowing the fight can help you fight it better, or at least more kindly. If you are a gamer, a social media person, a news watcher, someone who watches shows for hours, this is for you. Really, if you have a brain and a screen, this is for you. Let me leave you with some questions, not to answer right now, just to think about, to carry with you into this book. Why is it so hard to focus on one thing? Why does quit feel strange? Why do we reach for our phones when we are bored, too worried, or just waiting? Why do we feel tired even after sleeping, drained even after resting? Why do we sometimes feel closer to people online than to the ones sitting right next to us? Why do we know what we should do and do something else anyway? These aren't questions about being good or bad, not about being strong or weak. They're questions about the brain, about how it works, about what it needs. And when you start to understand the answers, something changes. Not right away, not like magic, but slowly, gently, you start to see yourself and your habits with new eyes. Here's the good news: you are not broken, you are not weak, you are not missing willpower. You are a human being with an old brain, living in a world that changes faster than the bodies ever could. And once you understand that, you have power. Not power to be perfect, not power to never lose focus again, not power to go beyond being human, but power to choose, power to notice, to stop, to ask, what do I really want right now? What helps me? What matters? Power to set up your world in a different way, to put up helpful walls, to make the good choice the easy choice. Power to be kinder to yourself when you mess up because you understand why you mess up. It's not about this book is not about guilt. It's not about shame. It's not about throwing your phone away and living in the woods. It's about seeing, knowing, and from that knowing being free. The freedom to use tools on purpose, to make them work for you, not the other way around. One more thing before we start, this book doesn't say screens are evil. Phones aren't the enemy. The internet hasn't run the people. These tools have brought big good things. Talking to people far away, finding out anything you want to know, new ways to make and share things, chances that past generations never had. The question isn't whether technology is good or bad, it's how we use it. And the whether how we use it matches what we care about. A hammer can build a house or break a window. The tool itself is just a thing. What matters is the hand that holds it, the brain that tells that hand what to do. This book helps you understand the brain, your brain, so you can use it more wisely. And so we start. In the pages ahead, you are going to learn things about your brain that might surprise you. You will see your habits in a new way. You will understand patterns that have puzzled you for years. Richard Cytowic will be your guide, patient, smart, and deeply kind. He won't tell you what to do. He will help you see clearly enough to decide for yourself. Here's my simple ask for you: listen with wonder, not blame, about yourself, about others, about the world we have made together. Notice what feels true, what makes you think, what pushes back at you. And when you find yourself reaching for your phone while listening, because you might, we all might just notice that too, with a smile if you can. That noticing, that's where change starts. Take a breath, get comfy, and let's start looking at your brain. That amazing, old, endlessly interesting thing, and how it's trying to live in this wild new world of screens. Chapter 1 starts now.
Chapter 1: Engineered Addiction, Brain Drain, and Virtual Autism. Now we begin Chapter 1. In one of my columns for Psychology Today, I discussed the different ways smart screens negatively affect the brain. To my surprise, anxious parents and grandparents from around the world wrote in to share stories of the detrimental effects that smartphones, tablets, and televisions seem to be having on their families. A father from as far away as Iran wrote to me about his 13-month-old boy. He wrote that unfortunately, they allowed him to watch TV and use mobile apps. Compared to other babies, he was different. The father explained that the boy did not respond to his name. When the father came home from work, the child did not pay attention to him, especially while watching TV and apps. He had little eye contact and did not hug his father or his mother. Concerned readers wrote that kids who once enjoyed sports, socializing with friends, and spending time outdoors were now glued to their devices for hours on end. As time spent on screens expanded, their ability to communicate seemed to wane. Once bright, talkative youngsters now answered questions in grunts if they answered at all. They would not look up, and they acted irritated, frustrated, and even scared by shrinking attention spans and the tantrums that ensued if they tried to take a device away. Parents began to wonder whether the tools they once thought of as educational were instead turning their kids into zombified addicts. I decided to look into it. A plethora of books talk about screen dependency, but few, if any, explore the topic from the brain's point of view. I wanted to look particularly at the energy drain that screens enforce in the face of the fixed limits biology has placed on the brain. Why do I choose this perspective? Because the energy cost of any given process, whether biological or mechanical, is a fundamental aspect of engineering and thermodynamics. That is why biomedical engineering is called engineering and not simply mechanics. It is why, out of so many effects that screens have on the human brain, energy consumption must be a paramount consideration. The existing literature does not address the question because hardly any of the authors have backgrounds in engineering or biochemistry, disciplines in which questioning energy costs is routine. The absence does not mean that the issue is not worth discussing, but rather that it is an unappreciated omission. Almost everyone agrees that attention spans have collectively gone to hell. Worried parents are just one group that questions the influence of today's technology on the ability to reason clearly. Does the internet weaken memory by relieving us of the need to learn phone numbers, multiplication tables, and detailed facts, or does it enhance intelligence by placing millions of factoids at our fingertips? Do social apps bring us closer together, or do they isolate us and turn what used to be two-way conversations into public performances ripe for outrage and moral grandstanding? Are screen-based devices addictive, and do they really induce autism-like symptoms, especially in young users? I will come back to this question. In her book Reader, Come Home, Literary scholar Marianne Wolfe blames screen addiction for the loss of deep reading ability. Senator Ben Sasse, who holds a doctorate in history from Yale, says flat out that we are addicted to distraction. Meanwhile, popular neuroscientist Daniel Levitin says that multitasking creates a dopamine addiction feedback loop, effectively rewarding the brain for losing focus and constantly searching for external stimulation. We live in a paradox in which digital tech alleviates social isolation in some ways, even as it worsens it in others. In addition to writing the Fallible Mind column for Psychology Today, I am a neurologist, a teaching professor at George Washington University School of Medicine and Health Sciences, and an author of neuropsychology textbooks and popular works. Until now, I have largely been known as the person who restored synesthesia to mainstream science. Sharing a root with anesthesia, meaning no sensation, synesthesia means joined sensation. 4% of the world's population are born with 2 or more senses hooked together so that otherwise normal individuals not only hear music or someone's voice, for example, but simultaneously see it, taste it, or feel it as a physical touch. Perceiving the days of the week, the alphabet, or numerals as colored is a common manifestation, as is tasting words or seeing calendar configurations hovering around the body in space. These extra perceptions aid recall, endowing synesthetic individuals with measurably superior, sometimes photographic memories, technically called eidetic. When I explored my first synesthetic subject in 1979, my neurology colleagues immediately asked where the lesion was on his CT scan. "No, you do not get it," I told them. "He does not have a hole in his head or a missing piece. He has something extra." They looked at me like I was crazy and warned me to drop the matter as too weird and too new age. If I persisted in pursuing it, they warned it would ruin my career. I spent the next 15 years countering naysayers who insisted that synesthesia was bogus and could not possibly be rooted in the brain. It is the nature of orthodoxy, no matter what the profession, to dismiss or explain away what it cannot or does not wish to understand. Time has proven synesthesia to be a perceptual trait, like having perfect pitch. You either have it or you do not, and you cannot learn it through practice. My persistence in trying to understand this offbeat but fascinating human trait eventually brought about a paradigm shift in the way science conceives the brain's configuration and how perception works. For years now, young scientists have happily been writing papers, books, and PhD theses about this once-forgotten trait. In other words, it did not ruin my career. Science is full of exceptions to established thinking. Take leeches, the application of which was once considered standard medical practice but is now mocked. Who is to say that today's standards might not be dismissed as tomorrow's leeches? We have embraced smartphones and tablets as near magical tools that promise unparalleled productivity, connectedness, and opportunities for learning. Digital devices are indeed fantastic. Uber coming to your door in a minute is magic. GPS is magic. The ability to reach across time and span enormous distances is magic. But for all its wondrous utility, the smart screen is also a narcotizing agent. What if it has unintended, possibly harmful side effects? Since 2016, the American Academy of Pediatrics, or AAP, has recommended no screen time other than video chatting for children 2 years and under, and only 1 hour of exposure in the presence of a parent for children 2 to 5 years old, with the caveat that less is better. The priority for young children should be face-to-face communication, physical activity, and sleep, because their brains are changing in the most complicated ways. Yet given how rapidly screen intrusion is encroaching on otherwise normal development, the AAP is updating its guidelines, while the guidelines of the World Health Organization, or WHO, stress no or limited screen time for children under 5. Additionally, the NIH has launched a $300 million investigation into the cognitive development of screen-saturated youngsters from adolescence to young adulthood. Pediatrician David Hill, who oversaw the AAP guideline revisions, says that the WHO is simply applying the precautionary principle. If we do not know that screens are good and there is reason to believe it is bad, then why do it? The growing pool of readers who took the time to write forced me to question popular assumptions about screen media and its influences. I set aside synesthesia to explore whether screen media actually do have a detrimental effect on the brain, and if so, how. Two things immediately stood out. Screens of any sort act like secondhand smoke, affecting both the user and anyone within range. And screen exposure relatively easily induces virtual autism, the emergence of autistic-like behaviors in otherwise healthy individuals. The father quoted earlier spoke to this and the apparent resolution of symptoms that followed screen removal. He wrote that a psychologist told them to turn off the TV and other screens and play with the child. He said they now see the result. When he comes home, the boy comes to him and asks to be picked up from the ground. He hugs his wife and him. When they call his name, he turns his face better than before. But the father noted they were still worried for his future. An American woman contacted me about her 30-month-old grandson, Parker, who would not look anyone in the eye or respond to his name. He was under evaluation for autism spectrum disorder at the time when she wrote. She explained that he was exposed to almost constant children's learning programs on TV, tech toys that teach, and computer and phone games for most of his waking hours. They enrolled him in daycare 2 days a week for socialization. At the same time, she read about virtual autism, and they removed all electronic toys, phone play, and all children's TV from his environment. She believed the screen time and electronics really hurt his development. Now they play kitchen, coloring, puzzles, blocks, and other imagination and occupational games. Within 2 weeks, he was responding most of the time to his name and looking at the person talking to him. She thought I would be interested in their progress since removing screens. She noted that it had been 11 weeks, and he was progressing every day. Finally, the head social worker for Chicago Public Schools wrote to me. She said that she works with children on a daily basis who are spending the vast majority of their waking hours exposed to media and screens. Parents are concerned about sleep disruptions, difficulty with emotional regulation, and tantrums when access to technology is denied or removed. She had read my article and was working to inform parents on the connection between deficits in social functioning and the amount of time spent on screens. I would like to say a few words about the critics, mostly academics, who think that an unnecessarily negative view of screens risks instilling misplaced worries about digital technology. They accuse anyone who advises caution of being one-sided and selective in the evidence they pick to support claims about the potential dangers of excessive screen exposure. Cautionary voices are guilty of scaremongering, they say, while categorically denying that virtual autism has anything to do with screens. Critics object that the rationale for restricting use is not particularly grounded in solid evidence. I heartily disagree. I am a clinician, meaning that by training I take a view centered on the care of the individual patient, compared to the toot-tut of academics who mutter, "There is no convincing evidence," while safely distancing themselves from having to deal with zombified kids and young adults. They do not have to deal with distraught parents or battle a 2-year-old who shrieks and fights when you try to take away their iPad. The academics tell those parents there is no convincing evidence. To parents, however, the evidence is in front of their eyes. Yet naysayers continue to insist that the alarming behavior observed is due to something else, anything else, except the screens that young people refuse to relinquish. How is it scaremongering to acknowledge parental alarm? It is parents and educators and addicted individuals themselves who sought my attention. None of them said, "Give me more." Parents did not write about how pleased they were that their offspring were spending the majority of their waking hours in front of a screen. On the contrary, I have heard many kids, even medical students, complain, "I am addicted to my phone." No one says, "I need to use my phone and my tablet and my laptop a lot more than I do now." The benefits of digital technology are obvious. You do not need academic studies to convince anyone. But the downsides are also obvious if you are just willing to look. There is some truth to the observation that once critical and in-depth studies of any new technology have been done, a revised point of view comes into shape that is different from the initial one. The iPhone has been with us since 2007, the iPad since 2010, But complaints of digital distractions are not diminishing. They are getting worse, as reflected in the feedback from users themselves, particularly students. Yet naysaying tech enthusiasts still want everyone to wait for more evidence. A call for more research sounds well meant, but it is calculated to silence dissent from the optimistic view that screen technology is nothing to worry about. It dismisses the precautionary principle out of hand and misrepresents the concept of evidence-based medicine. Those who insist on more research want science to be perfect. But science has limitations in trying to deal with the complexities of the real world, and so can never arrive at definitive proof for multifactorial behavior that spans multiple disciplines. If we wait for the evidence that critics insist on, we will be waiting forever. From my neurological point of view, the online world is one of hyperstimulation, not a paradise of risk-free beneficence. Ray Bradbury's totalitarian classic, Fahrenheit 451, depicts a world destroyed by overstimulation. Its protagonist, Guy Montag, a fireman whose job it is to burn forbidden books, lives with his wife in a digitally stimulated hedonistic bubble that constitutes the totality of their home life. COVID-19 lockdowns felt a bit like this as Zoom fatigue set in, and the shift to life on screen drove people stir-crazy. Overwhelmed parents struggled to work from home. School-less, camp-less, and vacation-less kids, already obsessed with their screens, now had unlimited time with them. They gorged on YouTube and TikTok, surfing late into the night and sleeping away the day. Paradoxically, in the midst of this bustle, adults had an opportunity to feel what they had been missing, namely a less hurried life and time to think. COVID-19 forced us to slow down. It gave us still periods in which to reflect, to think about who we are, what we want, and what matters. Alan Lightman's In Praise of Wasting Time champions this kind of unstructured time for its replenishment of mind that comes from doing nothing in particular. The mind needs stretches of calm. Creativity thrives in it. In Italy, quarantined citizens sang from their balconies each evening, their serenade reaching across empty streets to lift their neighbors' spirits. Opera, Broadway, regional orchestras, and pop musicians ingeniously stitched together coordinated online performances from far-flung participants. Illustrating the downside were adults accustomed to noisy streets, constant demands for their attention, and a hectic lifestyle without a minute to be wasted. The unstoppable tempo of being busy is a stimulant, like non-stop caffeine, and equally pernicious, gnawing away just when you have a moment to yourself. Suddenly alone with their thoughts, these folks did not like it. People who could not sit down in a restaurant without whipping out their phone or alight quietly anywhere for 10 minutes suddenly had to confront silence and tolerate stillness, a new experience. As a neurologist, I approach screen distractions from the perspective of energy consumption. It forces me to account for biological costs in terms of energy expenditure when engaging in a mental task, such as committing something to memory and retrieving it later on. Other costly tasks include the executive weighing of options by the frontal lobes and arriving at a decision, switching back and forth from one frame of mind to another, as we do in multitasking, or juggling interruptions and competing demands for our attention. These led me to see that excessive use of digital screens is a bad deal when appraised from a basic energy perspective. Let me be clear, I am neither a tech cheerleader nor a Luddite. Digital devices unquestionably make life easier. By serving as memory repositories, they put calendars, phone numbers, and contact information at my fingertips. Synchronization among devices is a godsend if I need something at home from my workplace, or vice versa. Likewise, time zones are no longer a problem when communicating with far-flung colleagues and friends. An encyclopedia of facts sits at my fingertips, assuming I know what facts I even want to know. Amateur musicians turn to YouTube for lessons or lyrics. Cooks, golfers, and weightlifters turn to the web for tips. GPS keeps me from getting lost, and map apps make it easy to explore and find my way, as well as discover eateries, gas stations, and local attractions. Screens have expanded written language even though that language may be immature, provocative, or just plain stupid. At the same time, the omnipresence of screens has left many exhausted, depressed, and lonely. Adam Garfinkel, editor of The American Interest, warns that if you do not cultivate a capacity to think, imagine, and create, you may not realize that anything more satisfying than a video game even exists. Michael Crichton, author of The Andromeda Strain, Jurassic Park, and Westworld, among other cautionary tales about the unintended effects of technology, held a medical degree from Harvard and had hands-on scientific experience in the lab. His techno-thrillers often portray scientific advancements gone awry, culminating in catastrophe. Dr. Crichton complained, however, that others frequently misunderstood his view of technology as being out there, doing bad things to us people, like we are inside the circle of covered wagons, and technology is out there firing arrows at us. Technological catastrophes exist not because technology is inherently bad, he said, but because people did not design it right. And perhaps, too, because we do not use it thoughtfully. Like Dr. Crichton, I aim to put forth evidence for the neurological consequences of excessive screen exposure and the costs of screen distractions. Tech titans have gone to great lengths to commandeer the fixed slice of attention our Stone Age brains have to work with. We are up against brilliant software engineers, armed with personal data gathered through relentless surveillance and determined to capture our attention for commercial ends. They are better at distracting us than we are at defending the inherent weaknesses of our biology. Not only have tech titans done a great job in vying for our attention, but they have also excelled at convincing us of the advantages of their products. With everyone blathering about supposed benefits, few mainstream media bother even to consider the potential negatives of this increasingly prevalent element of daily life. I'm not saying that digital technology is bad, but in light of how it dominates everyday life, I suggest we examine its downside. Think of how often a traffic light turns green, but the driver in front of you is buried in their phone, forcing you to honk the horn. Or how often you have to wait for a machine at the gym while the user finishes texting. Or how, when the power goes out from a storm, you put down your devices, venture outside, and speak to your neighbors. Imagine that, for a change, you have promised yourself a good night's sleep. You have eaten dinner, changed out of your work clothes, gathered your things for tomorrow, and brushed your teeth. Before turning in, however, you decide to relax by streaming a show on Netflix. Ignorant of your intention to catch up on sleep, Netflix's next episode in 5 seconds and skip intro features keep you anchored to the screen. Before you know it, you have binge-watched half a dozen episodes because streaming companies need you to do so in order to make money. YouTube's Next Up and autoplay algorithms likewise analyze your viewing history. With a sniper's precision, they target you based on what they infer from the online choices you have made. Companies effortlessly unscramble purportedly anonymous metadata to trace your entire online transaction history using just 3 pieces of information: 2 physical locations and a dollar amount spent. Facebook and Google own some of the fastest machine learning supercomputers on Earth, so this has become easy to do. As far back as 2012, Uber could examine user patterns to identify intimate behaviors such as one-night stands. Companies insist that the details they sweep up are anonymous, but they can track your movements to within a few yards. Even particular items we buy can predict our political beliefs, race, and education with frightening accuracy. Privacy is nearly impossible now thanks to data inference technology. Tech giants know everything about you, including your mood, whether you are lonely, anxious, excited, or depressed. They know where you shop, where you go, the online sites you visit, how long you hover there, and much more. Their artificial intelligence learning machines build models based on everything they gather about you to predict what you are going to do next. The recent integration of ChatGPT, Bing, and similar chatbots into browsers and operating systems will give them even more data about you. Armed with that knowledge, they then try to sway you to do what they want you to do. It will be one or all of 3 things. First, keep you engaged as long as possible. Second, invite friends to do what you are doing online, called growth hacking, which multiplies your influence and thus increases their revenue. And third, respond to advertising offered up as you endlessly scroll, with the end goal of all manipulations being always to maximize profits. Since 2006, Facebook has had a director of monetization who offers software to its advertisers to do exactly this. Shoshana Zuboff, emerita Harvard Business School professor and author of The Age of Surveillance Capitalism, says trading on human futures earns trillions of dollars. By exploiting vulnerabilities in human psychology, tech giants trigger real-world behavior and emotions without the user ever being aware. They are completely clueless. The industry's earliest backers and engineers are now among its fiercest critics, angry that the platforms refuse to confront their product's addictiveness and treat our minds as an extractable resource, no different than if they were operating an open pit mine. These critics lament the deceptive attitude that social media are free, citing the adage that if something is free, then you are most certainly the product on sale. That is true to a point, but Jaron Lanier, father of virtual reality, ominously warns what the product really is. He says it is the gradual, slight, imperceptible change in your own behavior and perception. That is the product. It changes what you do, what you think, and who you are. Apple, Google, and Microsoft control the operating systems we use, while Facebook, YouTube, Netflix, and millions of apps supply the content that painlessly but mercilessly hijacks our attention. At the height of Netflix's reputation, Chairman and CEO Reed Hastings admitted that sleep was the company's top competitor. He was not concerned about Hulu, Amazon Prime, or HBO Max siphoning off profits. He said, "Think about it. When you watch a show from Netflix and you get addicted to it, you stay up late at night. We are competing with sleep on the margin, and we are winning." But binge watching supplants hours normally devoted to fitness, socializing, and sleep, making it a health hazard. Binge eating and binge watching often go hand in hand with sedentary behaviors linked to heart disease, stroke, and type 2 diabetes. Watching television does have positive aspects. The problem emerges with unbridled indulgence and its associated downside. Netflix has data to back up its binge-inducing power. There is a 75% chance you will binge watch an entire series once you have seen the first 2 episodes. Binge racing fans try to devour an entire series within 24 hours of its release, behavior the company promotes for the unique satisfaction it brings, calling it a sport and an achievement to be proud of and brag about. The number of Netflix subscribers who put themselves through this marathon grew more than 20-fold between 2016 and 2019 to reach 9.4 million. The top countries that do it are Canada, the United States, Denmark, Finland, Norway, and Germany. Binge racing is a new status symbol, it claims. But perhaps the habit is prevalent because it activates that part of the brain responsible for rewards. 37% of Netflix users have binge-watched at work. Over 50% of all adult TV viewers, including college students, have stayed awake all night to watch a show's entire season. At George Washington University, we give each new medical student an iPad and a personal Google Drive loaded with textbooks, assignments, and resources, though most students still prefer hardbound physical books because they are more conducive to remembering the material they read. These future doctors belong to a generation that grew up with digital devices. Yet they too are acutely aware of the downsides of daily screen engagement and the effort required to cope with them. It is both a blessing and a curse that smartphones and tablets rarely leave our sides. More than 50 years ago, science fiction writer Isaac Asimov predicted what life would look like in 2014. He wrote that the lucky few who can be involved in creative work of any sort will be the true elite of mankind, for they alone will do more than serve a machine. These biomechatronic devices simultaneously enhance neurological faculties by supplementing memory even as they diminish them, by reducing focus and fragmenting our attention. They present a dilemma. Should I delete my Instagram account because it wastes so much time, or should I interrupt what I'm doing now and check my likes, a reinforced behavior that is linked to reward? Screen devices let us do what we could never have done in the past, even as they exact a cost in depleting a finite mental resource, the fixed amount of energy we have for thinking, memory, and focus. Even if we resist the temptation to check a screen, brain drain still occurs because it is simply there, ineluctably sucking up our attention and taking a mental toll. Evasion characterizes the tech giants. Apple, Google, and others have reluctantly admitted, but only under the glare of scrutiny, that their products are indeed addictive. Historically, Mark Zuckerberg's response for years has typically been to evade responsibility. He claimed to be helpless to prevent Facebook being overrun by Russian disinformation in the run-up to the 2016 presidential election. Resorting to the passive voice, always a sign of blame shifting, he said, "For the ways my work was used to divide people, I ask for forgiveness and I will work to do better." He continued to make empty promises, and the Wall Street Journal's deep reporting on the Facebook files seriously damaged his company's credibility, now called Meta. Apple boasts rosy academic outcomes it attributes to its technology, but it misleadingly extrapolates minuscule data from a single school to all of K-12 education. In a seeming act of penance, tech giants have thrown apps at the problem as if the disease were also the cure. More technology to remedy the damage they wrought in the first place. But tech-based distraction management has been a bust. Users thwart software barriers just as alcoholics and addicts circumvent well-intentioned efforts to limit their access. Screen absorption is not merely counterproductive. It fundamentally alters cognitive development in young generations because the brain does not fully mature until age 25 or so. Screen exposure typically begins in infancy and has now surpassed traditional play and in-person social engagement as a child's single most frequent experience. The brain adapts exquisitely to every niche because from birth onward it is highly plastic, that Greek-derived word that means moldable. Plasticity is why all brains, but especially young ones, change continually in response to whatever environment they find themselves in. Experience influences neurological development, alters the way genes express themselves in the brain, and sways the brain's long-term maturation. This is how cumulative screen exposure plastically changes brain structure and function. Tech companies know this as well, and yet shun responsibility for any harm done. Prolonged screen viewing is associated with reduced volume and delayed development in the microanatomy of brain regions such as the frontal lobes that govern impulse control. Also a key aspect in addiction. Not all individuals are equally predisposed to substance or behavioral addictions such as screen dependency. But addictions of all sorts do have a robust heritability of around 50%. Kids whose parents engage in high discretionary screen time are thus more likely to succumb to screen dependency themselves. Because 21st century technologies have transformed the social climate in which we live, the brain and mind are likewise undergoing unprecedented changes. Baroness Susan Greenfield, a neuroscientist and former director of Britain's Royal Institution, coined the phrase mind change to signify how computer games, the internet, and the spectacularly misnamed social media have changed the brain in ways both good and bad. I have cited some of the many benefits of smart devices. Among the negatives is stifling the sound of one's own thoughts. The mindset of individuals who grow up in this screen-saturated, constantly connected century will be characterized by a reduced attention span combined with a need for personal attention, recklessness and a premium placed on sensation at the expense of sequential, reasoned thought, increased susceptibility to addictions of all sorts, poor to absent person-to-person skills, leading to isolation, indifference toward others, cruelty, and bullying. Virtual autism, or autism-like behaviors induced by heavy screen exposure. And finally, a shaky sense of identity. In later chapters, as you listen to this audiobook, I will discuss positive intermittent reinforcement, a well-established psychological mechanism that perpetuates a particular behavior. Think how slot machines persuade players to keep feeding in money despite many near misses and outright losses. Software engineers use the exact same psychology of intermittent reinforcement to keep you tethered to a screen. Candy Crush was a wildly popular, highly addictive game once played on smartphones by more than 100 million daily users. Candy Crush is addictive because it doles out intermittent and unpredictable rewards such as arbitrary points, avatars, boosters, and blockers that are emotionally satisfying enough to keep users engaged. The satisfaction it induces is no different in kind from the fuzzy glow addicts feel while using. The ability of recurrent screen stimulation to infiltrate ordinary perception is illustrated by one avid Candy Crush user who started seeing candy figures from the game in his peripheral vision after suffering a stroke. We do not yet know whether such brain changes are temporary or permanent, but the fact that screen games can alter the brain this way is unexpected and concerning. Bassinets, training potties, and car seats now come equipped with iPad holders. Either manufacturers have not thought through the consequences of blocking the developing central vision of a young child with unnatural mediated images, or they do not care. In the West, a third of infants under age 1 currently play with smartphones and tablets. By age 2, almost all are interacting with digital devices, despite warnings from pediatric experts that repetitive screen exposure, especially from fast-paced games and animations, can foster addictive behavior. Why does this worry me? Because in 2020, diffusion tensor imaging, or DTI, established a correlation between increased screen use in pre-kindergarten children and lower structural integrity at the microscopic level in their brain's white matter tracts that support language and developing literacy. We need further study, but the immediate implication is that screen exposure is causing these changes during early stages of brain development. It is but a short step from phone and game addiction to the consequences of social media that displace face-to-face interactions. Linguists tell us that words alone convey only 10% of an encounter's meaning, which is why we grasp context much better when engaged face-to-face than on the phone. Much meaning depends on vocal intonation, mutual eye contact, body language, and touch, none of which is available to online social networks. Without having the opportunity to rehearse social skills and nonverbal communication, how can one hope to read other people, let alone empathize with and understand them? An entire issue of The Atlantic explored why hookup culture has supplanted dating and romance among young adults. One co-ed complained that they hook up because they have no social skills, and they have no social skills because they hook up. Another agrees, saying that they would probably have a lot more sex if they did not get home and turn on the TV and start scrolling through their phones. Mobile technology, which Gen Z has never lived without, has acted like a security blanket, but has also hindered Gen Zers from developing face-to-face skills and resiliency in the inevitable face of failure. Tech's cool factor dazzles millions. Many celebrate that the digital realm is free, but as behavioral psychologist B.F. Skinner warned decades ago in Beyond Freedom and Dignity, a system of slavery so well designed that it does not breed revolt is the real threat. Addictive screen media now constitute a slave economy with users as the labor. Advertisers are the paying customer, social networks and media platforms are the store, and your eyeballs and brains are the commodity on offer. Repeatedly, we are sidetracked and manipulated by a handful of companies that steer what 3 billion people, more than 30% of the planet's population, think and do every day. Even the most repressive, theocratic, and authoritarian regimes do not hold such sway. A cautionary legend pertinent in this era of digital indulgence is Goethe's folk tale, The Sorcerer's Apprentice. Popularized in a later version by Disney's Fantasia, it tells of an aging sorcerer who leaves his apprentice to finish his chores for the night. Weary of fetching pail after pail of water, the apprentice enchants a broom to carry them for him by using magic in which he is not yet fully trained. The apprentice panics when he does not know how to stop the enchanted broom, a tool he believed would lighten his workload, as it begins to flood the workshop with bucket after bucket. The apprentice hacks the broom to pieces, only to see each piece grow into a separate new broom that fetches even more water at terrifying speed. Just when all seems lost, the old sorcerer returns to break the spell. What will it take to become like the wise sorcerer who halts the chaos when automatic news feeds, recommended videos, and people you may know constantly vie for your attention? How can you prevent your private data from being repurposed and redirected to personalized advertising, conspiracy theories, biased news, rank misinformation, and an echo chamber of outrage and indignation aimed to narrow your point of view without you even realizing what is being done to you? Partisanship or ideology isn't the problem. The problem is the biological limits of attention and the fact that the digital world has already taxed it beyond the breaking point. Chapter 2: Selfies Kill More People Than Sharks. Now we begin Chapter 2. The term technoference describes the way technology undermines one-on-one social interactions. Among anthropologists and evolutionary scientists, the social brain hypothesis proposes that the human neocortex grew in order to help people better navigate the complexities of increasingly larger social relationships. People today have on average 3 to 7 individuals with whom they are close. Half are not immediate relatives. Yet social media can bestow 5,000 friends, 10,000 followers, and make one an influencer to 100,000 or more. Busy cultivating the attention of fans, we have stopped paying attention to our surroundings. By 2014, the so-called year of the selfie, the U.S. Department of Transportation reported that 33,000 drivers were injured in all types of phone-related accidents. 1 year later, 19 people died in selfie-related incidents, and scores more injured themselves. During the same period, shark attacks killed only 8 people. The United States averages about 19 shark attacks annually and 1 fatality biannually, whereas lightning strikes along the coastal United States kill more than 37 people each year. Heat stroke and dehydration claim lives every year in the Grand Canyon, yet a surprising number of unwise individuals fall to their deaths from the canyon rim while trying to snap spectacular selfies. Attention-seeking seems a defining impulse of our time. We are snapping ourselves to an early grave. The editors of the Oxford English Dictionary designated selfie word of the year in 2013. By mid-2018, the number of people killed while taking a selfie had reached 200, a worldwide increase of 952% compared to 2014. While it may seem insensitive to cite morbid, gruesome misfortunes, such mishaps are indicative of the situations ignited by careless, inattentive cell phone use. A Google search for selfie deaths will turn up photos of amazingly foolhardy behavior, while YouTube features no shortage of videos with titles such as Bizarre Selfie Deaths and Selfies Taken Moments Before Death. Absorbed self-admirers have fallen from cliffs, crashed their vehicles, and electrocuted themselves atop train cars while posing for their followers. 3 college students died while trying to snap themselves in front of an oncoming train. In one spectacular blowout, 2 Russians in the Ural Mountains posed with a hand grenade from which they had pulled the pin. Only their photograph survived as a memento. In Colorado, a 29-year-old Cessna pilot crashed his plane while taking selfies with a flash, killing all the occupants. You can watch video footage of a Polish couple visiting Portugal fall from a cliff into the ocean after stepping over a safety barrier to take a selfie with their 2 children. In British Columbia, 3 daredevils died going over a waterfall while filming a stunt intended to garner clicks on YouTube's High on Life channel. A Russian graduate student fell from a bridge while attempting to capture herself in a dramatic pose, and then for good measure electrocuted herself when she grabbed onto some live wires. Nobody wants to be outdone, says psychology professor Zlatan Krizan of Iowa State University. Social media goad us into outdoing others in order to showcase perfectly curated lives. The 2017 Academy Awards illustrates the ease with which this happens, and more important, why working memory can only ever handle one task at a time. Brian Cullinan, an accountant with PricewaterhouseCoopers, was responsible for ensuring that envelopes with the winners' names were in the correct order and that the correct envelope was given to the right presenter. There were 2 sets, one for Cullinan and a duplicate set for his colleague, Martha Ruiz, on the opposite side of the stage, so that either of them could hand over the correct envelope depending on which side the presenters entered from. Ruiz had just given the envelope for Best Actress Emma Stone in La La Land to presenter Leonardo DiCaprio. The next prize for Best Picture was the highlight of the evening. Unfortunately, Cullinan forgot to dispose of the Best Actress envelope and handed it to presenters Warren Beatty and Faye Dunaway, who mistakenly announced La La Land as Best Picture instead of the correctly vetted Moonlight. Viewers in the hundreds of millions watched chaos unfold live. Cullinan, a prominent Twitter user, posted a photo of Emma Stone holding her Oscar just after she exited off stage, the precise moment when he should have been discarding the Best Actress envelope and queuing up the next one. Cullinan's task may not seem difficult, but it isn't one that can be carried out automatically, the way we might habitually drive the same route every day without needing to give it much thought. Keeping track of the envelopes drew on his working memory, and when he combined this task with another of composing a tweet, he forced his working memory to execute both tasks simultaneously. And that is the heart of the problem. The brain cannot take on two tasks simultaneously when each of them requires it to use working memory. This kind of so-called task switching always costs us in terms of reaction time and the number of mistakes made. Anything that requires your attention, and thus by definition cannot be carried out automatically, draws on the finite reserves of working memory. How much it consumes depends on the task's degree of complexity. For example, it takes more effort to straighten a messy house than one that is fairly tidy. Likewise, the cost of switching is lower when you know ahead of time what must be done, like queuing up the correct envelope, because it clears working memory and prepares you for the upcoming task. This is where outside interruptions can wreak havoc. You are more likely to be distracted in a shared office where coworkers can interrupt you than in a private workspace. Undistracted students wrote 62% more than a distracted control group, and their notes were more detailed. When you are interrupted, you do not have a chance to flush your working memory completely. A remnant of attention always remains behind, hooked onto the previous task. The larger the residue you hang on to, the higher the switching costs will be. Switching costs some people less time and energy than others, and so they are better at it. One factor that predicts how efficiently a brain can switch is a person's degree of multimedia use. An earlier study from Stanford University found that people who spend a lot of time on chat and social media have higher switching costs than those who turn to screens less often. You may conclude that heavy screen use is the cause of distractibility and poor attention spans, but it may also be that people who are more easily distracted are more inclined to use multiple media simultaneously. It is only natural to compare ourselves to others, and the comparison strongly motivates how we act. The psychological theory called social comparison, in which people measure their own worth by how they stack up against others, dates from 1954 and has long been considered a normal way by which individuals establish healthy self-esteem. Yet, in today's taunting atmosphere of pics or it didn't happen, you must submit graphic documentation to prove you were at a particular place and engaged in a significantly post-worthy event. Civil discourse and debate have become reduced to schoolyard, he said, she said, taunts. Smart technology has made us narrow-minded and self-centered, exemplified by the phenomenon of sad phishing, in which adolescents post self-deprecating emotional confessions on social media apps in the hope that friends will stick up for them and boost their self-image. Our Paleolithic emotions are just not equipped to resist the pull of modern technology. If you doubt that minds are altered by social media, then consider Facebook's like button. According to its lead inventor, software engineer Justin Rosenstein, it was originally invented to spread positivity and love in the world. Instead, it threw many teens into deep depression. The reason? Want of enough likes. Fake brittle popularity is how the industry describes the precarious mindset of lonely kids that leads them to crave even more likes. Steve Jobs, of all people, counseled, "Your time is limited, so don't waste it living someone else's life." Yet we do just that, shouting, "Look what I'm doing," while expending enormous energy to maintain an image meant to impress others. We may have evolved to care about what others think, but in the context of small social clans, not in the stew of torrential doses of approval and opprobrium that social media throw at users every day. That relentless feedback persists even while we sleep, waiting to confront us in the morning. We react to other people's perceptions instead of living our own life, and this atrophies our coping skills and reserves of resilience. As standards for post-worthy content escalate, so too do the extremes people go to in order to make an impression. The drive to appear fabulous has alarmed plastic surgeons. Once patients armed with photos ask for the nose, lips, or jawline of a particular celebrity, now they ask to look exactly like their doctored selfies. A paper in Facial Plastic Surgery from Boston University School of Medicine cites a new form of body dysmorphic disorder, or BDD, a mental illness on the obsessive-compulsive spectrum and more pathological than mere self-doubt or insecurity about one's looks. About 25% of individuals with BDD who are chronically unhappy with the way they look attempt suicide. Snapchat dysmorphia disorder refers to the unrealistic expectations that the free Facetune app instills in people obsessed with their selfie image. Instagram's and TikTok's beautification filters alter people's perception of beauty to an image that is both unobtainable and unrealistic. They will ask for Kim Kardashian's nose, even if their facial structure looks nothing like hers, says facial cosmetic surgeon Daria Hamra in McLean, Virginia. The latest annual survey from 2022, conducted by the American Academy of Facial Plastic and Reconstructive Surgery, reveals skyrocketing demand for facelifts, fillers, and buccal fat removal to achieve a slimmer facial appearance. Video conferencing amplified by the COVID pandemic has taken selfie awareness to the next level. Once available only to celebrities, Photoshop-like filters blur the line between reality and fantasy. They warp the confidence of 20-year-olds who insist they need a facelift. Dr. Hamra says he feels more like a psychologist than a surgeon, then reflects that the more people use social media, the more they ruminate on perceived shortcomings. A phone camera held at arm's length produces a fisheye distortion that makes the nose and center of the face look 30% bigger than they actually are. Men become obsessed too. In Silicon Valley, men in their 30s have convinced themselves that prejuvenation is essential to their career. Dr. Larry Fan, a popular San Francisco plastic surgeon, notes that if you are over the age of 35, you are seen as over the hill. Men who work in tech, where the whiz kid image is prized, suddenly must cope with the sort of beauty standards that have long plagued women. Careers, even one's social life, can disappear behind the crow's feet of a 40-year-old. One young worker who spends $500 on Botox injections every 3 months calls it an investment. His concern illustrates how tech has morphed from enabling invisible, behind-the-scenes wizardry to literally shaping highly public figures in charge of corporations where billions of company dollars are at stake. Contemporaries spring for neck lifts, eye lifts, liposuction, and cool sculpting, which kills fat cells by freezing them. Cool sculpting gives men a slimmer, more fit appearance and requires little downtime. In 2018, ProPublica reported that IBM, which earned $79 billion in revenue that year, terminated 20,000 older U.S. employees in an effort to correct seniority mix and build a younger workforce. Google similarly paid out $11 million that year to 230 applicants over age 40 who had sued the company for a systematic pattern of age discrimination. Communications professor Jessie Fox at Ohio State University studies obsessive selfie takers. She says they imagine they are getting confirmation from other people that they are awesome, but those same people score high on traits of narcissism and psychopathy. She notes that they do not care about the tourist attraction they are destroying or that they are dangling off the side of the Eiffel Tower. Ignoring the risks to which you are driven to capture a perilous tableau, the anticipation of making an envy-inducing post sets the brain's dopamine loop in motion. Once it gets going, it plays out to the end, the way the reels of a slot machine inevitably clunk into place. You reach for the anticipated reward as if your life depended on it. And often enough it does. Enough with the bison selfies at Yellowstone, pleads the National Park Service. The Disneyfication of nature has now gone on for more than 3/4 of a century. Its Pollyannish view has instilled a widespread belief that animals are cute and friendly. Tourists determined to post selfies of themselves with bison, moose, and bears blithely come within inches of 2,000-pound animals that are wild and unpredictable and can run 3 times faster than a human can. Each year, several tourists are gored, or worse. At the Wildlife World Zoo in Arizona, a woman was mauled after climbing over a barrier to get a selfie with a jaguar. The dangers of cell phone distraction extend even to walking. Who hasn't seen absorbed pedestrians plow into lampposts and telephone poles? Over the past 20 years, an estimated 76,000 emergency department visits related to distracted cell phone use were for injuries incurred when people fell, tripped, or walked into obstacles while absorbed in their devices. So-called FOMBIes, a portmanteau word created from phone plus zombie, endanger themselves, drivers, and fellow pedestrians. FOMBIes become so absorbed by their screens that they become oblivious. Chapter 2 continued. Hospital data analyzed by Ohio State University found that injuries involving cell phones incurred while users were walking more than doubled between 2005 and 2010. By 2018, the National Safety Council was noting more than 6,000 annual phone-related pedestrian deaths. These dangerously distracted perambulators have prompted countermeasures. Utah Valley University created separate stairway lanes so that slow-moving texters would not trip up others. But the effort failed miserably. Heads down and earbuds in, FOMBIes were too absorbed to read the directions. The head of the National Safety Council said that we are dealing now with an addiction that is, frankly, all-consuming. Utah Valley University was not the first to experiment with dedicated walking lanes. The township of Montclair, New Jersey tried it. The effort failed. Outside its headquarters in Washington, D.C., National Geographic painted lanes to divide pedestrians using cell phones from everyone else. Freshly stenciled commands said no cell phones on the left, and cell phone users walk in this lane at your own risk on the right. A solid line divided the two. Few paid attention to the markings, and pedestrians absorbed in their mobile phones continued to collide with one another. The most common reaction was for passers-by to stop and snap a picture of the sidewalk stencils while they stood blocking the lane. After decades of declining traffic deaths thanks to safer automobiles and road designs, inattentive driving and walking have made highway fatalities rise. According to the Governor's Highway Safety Association, pedestrian deaths increased by 5% during the pandemic, despite a sharp decline in driving during that time. Only 22% of pedestrians struck as they stepped off the curb had even bothered to look for oncoming vehicles. A 2021 experiment showed that walking through a crowd is like a dance we perform with those around us. It illustrated why merely a few distracted individuals can disrupt the dance and throw off the movements of more than 50 walkers in the vicinity. We normally rely on a variety of visual cues to anticipate where others in a crowd will go next. Intuitively, the crowd forms lanes. Once an individual at the front finds a way through oncoming pedestrians, those in the rear fall in line, creating ribbons of walkers that glide past one another. The maneuver is effortless and nearly instantaneous. By contrast, distracted walkers at the head of a crowd dramatically slowed down the whole group. Rather than move smoothly with purpose, distracted walkers take sideways steps or weave in and out, which renders their movements hard to predict. Are we really that addicted to our smartphones? You do not have to be a neurologist to guess the answer. People take their phones with them to the toilet, clutch them while they sleep, check them repeatedly while they eat, wait for a stoplight to change, and even while having sex. What if, instead of reflexively reaching for your phone, you cultivated what the Dutch call niksen, the art of doing nothing? It can be excruciatingly challenging for Americans to sit still and do nothing because we have conditioned ourselves to be doing something all the time. But a moment's pause and an interlude of silence can replenish your equanimity. Try removing social media apps from your phone. Clear your home screen of distractions that goad you to engage. Better yet, turn it off altogether for a few hours. What is so crucial that you cannot allow yourself a short interval of downtime? The digital world that promised to bring us closer together has instead brought face-to-face communication to a near standstill. Illogically, we protest invasion of privacy and then voluntarily divulge reams of personal information to corporations that profit from it. Such contradictions are easy to account for because human nature is inherently divided. 6 decades of neuroscience research have repeatedly confirmed that the brain's right and left hemispheres differ. Each supports a separate set of skills, endowing the two hemispheres with similar but not identical concepts of self, with respect to past, future, family, culture, and social history. What we normally regard as a singular, unified self is really the net interaction between two distinct modes of perception. The biological arrangement helps explain why one part of us wants to put our phone aside, while a different part, feeling anxious, feels compelled to engage with it. It may help to consider the alien hand syndrome that affects individuals with a particular kind of brain injury, and particularly those who have undergone split brain surgery. It beautifully unmasks the reality that within each of our skulls reside two conflicting minds. Split brain patients are astonished when one hand acts as if it had a mind of its own. The right hand tries to lather a washcloth while the left one keeps putting the soap back, or one hand turns the pages of a book while the other keeps shutting it. They demand to know why it is doing that. The noir humor in the film Dr. Strangelove depicts the alien hand phenomenon when Peter Sellers' wayward appendage tries to strangle him, gives disconcerting Nazi salutes, and steers his wheelchair astray. The alien hand, Fombies, and Montclair citizens' disregard for their municipal street laws point to the strength of our own digital habits, which have become sufficiently ingrained that they seem like separate entities, often acting against our best interests. The existence of two minds in a single person is a counterintuitive reality difficult for most people to accept because they firmly feel themselves to be a singular me. That unified feeling is an illusion and explains why it is our inner self with whom we are most often at odds. Chapter 3: The Brain Energy Cost of Screen Distractions. Now we begin Chapter 3. From an engineering perspective, the brain has fixed energy limits that dictate how much work it can handle at a given time. Feeling overloaded leads to stress. Stress leads to distraction. Distraction then leads to error. The obvious solutions are either to staunch the incoming stream or alleviate the stress. Hans Selye, the Hungarian endocrinologist who developed the concept of stress, said that stress is not what happens to you, but how you react to it. The trait that allows us to handle stress successfully is resilience. Resilience is a welcome trait to have because all demands that pull you away from homeostasis, the biological tendency in all organisms to maintain a stable internal milieu, lead to stress. Screen distractions are a prime candidate for disturbing homeostatic equilibrium. Long before the advent of personal computers and the internet, Alvin Toffler popularized the term information overload in his 1970 bestseller, Future Shock. He promoted the bleak idea of eventual human dependence on technology. By 2011, before most people had smartphones, Americans took in 5 times as much information on a typical day as they had 25 years earlier. And now even today's digital natives complain how stressed their constantly present tech is making them. Visual overload is more likely a problem than auditory overload because today, eye-to-brain connections anatomically outnumber ear-to-brain connections by about a factor of 3. Auditory perception mattered more to our earliest ancestors, but vision gradually took prominence. It could bring what-if scenarios to mind. Vision also prioritized simultaneous input over sequential ones, meaning that there is always a delay from the time sound waves hit your eardrums before the brain can understand what you are hearing. Vision's simultaneous input means that the only lag in grasping it is the 1/10 second it takes to travel from the retina to the primary visual cortex. Smartphones easily win out over conventional telephones for anatomical, physiological, and evolutionary reasons. The limit to what I call digital screen input is how much the lens in each eye can transfer information to the retina, the lateral geniculate, and thence to the primary visual cortex. The modern quandary into which we have engineered ourselves hinges on flux, the flow of radiant energy that bombards our senses from far and near. For eons, the only flux human sense receptors had to transform into perception involved sights, sounds, and tastes from the natural world. From that time to the present, we have been able to detect only the tiniest sliver of the total electromagnetic radiation that instruments tell us is objectively there. Cosmic particles, radio waves, and cell phone signals pass through us unnoticed because we lack the biological sensors to detect them. But we are sensitive, and highly so, to the manufactured flux that started in the 20th century and lies on top of the natural background flux. Our self-created digital glute hits us incessantly, and we cannot help but notice and be distracted by it. Smartphone storage is measured in tens of gigabytes, and the hard drive of a computer in terabytes, while data volumes are calculated in petabytes, zettabytes, and beyond. Yet humans still have the same physical brain as our Stone Age ancestors. True, our physical biology is amazingly adaptive, and we inhabit every niche on the planet. But it cannot possibly keep up with the breathtaking speed at which modern technology, culture, and society are changing. Attention spans figure prominently in debates about how much screen exposure we can handle, but no one considers the energy cost involved. A much-cited study conducted by Microsoft Research Canada claims that attention spans have dwindled to below 8 seconds, less than that of a goldfish. And this supposedly explains why our ability to focus has gone to hell. But that study has shortcomings. An attention span is a colloquial term rather than a scientific one. After all, some people's Stone Age brains have the capacity to compose a symphony, monitor the data stream from a nuclear reactor or the space station, or work out heretofore unsolvable problems in mathematics. Individual differences exist in the capacity and ability to cope with stressful events. To give California its due, Gloria Mark at the University of California, Irvine, and her colleagues at Microsoft measured attention spans in everyday environments. In 2004, people averaged 150 seconds before switching from one screen to another. By 2012, that time had fallen to 47 seconds. Other studies have replicated these results. We are determined to be interrupted, says Mark, if not by others, then by ourselves. The drain on our switching is like having a gas tank that leaks. She found that a simple chart or digital timer that prompts people to take periodic breaks helps a lot. Neuroscience distinguishes sustained attention, selective attention, and alternating attention. Sustained attention is the ability to focus on something for an extended period. Selective attention speaks to the aptitude for filtering out competing distractions to stick with the task at hand. Alternating attention is the capacity to switch from one task to another and back again to where you left off. In terms of the energy cost incurred by repeatedly shifting attention throughout the day, I fear we have hit the brain's Stone Age limit. Exceeding it results in foggy thinking, reduced focus, thought blocking, memory lapses, and feeling overwhelmed. Humans have adapted to new technologies ever since the advent of fire and the invention of the wheel. From a simple stone flint or bristle broom to a titanium tennis racket or precision calipers, any tool quickly comes to feel like an extension of oneself. The same applies to smart devices. 2 centuries ago, when the first steam locomotives reached a blistering speed of 30 miles per hour, alarmists warned that the human body could not withstand such speeds. Since then, ever faster cars, communication methods, jet planes, and electronics have diffused into the culture and become absorbed into daily life. In earlier times, fewer new technologies appeared per decade, fewer people were alive, and society was much less connected than it is today. By contrast, the invention, proliferation, and evolution of digital technology have put the status quo in constant flux. Unlike analog counterparts such as a landline telephone or a turntable, smart devices repeatedly demand and command our attention. We have conditioned ourselves to respond to texts and incoming calls the moment they arrive. Admittedly, sometimes jobs and livelihoods do depend on an immediate response. Yet we pay a price in terms of energy cost incurred by constantly shifting and refocusing attention. For years, the searchlight hypothesis of attention reigned, according to which brains somehow zero in on whatever stimuli interest them. But the searchlight metaphor is backward. The brain does not intensify the illumination on an item of interest, but rather dims it on everything else. Filtering is more important, and ignoring impertinent details may be the better way to make sense of sensory deluge. Dr. Ian Feeblecorn at Princeton's Neuroscience Institute says that the brain seems to be wired to be periodically distractible, yet suppression, filtering, and distractibility all exact a price in terms of energy cost incurred. Silicon Valley's latest answer to overload is dopamine fasting, a kind of dieting meant to reset the brain to be more effective by depriving it of this important neurotransmitter. But dopamine is fundamental to dozens of basic processes in both brain and body, and there is no plausible basis behind the claim that the brain can somehow be reset. And to what prior state would that be? Proponents never say. The best way to reset one's state of mind is to turn off your devices, put them away, and go outside for a walk. We seem to have forgotten that the brain, the psyche, and the soul need interludes of solitude and quiet. Purdue University president and former governor Mitch Daniels advocated just such an unplugging in his 2020 commencement address to a lonely generation besotted with social media. Ironically, computer chip engineers increasingly base their design architecture on circuits found in the brain's cortex. These are neuromorphic chips, with neuro denoting nerves and morpho meaning form. In 2011, IBM's supercomputer Watson famously beat human contestants on Jeopardy! But it could do so only because Watson was a brute force machine able to evaluate thousands of variables and crunch data at lightning speed before a human contestant could even reach for the buzzer. Its approach was totally opposite to the one the brain actually uses. Compared to the mere 25 watts needed to run the brain, the room-sized Watson consumed enormous amounts of electricity and required 240,000 BTUs of cooling, equivalent to that provided by 10 2-ton commercial air conditioners. Watson's neuromorphic successor, called True North, needs only a fraction of that power in physical space. A single neuromorphic chip smaller than a fingernail contains 1 million neurons and 256 million programmable synapses that can perform 46 billion synaptic operations per second, a supercomputer in the palm of your hand that puts Watson to shame. True North draws only 70 milliwatts of power compared to the 80 kilowatts needed to crank up Watson. Your smartphone battery could run the neuromorphic array nonstop for 2 weeks. The point is that the brain achieves its amazing feats using an amount of energy equivalent to that of a dim light bulb. Most of the energy goes toward maintaining its physical structure, largely by pumping sodium and potassium ions across cell membranes to maintain an electrical charge. Little is left over for thought, emotion, and action. Because the brain is so efficient, its margin of energy reserves is slim and easily eaten up by the power demands made by the constant shifting of attention that distractions oblige. Just 3 to 5 watts of extra demand amounts to 12 to 20% of capacity, an unsustainable imposition that leads to brain drain, whose manifestations start with inattention, thought blocking, and so-called brain fog. Compare the astounding capabilities of modern technologies to the way they progressively tax the very wits that invented them. Surrounded by and immersed in our technological creations, our engagement with digital culture puts us in a very short feedback loop. We invent increasingly sophisticated digital devices, and they in turn shape the way we think and act. Only recently have researchers begun to probe this recursive dynamic in detail. Studies from the Institute of Neuroinformatics in Zurich, led by Dr. Arko Ghosh, confirm that the brain is continuously shaped by touchscreen use. His group showed that merely swiping a phone screen remaps the representation of the hand area in the brain's sensory cortex. The effect is proportional to the motor effort made, making swipes a reliable indicator of causation rather than a mere correlation. In other words, the more you swipe, the more you rewrite your brain circuitry, particularly circuits that underlie motivation and reward. Established research tells us that the more habitual a movement becomes, the smaller the amount of motor cortex needed to represent it, meaning that over time, we unwittingly habituate ourselves to sensory overload. One might suppose that repetitive hand movements made in other contexts, such as knitting or playing a musical instrument, similarly remap the hand's sensory representation in the brain. Because brains adapt when they learn to use new tools, similar motions should logically cause similar results. But the smartphone is unlike any tool we have ever created, and the remapping observed looks to be specific to swiping movements and not other kinds. Earlier, I defined neuroplasticity as the shaping of neural circuits by contextual experience. What we already know about the plastic rewiring in the brains of musicians that result from practicing repetitive movements does not shed any light on smartphone users, because the latter use the same phone for different purposes in different contexts. Dr. Ghosh confirmed to me that the way a smartphone changes the brain is not a matter of how much, but rather the way one uses it. Compared to knitting, musical practice, or repeatedly using hand tools, we use the phone much more frequently throughout the day for a broad variety of purposes. What has received scant attention is the role that incessant swiping and the rapid shifts of attention necessitated by that repetitive sensory input might play in fostering virtual autism, autism-like behaviors that emerge in otherwise normal individuals who engage in heavy screen use. Neurologists have typically regarded autism spectrum disorder, or ASD, as arising exclusively from aberrant white matter connections in the developing brain. But molecular biologist Lauren Orefis at Harvard Medical School has discovered that mutations related to ASD affect sensory neurons in the extremities, the first time that changes outside the brain have been documented in autistic behavior. Neurons that receive touch signals from the skin disrupt central brain development and cause such ASD-like behaviors as sensory overreaction, social impairment, and anxiety. Tactile hypersensitivity is so characteristic of ASD that the latest edition of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, the DSM-5, considers it diagnostic of the condition. An ordinarily innocuous touch such as a hug or a breeze on one's face can be disagreeable, even painful. The brain does not develop in a vacuum, of course. Sensory inputs help shape its development. But Orefis found that mutations in sensory neurons from the extremities are sufficient to alter specific brain circuits. Her findings suggest a natural treatment for virtual autism as well as developmental ASD, boost inhibitory signals with drugs that target receptors in sensory neurons, or simply lessen outside stimulation by swiping less or taking screens away. Insofar as 1 in 59 individuals in the United States is diagnosed with developmental ASD and untold more exhibit symptoms of virtual autism, this fresh thinking highlights the interplay between genes and environment and suggests a probabilistic model that predicts who will respond negatively to excessive screen swipes and who will not. Orefis reasons that if touch sensitivity is perturbed during development, it could affect a youngster's central brain development and lead to large changes in behavior. Fear and anxiety, both core components of physical addiction, are also at play in digital addictions. The Center for Internet and Technology Addiction has a smartphone compulsion test to find out whether you are in fact addicted. Today's impulsive need for constant connection feeds the fear of missing out, or FOMO. For some individuals, separation from their phones for as little as 10 minutes triggers intense anxiety, akin to an addict's craving for the next fix. One can easily measure personal anxiety levels by applying an electrode pair to the base of the thumb and reading the galvanic skin resistance. Strong emotions increase the electric resistance of sweaty skin because the amygdala of the emotional brain shares a link with the circuit that joins sensory cortex to the nerve ganglia that innervate sweat glands. Psychologically, the fear of missing out is very much like the fear of abandonment. The phone has become a security blanket of sorts that, through frequent use and repetition, has morphed into being our companion and escape valve, our drug of choice. In evolutionary terms, abandonment equates strongly with poor survival, and so we associate our phone with our virtual tribe and community. Severing this sense of belonging triggers angst. Our Stone Age brain evolved to reward social acceptance and make belonging feel enormously salient. Each is associated with an increased chance of survival and procreation. Whatever we find emotionally salient is noticeable, prominent, piques our interest, creates an attitude and a frame of mind. Salience develops over time, and your brain's subjective point of view shades it to make it uniquely yours. This evolutionary framing explains why smartphones easily capture our attention to produce technoference. Evolutionary adaptation favored the formation of small social circles that were crucial to human survival 3 million years ago. Setting up and maintaining intimate relationships, requires reciprocal self-disclosure, being responsive to others, and forming attachments. Dr. Joseph Sbarra, director of psychological training at the University of Arizona, argues that smartphones and social media have hijacked the human need to self-disclose to the point that we now engage ancient intimacy processes with the farthest reaches of our social networks. Digital devices enlist Stone Age adaptations in ways that do not benefit us, but instead undermine being present, attentive, and responsive to family, friends, and acquaintances. A phone by its mere presence competes for our limited amount of attention, reduces the capacity of working memory, and can make it seem as if we are uninterested or lacking in empathy. We do not yet know whether technoference is a function of how relationships degrade in response to diminished interpersonal attention, or whether the numerous social roles raised by smartphones create new contexts in which people can feel rejected. Intimate and meaningful relationships can develop online, but Sbarra points out, the anthropological literature on network size reminds us that people cannot maintain intimacy with the entirety of their social network. In the chapters ahead, I explore the similarity between screen dependency and compulsive behaviors that likewise incur negative consequences, such as smoking, alcohol dependency, overeating, gambling, shopping, and pornography obsession. I show why people commonly surf the web instead of doing their work, even as they curse themselves for wasting hours online or text while driving, despite knowing that doing so could be fatal. Case in point, an experimental self-driving Uber car killed a pedestrian in Tempe, Arizona. The backup driver, Rafaela Vasquez, told the National Transportation Safety Board, or NTSB, that she was observing road conditions and watching the self-driving system at the time of the crash. But an investigation by the Tempe Police Department revealed that she was streaming NBC's The Voice, a singing competition television show, in the minutes prior to the collision. Uber fired Vasquez from its employ. Because she had used her phone in a setting she knew to be dangerous, she went on to face negligent homicide charges in 2020. A search warrant let the NTSB look at records from the video streaming service Hulu, which showed Vasquez's account to be active and streaming the program when the crash happened. Based on footage from cameras inside the vehicle, the Tempe police said that Vasquez was distracted and looking down during the 22 minutes before the fatal collision. While the system was not designed to recognize a pedestrian outside the boundaries of a crosswalk, they concluded the pedestrian's death would not have occurred if Vasquez had been monitoring conditions and was not distracted. Human psychology is nothing if not counterintuitive. Knowing that screen checking can be injurious or even fatal is not enough to stop people from doing it. Indeed, Ohio State Senator Andrew Brenner, someone who should know better, participated in a government Zoom meeting while driving. He appeared, wearing a seatbelt, against a video background of his office during a meeting in which his colleagues were introducing a bill cracking down on distracted driving. He excused himself by claiming it was hands-free, but hands-free does not mean risk-free, or that your attention is fully focused on the road where it should be. Clearly, it was focused on the meeting. Conversing on Zoom while driving a car consumes attention and working memory, inescapably distracting you from the immediate surroundings. What happens in the minds of heavy screen checkers is qualitatively no different from what happens in the mind of any addict. Society does not yet disparage screen dependency and distraction the way it does drug addiction, although Vasquez's prosecution suggests we may be getting there. Like drug dealers, tech platforms have enormous financial incentives to push us toward greater use. They know there are only 1,440 minutes in a day and compete ruthlessly for every second of our attention. They prey on parental FOMO and doggedly steer conversations away from the risks of screen dependency and virtual autism and toward the latest apps, often touted as educational, without offering any evidence that they actually are. Like secondhand smoke, the invisibility and seeming innocuousness of digital screen intrusion render it more malign. Addicts of any kind in the early stages of dependency genuinely do not think of themselves as hooked, even as friends, family, and coworkers see changes in their behavior. It takes a while for the realization to penetrate, if it ever does, and for defensive justifications to fall away. Users who insist that their habit isn't a problem usually put forth the following four general arguments. I will present each one followed by a rebuttal. Together, these rationalizations unwittingly reveal how dangerous screen addiction really is. Rationalization 1. It is just a matter of willpower. Unplugging is not complicated, and people are free to choose. Rebuttal. The forces that ensnare users are typically inapparent and unconscious. Diabetes drugs that cause enormous weight loss should put paid to notions that willpower can overcome biological forces. Television and radio never drew on massive supercomputers to predict what broadcasters should show, to keep users glued to their devices or steer billions of people's thoughts in a preferred direction the way tech corporations do now. Users usually are not consciously aware of the forces that create digital addicts. Having an unlimited source of entertainment that encourages binge streaming is designed to instill addiction in the same way that alcohol and drugs instill euphoria. What needs to be addressed in the "it only takes willpower" argument are addictive personalities and the way that addiction complicates choice but does not eliminate it. It is not a drug, it is just a tool. Rebuttal. This rationalization relies on the illusion of self-control and downplays the negative costs of digital distractions. There is a large literature on this, and the illusion of having self-restraint actually promotes impulsive behavior. Users say their devices are no different from conventional tools such as a pen, an appliance, or a car. The fallacy here is that neither earlier technologies nor the plethora of pre-internet gadgets affected brain circuitry and personalities the way digital devices do. No former device has kept such a precise ledger of everything we have said, shared, clicked, and watched in order to influence our behavior. Rationalization 3. We always adapt to new technology. Rebuttal. Yes, we adapted to trains, electricity, telephones, automobiles, jets, and early computers. But what is different today is that screen addiction is driven by exponentially advancing technology. Since the 1960s, computer processing power has increased 1 trillion-fold, while over millennia our Stone Age brain has not evolved at all. No artifact in human history has evolved even a fraction as rapidly as modern handheld devices. Rationalization. I can stop anytime. Rebuttal. I can stop anytime is the exact language used by individuals addicted to alcohol, gambling, recreational drugs, and pornography. To physicians everywhere, hearing this rationalization is close to diagnostic proof that the individual is addicted. To test yourself for possible screen dependency, you only have to go 5 days without checking any of your social media feeds or messaging apps. If during cold turkey abstinence you find yourself feeling anxious, afraid, left out, or ruminating about what online friends are doing, then you may have a problem. Can you admit the possibility? Or is your first impulse a defensive, out-of-hand denial? Chapter 4. The Brain Energy Cost of Multitasking. Now we begin Chapter 4. All creatures that have a backbone, the animal class known as vertebrates, share the same blueprint for the general anatomy of their brain. The human organ is no different in its fundamental architecture from the brain of the other 64,000 vertebrate species, which includes soft and bony fishes, amphibians, reptiles, birds, and other mammals. Vertebrates make up only 4% of all living creatures, yet their brains evolved to become the most complex, with human ones the most complex objects in the known universe. Yet ever since the vertebrate blueprint came into existence hundreds of millions of years ago, the brain's basic arrangement has not changed, while technology has advanced more than 1,000-fold. Brains evolved in a much different way than man-made designs have. The first modern washing machine was a corrugated tin washboard in 1797 that later morphed into a hand-turned rotary drum in 1851. Both were more efficient than pounding clothes on riverside rocks or rubbing them with abrasive sand as the ancient Egyptians and Romans did. Laundry became less of a chore with the advent of a motor-driven agitator and a manually fed wringer that had 2 rollers, fittingly called a mangle because it sometimes mangled the operator's hands or hair. After World War II, fully automated machines appeared, and then energy-efficient models that offered a choice of cycles. Today, home laundry systems can cost thousands of dollars and include luxuries such as drying closets, steamers, and dry cleaning modules. The history of the washing machine illustrates how human inventors discard the old to make room for the new. A similar principle, let's call it redesign, goes for computers, the most brain-like machines we have ever built. The word computer originally referred to a person, almost always a woman, who performed calculations with a slide rule, a mechanical calculator, and a lead pencil. During World War II, roomfuls of women computed tables of parabolic firing trajectories so that male gunners could accurately aim their artillery. In 1946, the University of Pennsylvania unveiled a massive redesign called ENIAC, the Electronic Numerical Integrator and Computer, a 30-ton, room-size analog computer powered by 18,000 vacuum tubes and operated by a team of 6 women. Betty Snyder Holberton, one of the first programmers, recalled it as just a monstrous thing. ENIAC took weeks to program a problem that entailed wiring it with patch cords. What we know today as software did not yet exist. The analog vacuum tubes used in early machines burned hot and frequently blew out. In time, these tubes gave way to transistors, then to integrated circuits, central processors, math coprocessors, graphic coprocessors, and finally the microprocessor circuits in our contemporary desktops, laptops, and smartphones. Today's cheapest prepaid burner phone is far more powerful than the 1960s Apollo rocket guidance computer, which weighed 70 pounds. In fact, a first-generation iPhone from 2007 had several thousand times more computing power than all of NASA during the Apollo era. Put this enormous power in the context of a feedback loop, and it is easy to see how the machines at our fingertips could influence human behavior so profoundly. First articulated in 1965, Moore's law predicted that the number of transistors that could fit on a central processor chip would double inexorably every 18 months. Since then, transistors have steadily shrunk, allowing more components to fit in ever smaller devices. The ones today approach the size of atomic particles, and we are reaching the physical limits of Moore's law because components cannot shrink any further than the size of an atom. This obstacle has led engineers to turn instead to a new design of brain-inspired or neuromorphic chips. Engineers typically replace old systems with something they consider more efficient. Automakers introduce new models and more efficient engines. Programmers develop new operating systems and apps. But evolution does not jettison the biological equivalent of river stones, washboards, transistors, and good-enough chips from the past. Nor does it redesign new and improved versions of the vertebrate brain every millennium or so. Instead, it follows the principle of accretion, retaining whatever worked well enough for survival and cobbling new features on top of it as the brain adapts to changing environments. Consider the residual so-called junk DNA that every one of us carries from the distant past and that supposedly does not do anything, at least as far as we can tell at present. There is no reason some future evolutionary pressure will not arise to make use of what we now call useless junk, endowing us with wholly new skills. Accretion is admittedly a less efficient way to build organisms compared to starting from scratch. But evolution does not deal in perfection. What matters is survival and procreation. Once a viable solution to a problem emerges and proves good enough to get the job done, it remains part of the brain's repertoire so long as an individual can pass on its DNA to offspring. The accretion principle holds for structure as well as function, which you can think of as the greatly simplified analogs of hardware and software. The modern brain is an amalgamation of old and new systems, like an old New England add-on house that has seen one addition after another tacked on over the decades. The principle of accretion creates new pieces with fresh functions while leaving us with the same foundation as our Stone Age ancestors. A fact that has major consequences when facing today's onslaught of digital distractions. Our large cerebral cortex sets us apart from other mammals. Credit typically goes to our prominent frontal lobes for the ability to pass on cultural knowledge from one generation to the next. The efficiency of formal education is huge compared to the glacial gene-by-gene mutation that physical evolution allows. But more important than size is the brain's pattern of connections, which blesses us with the mental flexibility to adapt. For an example, we can look to the Australian spiny anteater, the echidna, an egg-laying monotreme like the platypus that evolved early in the mammalian family line. Its tremendously developed frontal cortex is far larger relative to its body size than that of our closer primate relatives. If modern humans had frontal lobes proportionately as large as the anteaters, we would need to carry our heads in front of us in a wheelbarrow. The contradiction of a simple-minded mammal with disproportionately large frontal lobes suggests an evolutionary strategy gone down a dead end. Merely having extra analytical space for computations produces neither a more efficient brain nor one that is particularly smart, any more than adding additional memory or processing chips makes your laptop intelligent. What matters for both machine and animal is its algorithms, the rules it must follow, the physical layout of its components, and the wiring between them. Architecturally, the brain is structured to reduce wiring distances between components, thus optimizing conduction speed in the same way that ensuring short distances between elements on a printed circuit board speeds its performance. Cytoarchitecture is the arrangement of cells within the 6 layers of the brain's cortex, whereas topology denotes the patterns of connections within a defined region of cortex. People tend to think of nerve cells, or neurons, as identical in the way that skin cells or muscle cells all appear alike. But neurons come in a dozen varieties, each with unique properties. This is only one reason why the brain can perform many specialized functions. My Verizon fiber optic connection shoots data into my home at over 8 billion bits per second, roughly 71 million times the rate my gray matter can handle. At most, a nerve cell can discharge electrical spikes 1,000 times per second down its axon. But the fastest a signal can cross a synaptic gap to another neuron is about 1 millisecond. Considering both numbers, the brain can therefore carry out a maximum of 1,000 operations per second, 10 million times slower than an old laptop. In terms of resource consumption, listening to one person speak uses about 60 bits per second of brain power, half our allotted bandwidth. Trying to follow 2 people speaking at once is well nigh impossible for the same reason that multitaskers fare poorly. Attempting to handle 2 or more tasks simultaneously simply exceeds our cognitive bandwidth and overloads working memory. You may object, listing as examples that people commonly read while using the cardio machine, sing while playing the piano or guitar, or drive while talking on the phone. These actions are largely automatic and repetitive, and demand little monitoring compared to those that require watchful attention. When pushed to their limit, living cells become fatigued, making it harder for us to weigh conflicting demands and sort the important from the trivial. Today's deluge of stimulation asks our Stone Age brain to sort, categorize, and prioritize enormous streams of information that it never evolved to handle. The term multitasking is a misnomer whether applied to machines or human brains. Despite marketing claims, your computer does not multitask, and neither does your brain. The latter simply cannot, whereas a computer's processor divvies up each clock cycle and apportions a slice of time, 200 milliseconds, say, to each task. Round and round it goes until everything is done. The inherent inefficiency of having to split up processor time is why your computer bogs down the more you ask it to do. Brains respond the same way when multiple tasks vie for attention. We lack the energy to do 2 things at once effectively, let alone 3 or 5. Try it, and you will do each task less well than if you had given each one your full attention and executed them sequentially. According to Cal Newport, professor of computer science at Georgetown University, even when you jump over to check the inbox and come right back, it can be just as damaging as multitasking. He says even minor switching from a current task to a different one is productive poison. Stanford University professor Clifford Nass presciently saw multitasking as particularly invidious. One of his most cited studies assumed that heavy multitaskers would excel at ignoring irrelevant information and at switching tasks, and accordingly would have superior recall. He was wrong on all counts. He said they were shocked. Multitaskers are terrible at ignoring irrelevant information. They are terrible at keeping information in their head, nicely and neatly organized, and they are terrible at switching from one task to another. Nass assumed that people would stop trying to multitask once shown the evidence of how bad they were at it. But his subjects were totally unfazed, continuing to believe themselves excellent at multitasking and able to do more and more. If individuals in a controlled experiment are this oblivious and refuse to change when confronted with proof of their shoddy performance, then what hope do the rest of us have as we wade through the daily sea of digital distractions? The only professions that require multitasking are simultaneous translator, air traffic controller, and motherhood, and the first two do it for only 45 minutes before getting a break. Watching television while using another smart device is so common that over 60% of U.S. adults regularly engage in media multitasking. Compared to controls, media multitaskers have more trouble maintaining attention and a propensity to forget. Their anterior cingulate cortex, a brain structure involved in directing attention, is physically smaller than controls. Another study found that the more minutes children engaged in screen multitasking at age 18 months, the worse their preschool cognition, and the more behavioral problems they exhibited at 4 and 6 years. The authors advise positive parenting and avoidance of media screen multitasking before the age of 2. Do digital distractions differ from the analog kind? One example that persuades me comes from a training session with George Washington University medical students, in which we scrutinize an incident that happened at another well-known teaching hospital. During bedside rounds on the pediatric cancer ward, the whoosh of an incoming text distracted the resident physician, who was entering medication orders and updating the electronic chart. She was a digital native. The message was about a friend's upcoming party, nothing crucial in the context of the moment. But it momentarily seized her attention long enough to flush her working memory in the same way that Brian Cullinan's tweeting caused the Oscar snafu. The clinical team at the bedside was discussing changing the dose of an intravenous drug, and she failed to enter the change. By the time the omission was discovered, the 4-year-old patient had developed kidney failure and gone into shock. In a different setting of 257 nurses and over 3,000 pediatric intensive care patients, medication errors occurred when a text or phone call came in on a nurse's assigned institutional phone in the 10 minutes leading up to a medication administration attempt. We have all experienced how electronic medical records steal time from mutual doctor-patient engagement. One example of the negative consequences of multitasking. Instead of looking, listening, and laying on hands, physicians now must type and check boxes on multiple screens to satisfy bureaucratic demands. A doctor may spend the entire appointment time facing a computer screen. Logically, it should not matter whether a doctor takes handwritten or electronic notes, but it does matter because hearing is not the same as listening. The former is a passive act of perceiving audible sounds, whereas the latter is an active effort to understand another's perspective, what they are feeling and trying to communicate. Electronic records demand so much of a physician's attention and working memory that attentive listening has become impossible. Forced to focus on the screen, they miss reading facial expressions and patient body language. Doctors have been handling interruptions for decades without making these kinds of errors. But screen-based distractions are different in kind, leading to more frequent errors during situations that demand attention. Something powerful takes hold of attention's so-called spotlight. Perhaps it is time to resurrect a phrase that all parents once knew: "Look at me when I'm talking to you." At George Washington University, a colleague and I teach small groups of medical students over their 4 years of study. We instruct them in clinical reasoning and professional development. We watch smart young adults transform into singular professionals who master huge amounts of factual knowledge, as well as the know-how to apply it judiciously in the practice of medicine. Accomplishing a transition like this demands a high degree of sustained focus. It is the art of medicine we teach because the human being is more than the human body. Increasingly, though, I witness inattention undermining our students, especially the undergraduates I encounter. As I waited for the elevator the other day, the doors opened and a dozen undergrads spilled out. All were staring down at their phones, oblivious to my presence even as they jostled and bumped into me. The screen lock on their attention had created a blind spot that made me invisible. A normal feature of perception called inattentional blindness or change blindness. You can see a mind-blowing example of it by watching the invisible gorilla test on YouTube. The phenomenon is not a flaw or an optical illusion. The brain evolved to ignore whatever lies outside its immediate focus, even when it stares us in the face. Some types of brain damage suspend patients in a perpetual state of inattentional blindness, a variety of agnosia, from the Greek meaning not knowing. In common terms, neurology calls this looking but not seeing. A growing proportion of the population seems to be drifting through life, looking at their screens but not seeing what is going on around them. Because attention is like a sharp-edged spotlight, we can never know what we are missing. Anything outside its perimeter lies, by definition, within our mental blind spot. The undergraduates who mindlessly careened into me had already acquired habits that were actively undermining their ability to learn, think, and remember. Worse, their screen fixation made them oblivious to their self-inflicted handicap. How will these future leaders be able to focus, prioritize, delegate, meet deadlines, and achieve? An enduring myth says we use only 10% of our brain. The other 90% presumably stands idly by to serve as spare capacity. If the premise of untapped intellectual capacity were true, then the depictions of film characters ranging from Johnny Mnemonic to Lucy and Limitless would be documentaries rather than thrilling science fiction. Yet 2/3 of the American public and half its science teachers mistakenly believe the 10% myth, which perhaps underlies assumptions that one can multitask and overcome distractions by sheer force of will. Worse, more than 75% of American science teachers believe that enriching a child's environment with baby Einstein videos or iPads clamped to bassinets, car seats, and potty trainers enhances intellect, despite a dearth of supportive evidence they can do any such thing. On the contrary, ample evidence explains why introducing tech impedes the natural development of a child who would otherwise have normal amounts of person-to-person interaction. It is true that growing up isolated and deprived of human contact drastically stunts brain development, but it does not logically follow that using tech to supplement a child's typical environment will boost cognitive development. Too much stimulation is equally detrimental as not having enough. Besides, it isn't stimulation per se that is crucial, but the social context in which it occurs. Individuals raised in isolation, such as Victor of Aveyron, the feral 12-year-old discovered living in a cave in France around 1800, have helped us understand what happens to a human mind raised apart from social nourishment. Brought into society, Victor was accustomed to exposure and cold. He was comfortable being naked among the Enlightenment intellectuals, who debated differences between humans and animals and tried to civilize him. But attempts to teach Victor language failed, and he never learned to speak. Nearly 2 centuries later, Jeannie, an American girl, kept locked away with limited exposure to language and other people until she was rescued at the age of 14, confirmed that there is a critical window during which optimal language learning is possible. Once the window closes at around age 7, any language acquired is highly abnormal, as is thinking itself. After her rescue by medical specialists and social workers, Jeannie communicated only by pointing, gesture, and grunts. She was slow to respond, limited in comprehension, and inappropriate in affect. One moment she flew into a rage, the next she clutched total strangers, one of many behaviors in addition to masturbating and urinating in public that violated social norms. Lacking the most rudimentary social interaction during what should have been her formative years, Jeannie's problems were not surprising once she was returned to the world. After years of work and patient teaching, and frequent exposure to the outdoors, Jeannie started to express herself in words, phrases, and sometimes sentences. She never learned to read or write. What she did learn was to lie and manipulate, not the most commendable use of her newfound communication skills. By living in a rich social environment, by contrast, our neural networks self-calibrate, self-assemble, and adapt to stimulation, experience, and context. Yet, energy consumption trumps all other factors. When we measure how the brain actually uses energy, the proposition that we have untapped reserves does not hold up. There is no sluice gate to open that will provide more juice to multitask or think genius league thoughts. To see why this is so, look at brain size and how it scales to the energy it must consume just to stay alive. During the past 2.5 million years, the human brain grew proportionally much faster than the human body. Our central nervous system is 9 times larger than expected for a mammal of our weight. The cortex constitutes 80% of the brain's volume, and its prodigious consumption of energy begat higher caloric meals and the invention of cooking. Cooking renders the calories in food more easily absorbed and allows the consumption of meat protein and carbohydrates that are otherwise indigestible in their raw forms. A rat's or a dog's brain consumes about 5% of the animal's total daily energy requirement. A monkey's brain consumes 10%. I noted that an adult human brain accounts for merely 2% of the body's mass, yet consumes 20% of the calories we ingest, whereas a child's brain consumes 50% and an infant's 60%. These numbers are larger than one would expect for their relative sizes because, in all vertebrates, brain size scales in proportion to body size. Big brains are calorie expensive to maintain, let alone operate, and the discrepancy means that energy demand is the limiting factor no matter what size a particular brain reaches. It is also costly in terms of energy consumption to generate electrical spikes in a cell. This we know thanks to research undertaken during the administration of general anesthesia. As a person loses consciousness, their brain activity gradually shuts down until it reaches the isoelectric condition, the point at which half the calories burned simply go toward housekeeping, the pumping of sodium and potassium ions across cell membranes to maintain the resting electrical charge that keeps the brain's physical structure intact. This never-ending pumping means that the brain must be an energy hog. Compared to muscle cells or even highly metabolic cancer cells, the brain consumes an astounding amount of adenosine triphosphate, or ATP, per minute. ATP is the unit of fuel burned in the body's furnace. That is 34 sextillion units every minute, every day, for a lifetime. Even if only a tiny percentage of neurons in a brain region were to fire simultaneously, the energy burden of generating spikes over the entire brain would still be unsustainable. Here is where the innate efficiency of evolution comes in. Letting just a small fraction of cells signal at a given time, known as sparse coding, uses the least amount of energy but carries the most information because a small number of signals have thousands of possible paths by which to spread themselves out over the brain. A major drawback of the sparse coding scheme is that it costs a lot to maintain our 86 billion neurons. If some neurons never fire, meaning that if cells do not generate a current strong enough to travel down the axon and cross the synapse to the next neuron down the line, then they are superfluous, and evolution should have jettisoned them long ago. But it did not. What evolution did discover by way of natural selection was the optimum proportion of cells a brain can keep active at any given instant. That number depends on the ratio between a resting neuron's housekeeping cost and the additional cost of sending a signal down its axon. For maximum efficiency, it turns out that between 1 and 16% of cells should be active at any given moment. We do use 100% of our brain, just not all of it at the same instant. Maintaining this balance is part of homeostasis, which we can think of as a budget whose currency consists of all the metabolic molecules that maintain our 86 billion neurons. As with a budget based on money, you can run a metabolic deficit and have your ledger go into the red. When this happens, the brain slashes processes that are too expensive, resulting in fatigue, boredom, clumsy errors, and foggy thinking. The window of maximum efficiency noted above refers to an instantaneous snapshot of energy consumed by whatever neurons are firing at the time. The need to marshal resources in the most efficient manner also explains why most brain operations must be unconscious. Keeping ourselves alert and conscious, along with shifting, focusing, and sustaining attention, are the most energy-intensive things our brain can do. The high energy cost of cortical activity is why selective attention, focusing on one thing at a time, exists in the first place, and why multitasking is an unaffordable fool's errand. Chapter 5. The Digital Difference. We treat it socially. Now we begin Chapter 5. Stark differences stand out when you compare today's audiences with those that grew up watching The Ed Sullivan Show, Lassie, or Sesame Street on network TV. Even during the burgeoning cable era of the 90s, televisions were fixed pieces of household furniture. You sat yourself in front of them at times, dictated by the broadcasters, to watch from a limited menu of available programs. Broadcasters forced you to align your personal viewing schedule with whatever time a favorite show came on. Today's digital devices offer an unlimited assortment of instantaneous handheld viewing options. Earlier, when a program ended or it was time for bed, we turned off fixed television sets, whereas digital platforms that broadcast around the clock disgorge an infinite stream of viewing material on command. They exist in multiple iterations as videos, games, and 100,000 apps. Content comes to us instead of our needing to seek it out. More than anything else, readers of my Psychology Today column wanted to know how to fight digital interruptions and the constantly increasing pull on their attention. Inefficient, indecisive, and unable to prioritize, they felt they had become humans doing rather than human beings. Stanford's Clifford Nass was one of the first academics to see that we respond to digital technology socially, the same way that we interact with other people. Users invest technology and social media with intent, importance, and meaning. Ample evidence blames heavy technology use for impeding the emotional maturation of social skills in young people. A major drawback of engaging technology socially is, as Baroness Greenfield put it, that there is no one to look in the eye. A number of TED Talks explore why FaceTime and Skype are less satisfying than genuine eye-to-eye contact. Computer and smartphone cameras are not well positioned to capture the wealth of expression in human faces. Stone Age brains evolved in a setting of social cooperation and two-way, back-and-forth engagement. When cues are salient and compelling, social interaction can connect people emotionally. Whether information arrives through sight, sound, touch, smell, or taste, the brain's emotional networks react hundreds of milliseconds faster than those for perception or reason. This may not sound like a lot until you remember that brains operate at drastically lower speeds than electronic circuits. The difference is significant, and precisely why initial responses must be automatic and not slowed down by detours for conscious consideration. It also bears reminding that the brain is predictive, never waiting passively for some stimulus to arrive, but actively anticipating what might be coming next. Predictions can cross over between sensory modes of perception. The time lag is sufficient, for example, for the brain to see the articulation of a speaker's mouth before hearing what they say, and to use the visual information to predict what they're about to hear. Young brains are distractible because white matter tracts and executive areas take 3 or 4 decades to reach their full functional maturity. The long-term memory that lies behind learning requires protein synthesis, of course. But an old neurological adage adds, "To learn is to myelinate." This means that the brain must create not only new nerve cells and the connections among them, but also the supporting glial cells that sprout in response to experience. The role of hands-on experience in myelination makes it a powerful force behind anatomical plasticity and mental flexibility. This is particularly relevant in prefrontal areas that are involved in judgment and discrimination. Besides supplying neurons with oxygen and nutrients and cleaning up debris from dead neurons, glial cells do another important thing. They wrap a fatty insulation called myelin around nerve fibers, which boosts the velocity at which impulses zoom down the neuron's axon. Myelinated nerve fibers need less energy to conduct action potentials, even though those action potentials travel at faster transmission speeds than along unmyelinated fibers. Originally dismissed as inert insulation, myelin turns out to be functionally quite active. Besides reshaping white matter tracts in response to experience in every mammal yet studied, it also affects the timing of information flow among nerve cells. Maturation occurs earlier in sensory systems than in those for motor control. Crucially, the bulk of myelination takes place early in life. Reason enough to ask whether exposing infants, children, and adolescents to the energy drain that screens impose might not have deleterious and long-lasting consequences. Older teens will quickly pick up whatever new technology they need for learning or the workplace. But how do you reverse stunted brain development that is inflicted by too early, too frequent screen exposure in the susceptible young? Developmental illnesses such as schizophrenia, mental retardation, and bipolar illness all feature prominent defects in myelination. Adverse early life experiences such as social deprivation, particularly, interfere with the brain's expected myelination. The correlation is disturbing in light of the nonchalance with which we shove screens in front of a child's developing central vision, while simultaneously displacing face-to-face interaction with actual people. The iPad is the worst babysitter ever, precisely because it monopolizes a youngster's limited bandwidth of attention. A young brain must simultaneously resist external distractions and its natural inclination to chase novelty. But this is a losing battle. Once in school, the same youngsters must then come to grips with the frustration of having to master difficult, unfamiliar coursework while pushing back at tech's countervailing scripts that promise quick and easy gratification. Without question, smart devices are cool. They offer attractive benefits but nonetheless remain addictive. Years ago, my spouse and I used simple track phones for making the rare outgoing call. But while traveling once in Manhattan, which is laid out on a grid, for goodness sake, we became frustrated trying to find an address. At the time, public payphones and their attendant phone books had been ripped out. We resolved on the spot to get an iPhone, if only for the maps. We were late adopters. It took about a decade for the share of Americans with a smartphone to go from 0 to 80%. I had fun playing with the new gadget that everyone had been talking about for years. And then during the first days of fiddling with it, I said, no wonder these things are so addictive. I was staring behavioral addiction in the face. Both behavioral and physical addictions activate identical brain circuits and produce the same feelings you get from repeated actions such as those involved in pathological gambling, compulsive sex, online gaming, overeating, anorexia, smoking, or obsessive screen engagement. A cardinal feature of both physical and behavioral addictions is the level of ambivalence in them. An addict wants to stop, but by definition cannot. They may beseech others for help even as they deny they have a problem. They promise themselves and families, courts, and employers that they will quit, only to break one resolution after another. The diabetic intends to lose weight, knows he must, but then gobbles down 2 cartons of ice cream. The smoker proudly eliminates his stash of cigarettes in the car and at home, only to bum smokes at the office. I have watched an addicted acquaintance jab a needle in his thigh while pleading, "Dear God, help me stop." Lapses like these lead outsiders to moralize and blame lack of willpower. But addiction has nothing to do with willpower, as the new class of GLP drugs like Ozempic and Mounjaro have proved. Genetics plays a part, so does environment. Together, the two render some people more susceptible than others. The brain disease model of addiction has gained popularity, but is perhaps more prominent than it ought to be. Addiction is not only a biological phenomenon, it is also a set of complex interactions with the environment. Dopamine is not the central actor either. Some addictive drugs, such as cocaine and amphetamines, feature large releases of dopamine, whereas others, such as nicotine and alcohol, do so very little or inconsistently. Nor, as I have said, is dopamine strictly related to pleasure as was thought earlier. It is much more important for wanting or anticipating a reward rather than for enjoying it. Dopamine also turns out to be important for other aspects of cognition, such as memory and motivation. There are parallels between compulsive screen use and drug addiction. Addictive drugs affect the brain's reward system, while the exact mechanisms in the case of screen use are not yet clear. They probably target evolutionary behaviors that affect survival and result in pleasure, thus positively reinforcing the behavior. Through negative reinforcement, screen use can also relieve stress the same way that drug and alcohol use do. The two mechanisms of reward and relief may explain why some forms of screen use are more likely to be addictive than others, but they do not clarify why some users become addicted, while others are enriched by the same exposure. In January 2022, the 11th revision of the International Classification of Diseases added online gaming and gambling disorders to its roster of addictions, perhaps indicating how this authority is trying to come to grips with this complicated field. Matthias Brand at the University of Duisburg-Essen has looked at the neural pathways behind addiction in a fresh way and reduced them to two circuits he calls feels better and must do. The feels better circuit operates during both the positive reinforcement phase of pleasure and reward and the negative reinforcement of relief from stress, dysphoric mood, and craving. The must-do circuit encompasses habitual and compulsive behaviors and seems to engage later on. Brand's simplified model is that individuals with online addictive behaviors have an imbalance between the driving paths and those underlying self-control. Functional connection imaging and cognitive analysis support the similarities between substance addiction and the online kind. While society is not about to absolve distracted drivers of responsibility when they kill people and plead that they were addicted, one solution may be to establish environments that minimize the chance of addiction. This could mean surrendering devices to a phone box prior to classes, meetings, or athletic practice, parents inculcating good media habits and saying no to mandatory tech in schools, or jamming Wi-Fi and cellular signals. True, initial choice is involved, and while addiction complicates that choice, namely the subsequent steps one must commit to in order to stop the addiction, it does not eradicate it. It also does not help that tech companies willfully exploit our psychological weak points to keep us engaged as long as possible. This is morally offensive, doubly so because corporations have made it the individual's burden to undo the addiction that they themselves have made so easy to succumb to. Even when digital devices fill us with anxiety, many still cannot keep away. This is the ambivalent tang many feel but do not know how to resolve. Berating yourself for time wasted online is counterproductive because shame and anger strongly predict relapsing into the very behavior you say you want to stop. Logically, addicts should be constantly high if their reward circuits were always switched on. But they are not, despite a flood of pleasure neurotransmitters marinating their brains. What is more, as a physician, I have never known an addict who wanted to be addicted. You keep checking your news feeds or influencer stats, but if doing so were truly pleasurable, would you still complain about being addicted to your phone? The flood of factoids that spew from your screen does not constitute knowledge, to say nothing of power, as often assumed in the phrase, knowledge is power. Knowledge by itself can never change behavior. If it could, then no one would smoke, scarf down junk food, procrastinate, or show up late. We would all be thin, perfectly fit, and well-rested. Numerous website blocking apps fail to make us virtuous because users circumvent whatever restrictions they impose on themselves when in a temporarily resolute frame of mind. Longtime teachers tell me that no school firewall will keep determined kids out, and that unbeknownst to most parents, the youngest students are gorging themselves on pornography and sensational content. One second grader was sending around a video of an ISIS beheading. Teens smuggle burner phones to defy parental restrictions, even as, according to the Pew Research Center, 64% of them freely admit to spending too much time on their phones. Knowing how to contextually relate new facts to what you already know, connecting the dots in common parlance, and acting on that knowledge is the real power. But fewer and fewer people know how to connect the two. By themselves, modern devices do not confer power because they only serve up factoids. What you do with them is the point. We are in the mess we are in because corporations have deftly commandeered our Stone Age brain, which cannot help but glom on to novelty and change because that is what it evolved to do. Each time it redirects the focus away from one thing to another, it throws your nervous system into high alert, the way a radar operator who shouts, "Incoming!" alerts the rest of the squadron. When push notifications, texts, and alerts have become irresistible, when they make you glance away for even a moment from what you are doing, then you are behaving like Pavlov's dogs. Aside from the classic psychological conditioning involved here, loss aversion is also at work. Loss aversion is an age-old script woven into the reptilian part of our brain, one of many unconscious forces that prod us to act in certain ways. These reflexive, unthinking responses were crucial to our ancestors' survival. Today, the same automatic script still plays out even though many scripts have lost their usefulness or become counterproductive. Dr. Clay Shirky, professor of media studies at New York University, has studied human-computer interaction for nearly 4 decades. When he first began teaching, he was laissez-faire in allowing students to use laptops, tablets, and smartphones during class. And then he banned them. I asked what had changed. He said the level of distraction in his classes seemed to grow, so he had to demand lids down. He was familiar with research showing that multitasking degrades the quality of work. But what surprised him was seeing how distractibility fanned out to affect others. Those not personally engaged with a device, but within sight of a multitasker, performed worse than students not similarly seated. Realizing that the degradation of focus is social, Professor Shirky likens allowing social media in the classroom to bringing a boombox to a conversation. It will degrade the experience of everyone. The draw of a smart screen is so profound that its mere presence is enough to disrupt attention, memory, and relationships through what has been dubbed technoference. Something about simply having a mobile device nearby is aversive. The Harvard Business Review examined how merely having a smartphone nearby takes a toll on thinking. In 2 experiments, 800 people engaged in a task requiring arithmetic, attention, and memorization. Those who left their phones in another room performed best, followed by those whose phones stayed in their pockets. Those who did worst were permitted to leave their phones in view. The latter's cognitive capacity fell to a level on par with those suffering chronic lack of sleep. Even resisting the urge to look when your phone dings or lights up undermines mental performance because it takes energy to resist the novel stimulus. Hearing your phone ring when you are otherwise occupied automatically raises your anxiety level. Missing the call or text makes your mind wander, which in turn further affects your concentration and efficiency. Evidence mounts that the mere presence of smartphones disrupts fundamental cognition and the capacity of working memory. Receiving a single text notification disrupts focus by prompting task-irrelevant thoughts. A 2019 prospective study in pediatric research found that merely having a bedroom television during preschool years does not bode well for long-term cardiometabolic wellness, mental health, and social relationships when these factors were later reassessed at age 12. Upon reaching that age, study participants were fatter, more emotionally distressed, physically aggressive, and less social. My concern, therefore, would seem to extend beyond just screens of the smart kind. Some contrary studies argue against the idea that lazy reliance on technology can lead to so-called digital dementia, particularly a breakdown of memory retention. One study suggested that taking a picture causes a shift in attention toward the visual features of an experience and away from its auditory aspects, in this case paying attention to an actual museum exhibit. Participants could better recollect parts of the exhibit they had photographed than of parts that they had not. Subjects using a camera during their museum visit identified even non-photographed aspects better than participants who had not brought a camera along. In another study, psychologists at University College London found that taking a smartphone photo improves recall even for unsaved information. But this benefit comes at a cost. When the phones were taken away, subjects remembered low-value items but had forgotten the high-value ones they had entrusted to their devices. As the senior author says, if a memory tool fails, we could be left with nothing but lower importance information in our own memory. It would be lovely if we had technology like that depicted in the Matrix films that allowed us to jack in and download a chosen skill directly into our brain. Unfortunately, real-world learning takes time, a lot of time. Acquiring a skill likewise takes practice. So too does learning how to focus and sustain one's attention. We cannot speed up thinking the way self-appointed experts like Evelyn Wood once promised to teach speed reading and largely failed because the demands of her method exceeded our set bandwidth for attention. We cannot speed up personal experiences like intimacy. And what would it even mean for personal relationships to be more efficient? The Roman statesman Seneca said that the love of bustle is not industry, it is only the restlessness of a haunted mind. Such time-honored sentiments are inconvenient for champions of accelerated learning and early immersion who cannot tell the difference between enrichment and overload. Tech moguls will not let their own children near digital devices, and increasingly neither will neuroscientists. My colleague David Eagleman at Stanford University told me that he and his wife, also a neuroscientist, did not allow their children to access screens of any sort until past the age of 6. He said that the winners of tomorrow will be those who can focus and sustain their attention for long periods of time. Two common traits frequently mentioned in education circles as desirable are critical thinking and connecting the dots, activities defined vaguely if at all. A capable mind thrives on quiet, not push notifications. It wants interludes of uninterrupted time rather than streaks, banners, badges, autoplay, and frantic look-at-me activity that turns friendships and achievements into competitions. Creative people do not necessarily know more facts. They can connect more dots because they see more dots than others do. They are attentive, their mind is open and receptive. Creative minds need space in which to wander without an agenda. Yet what tech columnist Christopher Mims calls the distraction industrial complex does exactly the opposite by design. He says that entire empires have been built on the push notification. Think for a moment about doodling. It flows out of an individual without conscious effort. Compared to the helter-skelter interruptions common to digital media, doodling is a great way to let your mind wander. A blank page, a napkin, even a scrap of paper can turn magically into a playing field on which the unconscious mind can draw. The Oxford English Dictionary defines a doodle as an aimless scrawl made while a person's mind is more or less otherwise applied. This sounds a lot like Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi's concept of flow, a psychological state of immersion so complete that the ego falls away and time for a moment seems to slow. Colloquially, we describe this state as being in the zone. When wholly immersed in a task, it feels neither effortful nor much like an effortful task. No one sets out to doodle, but doodling shows that a person's brain can be simultaneously occupied in a conscious task, such as talking on the phone while also solving creative problems or generating ideas intuitively. Whatever it draws on appears to be established early in life, because an individual's doodles tend to be consistent and specific to a particular individual in the same way that one's signature is. In the world beyond your head. Matthew Crawford at the University of Virginia's Institute for Advanced Studies in Culture argues that technological overload is more symptom than cause. Paying attention becomes a cultural problem only when public surfaces become marketing billboards, from the minuscule to the grand to the inescapable. Ads appear on escalator handrails, airport security trays, even on credit card terminals during the few seconds it takes to authorize a purchase. Attention is no longer ours to direct at will. He says ours is now a highly mediated existence in which we increasingly encounter the world through representations. The disembodiment of perception, taking it literally from the natural world into an abstract digitized realm, and the growing scarcity of face-to-face engagement cause anomie and isolation in our supposedly always connected world. And what could be more mediated than the highly touted metaverse that is supposed to bring people together for virtual interactions and engagements, such as concerts and hangouts? Amid all the hype, no one seems to know what the metaverse is other than a revamped second life that you will spend in a holographic reality. Compared to picking up the phone, it sounds like a lot of work and not worth the bother. Perhaps metaverse is just a fancy word for old-fashioned cyberspace. Its enthusiasts promote it as a fundamental shift in how we interact with virtual reality, from sitting in front of handheld computers to being inside them. Though presented as a wider representation of digital space, it demands that we be always online, removed from physical reality, as you and your avatar interact with others in a brave new digital environment. I cannot imagine a more distracting environment or one antithetical to focusing one's attention. Back in the real world, automobile manufacturers offer voice navigation and blind spot assist to help keep you on the road and out of the ditch. Yet these features simultaneously take the driver's mind off the road by drawing it to ever larger dashboard screens and active side mirrors that beep at you. Computer chips in cars impose layers of electronic mediation that leaves the driver with less and less to do. By design, these technological innovations foster disengagement. A small but growing body of neuroscience research is rediscovering what Marshall McLuhan, the iconic philosopher of media theory, surmised 5 decades ago. He said it is not only our material environment that is transformed by our machinery. We take our technology into the deepest recesses of our souls. Our view of reality, our structures of meaning, our sense of identity, all are touched and transformed by the technologies which we have allowed to mediate between ourselves and the world. We create machines in our own image, and they, in turn, recreate us in theirs. McLuhan's famous adage, "The medium is the message," tells us not to scrutinize the information a delivery system conveys, but the way in which that very system manipulates our perception. If we allow vested parties to choose for us, and if we do not demand to know what they are doing to us, then we are passive, apathetic participants in the largest social science experiment in history, one being conducted without our consent. In Understanding Media, McLuhan says the content of a medium is like the juicy piece of meat carried by a burglar to distract the watchdog of the mind. The ultimate mediation today is the interposition of third parties between reality and oneself. The billions of smartphone photographs taken every day are but one example. If you are always taking pictures, how much do you honestly see what is in front of you? Chances are high that you are looking but not seeing when occupied in picture taking, focused on getting it right so that the image is good enough to post online. Not long ago, when digital cameras were less ubiquitous, more complicated, and more expensive to own, a roll of film had a capacity of either 24 or 36 pictures. Taking a photograph took consideration. Today, the cost of snapping 100 pictures is negligible, and people publicly document the most mundane moments of their lives. Taking a large cache of pictures endows each of them with equal weight, and when everything is important, then nothing is important. I have watched in amazement people at the Chelsea and Philadelphia flower shows go through the motions of living through a viewfinder. Whether framing a selfie or trying to capture the grandeur of French chateaux, picture hounds never pause to take in the magnificent vistas before them. I too have sometimes tried to capture a spectacular vista, but the pictures on my smartphone pale in comparison to the scene I am looking at or the one registered in my memory. Reading prose larger than a screenful at a time is an excellent way to hone your attention, especially when it is competently written and its progression is logical. Linear reading means following a sequential line of reasoning as a story unfolds. Following a path like that can be a restorative tonic for a mind degraded by interruptions and left to flit from one thing to another. In the same way that you exercise a muscle, reading strengthens your ability to focus and resist the intrusions that media companies have become deft at hurling your way. Linear reading builds emotional muscles too. Individuals who habitually read fiction or narrative nonfiction have greater empathy than those who are not regular readers. Narrative requires you to impute motives and intentions, anticipate a character's actions, and predict upcoming turns of plot. As Pulitzer Prize-winning novelist William Styron put it, a great book should leave you with many experiences and slightly exhausted at the end. You live several lives while reading. Multitasking, on the other hand, is mentally draining because it burns a lot of glucose, the brain's primary fuel. Like muscle cells, living neurons can become metabolically fatigued. By contrast, Styron's pleasurable exhaustion from reading is the satisfying glow from fresh ideas that challenge and enliven your imagination. Without a speck of irony, former Google chairman Eric Schmidt admitted that the overwhelming rapidity of information is in fact affecting cognition. it is affecting deeper thinking. He still believes that sitting down and reading a book is the best way to really learn something, and he worries that we are losing that. Mark Zuckerberg's New Year's resolution once was to read books. The then Facebook chairman invited millions of his followers to read a new book with him every 2 weeks, boasting that books allow you to fully explore a topic and immerse yourself in a deeper way than most media today. He looked forward to shifting more of his media diet towards reading books. The moral contradiction between what he was advocating and what he was peddling evidently eluded him. The book club, called A Year of Books, quickly went defunct. In terms of moral vapidity, nothing quite equals the willful ignorance of accused fraudster Sam Bankman-Fried, who lost billions of his clients' money while living high on the hog. During an interview, he boasted, "I would never read a book." He said he did not want to say no book is ever worth reading, but he actually believed something pretty close to that. He thought if you wrote a book, you made a mistake, and it should have been a 6-paragraph blog post. In his belief that merely taking away instrumental facts is what matters, what escapes Mr. Bankman-Fried is that one reads for the pleasure of reading, not just to have read something. Similarly, rapper Kanye West, having now decided to call himself Ye, boasts of his disdain for reading, oblivious to how it indicates a much larger deficit of character. Chapter 6. Silence is an essential nutrient. Now we begin Chapter 6. The human body cannot produce all the nutrients it needs to function. A nutrient is therefore essential if it must come from outside the body, in most cases from the diet, with one exception. Micronutrients, which a person needs in small doses, include vitamins and minerals such as folic acid, B12, thiamine, and iron. A deficiency here can lead to illnesses such as anemia, scurvy, pellagra, or rickets. Macronutrients must be ingested in larger amounts. These include water, protein, carbohydrates, and fats. Essential fatty acids are omega-3 and linoleic acids, without which we cannot survive. Every cell in the body also needs protein to function properly. Of the 20 amino acids humans use to synthesize hormones and neurotransmitters, 9 are indispensable and must come from an outside dietary source. The one exception is sunlight, which meets the requirements for an essential nutrient. Without it, the skin, our largest organ, could not synthesize vitamin D. More important, without the daily cycle of light and dark, our circadian clocks could never reset, and our sleep-wake cycles would lapse into free-fall chaos. I consider silence another nutrient essential to health and well-being. It is remarkable how much people obsess over what foods they put in their bodies. Organic, non-GMO, vegan, gluten-free, lactose-free, sugar-free, no artificial coloring, and so on. But why are not they as picky about what they ingest through the senses? Mental garbage we take in is arguably more harmful than an occasional cheeseburger. Some individuals fast for health reasons or as part of religious observance, while others fast to sharpen their awareness. What if it were possible to indulge in a sensory fast for a day or even an hour, free from texts, tweets, videos, emails, and other forms of digital junk food? We might call it a caesura, to borrow the term for a quiet pause in a musical composition or a line of poetry. In vocal scores, a caesura allows singers to catch their breath, an apt metaphor for the digital maelstrom we live in. It has become impossible to find a quiet seat in a waiting room, a doctor's office, or an airport lounge without televisions and piped-in music assailing us. High-definition screens spew out visual noise, beckoning us to turn from whatever we are doing and look here. You may believe, as the Borg of Star Trek insist, that resistance is futile, but sometimes you must shut out the world in order to open your mind. The Borg are a collective race, a partly organic, partly cybernetic hive mind, whose singular purpose is to subdue species, expropriate their technology, and thereby raise the quality of life of the civilizations they forcibly assimilate. It sounds a bit like Mark Zuckerberg's insistence on making us all more connected. Borg units are never aware of themselves as individuals, only as part of a collective conscious. Each unit hears the constant drone of the hive and cannot disengage from it. The hive mind is the ultimate in crowdsourcing, always on, always connected, always engaged in real time. The Borg represent the modern fear that technology may overtake humanity, And my Star Trek example is a representation of the way screen media infect us right now. Universities such as Duke, Georgetown, and Syracuse teach Star Trek-related courses in genetics, evolution, philosophy, and social media. As far as I know, none addresses the challenge of being able to disconnect. In a world without email, Georgetown professor Cal Newport calls the hive mind a workflow centered on unstructured and unscheduled digital messages. He suggests regular office hours as a solution and advises students to obsess over quality rather than quantity. Silence has become the ultimate luxury. After Washington Post columnist Richard Cohen cut his cable TV, he reminisced about a time when an ordinary American could close the door and keep the world at bay. Now, he wrote, only the offline can be serene. The world comes elbowing in every time you go online. If you want to escape the commotion, you must pay to join exclusive airport clubs or VIP sections, or at least shell out for a pair of noise-canceling headphones. It is silence rather than constant badgering that gives a person room to think. Our Stone Age brain evolved over eons hearing only the sounds of nature, and often, for long stretches, nothing else at all. You have only to walk in the woods, stand on a beach, or in the shade of a tree to appreciate how restorative natural quiet can be. From a psychological point of view, silence is more than the absence of sound. It is a singular mental space. But listening to your inner self is impossible when news feeds, notifications, and the infinite scroll constantly address you and hold you hostage. Rather than fearing silence as emptiness, which many people dread, you can shift perspective to see it as an essential nutrient brimming with possibility. There is a reason why yoga and meditation aim to distance body and mind from the everyday buzz. A caesura is good for your neurological health and mental well-being. One meditation aid is a koan. A famous koan goes, 2 hands brought together make a sound. What is the sound of one hand clapping? The more your intellect tries to solve it, the farther it pushes an answer away. Soto Zen, the serene reflection school of Buddhism, says, just sitting is the essence of pure Zen. Just sitting with eyes open, trying neither to think nor not to think, is the natural kind of silence that constitutes an essential nutrient. States of absence and non-occurrence are physical as well as mental states. Yet we are more likely to notice when something happens rather than take note of an event that does not happen, as in the case of Sherlock Holmes's dog that did not bark. The dog did not wake up the household because it was familiar with the murderer, its owner. From the dog's perspective, nothing had changed. When Gestalt psychologist Kurt Kafka wondered why we normally see things and not the holes between them, he was asking why we associate objects and people with one another, rather than the space that surrounds them. This might seem an odd thought, but artists attune themselves to seeing meaningful negative spaces, pauses, and gaps. Cultural differences likewise condition what we see and hear, or else fail to discern. Consider a row of columns in front of a building, or a stand of trees set in a line. Where the Western mind sees only empty space between them, the Japanese mind apprehends both the physical elements and the interval, or ma, that separates them. The word ma translates as gap, pause, or space between two parts. Violinist Isaac Stern called this space an emptiness full of possibilities, the silence between the notes which makes the music. Listening for sound gaps can lead to more restorative forms of silence. Unfortunately, Western minds see quiet as a negative whole, whereas the Japanese have 5 words to describe an aesthetic of full, voluptuous quiet. Sabi is the beauty of a solitary object, such as the lone ancient pine clinging to a mountainside, its branches molded by the wind. Wabi is the quality of things as they are, the poignancy of the simple and commonplace. Shibui conjures the taste of green tea, an object reduced to its essence. Aware speaks to fragility and the transience of life. And Yugen is the reality behind appearances, like the snowy heron hidden by bright moonlight, or the vague object at the bottom of a pool. These nuances open a constellation of quiet. In the wabi-sabi ideogram, the top character represents quiet, the bottom solitude. Together, the two mean tranquility. American architect Leonard Cohen calls wabi-sabi the capacity to find beauty in imperfection, in that which is simple, slow, and uncluttered, in the natural cycle of growth and decline. The concept's appeal, he suggests, lies in its ability to instill physical calm and counter the pervasive digitalization of reality. Fear of missing out has become our default state, he says. Today, being an American requires being tethered to digital gadgets, the de facto national policy. He asks if it is an absurd way of life, and answers that he thinks so. Japanese cinema often calls on the 5 concepts of quiet to emphasize the simplicity of everyday life. In films such as Tokyo Story or Spirited Away, scenes of pouring tea or walking through a forest can be as crucial to a story's essence as a lightsaber duel is in a Star Wars film. The books of Yasunari Kawabata, especially Snow Country, are likewise good places for American minds to learn how to see elements that otherwise seem foreign or simply not there. Can the digital world be said to have wabi-sabi traits, or is making oneself quiet wholly an inside job? The Stone Age brain has always known periods of mental stillness, which is not the same as physical quiet or solitude. The latter has 2 dimensions, staying centered amid commotion and being physically alone. People often mistake solitude for loneliness, but the distinction is crucial. Solitude has, loneliness wants. The physical isolation spurred by the coronavirus pandemic led to a big uptick in complaints of loneliness. Perhaps some confuse solitude with loneliness, as my example above showed. I suspect that many newly isolated individuals had not previously had much chance to explore the pleasures of solitude, given the baseline of near-constant stimulation that reigned before the pandemic. When you are unpracticed at taking a pause, being suddenly alone with your thoughts can indeed feel frightening. Yet everyone can spare 30 seconds. Moments of stillness snatched here and there quickly add up, particularly for a mind that already knows how to savor interludes of calm. I snatch moments of it while sitting at a red light, waiting in line, or buttoning my shirt in the morning. I can find quiet while walking up the stairs, folding laundry, or brushing my teeth. When addicted to your phone, you render yourself open to nomophobia, a word that elides no mobile and phobia. It is the fear of not having immediate access to your mobile device, and its anxiety is associated with elevated levels of the stress hormones cortisol, epinephrine, and norepinephrine. In The Revenge of Analog, Real Things and Why They Matter, journalist David Sachs argues that devotion to digital devices sacrifices first-hand experiences we have given up in the name of progress. Some people feel the loss instinctively. Sachs points to the resurgence of fountain pens, vinyl LPs, photographs taken on film, and Moleskine notebooks for jotting down sketches and ideas. Ancillary aspects of vinyl records are their sensuousness, the physical browsing of album spines, the careful examination of the cover art, the diligent needle drop, and that 1-second pause between its contact and the first scratchy waves of sound. Analog aficionados speak of the finishability of reaching the end of a book, or the reading experience in terms of connecting with the material in a way they cannot when reading on a tablet. Having only one page visible in the window of an endless scroll forfeits a sense of place. What makes one tool superior to another has nothing to do with how new or cool it is, says Sachs. What matters is how it enlarges or diminishes us. Part of the renewed interest in analog objects is the sense of nostalgia they confer, a reasonable sentiment in response to the loneliness wrought by products that tech titans promised would make us more connected. Yet look how common it is for people to whip out their phones at the first possibility of face-to-face engagement. Likewise, you can read the visible anxiety in people who must keep the television on constantly for what they call background noise. You see it in the need for occupation with mindless activity and the rapid saturation of mobile games like Pokemon Go. It took radio 38 years to reach an audience of 50 million, 20 years for the telephone to do the same, 3 years for the iPad, and just 3 days for the Pokemon app. The latest fads have swarmed over us even faster. This onslaught has left many people no longer able to tolerate silence, mental quiet, or being alone with their thoughts. Instead, they soothe themselves with attention-sapping apps. Like a security blanket, it may assuage anxiety, but at the long-term cost of peace of mind. Evolutionary psychologists conjecture that the ability to disengage from immediate surroundings is why early humans advanced beyond impulsive, knee-jerk behavior. Our ancestors developed imagination and the ability to consider hypotheticals removed from present concerns. But today, contemplating one's thoughts feels strange. University of Virginia psychologist Timothy Wilson says that deliberately thinking for pleasure is cognitively demanding and requires mental resources that people are either unwilling or unable to devote to the task. When in On the Shortness of Life, the Stoic philosopher Seneca says, "Life is long if you know how to use it." He is referring to the existential shock that comes on realizing that much of one's life has been squandered on unproductive activities. Even scarier is the prospect of getting to know yourself better. In Silence, the Power of Quiet in a World Full of Noise, Thich Nhat Hanh, the Vietnamese monk and peace activist, acknowledges that the central goallessness of Buddhism often baffles Westerners. Zen teaches that whatever you are chasing already resides in you. He says to practice solitude is to practice being in a singular moment, not caught in the past or carried away by the future, and most of all, not carried away by the pressure of the crowd. You can work among people, go about your routine, and still enjoy the pleasures of silence and solitude while being aware of every feeling and perception that is happening in yourself. That is the inside job. If you are feeling lonely and long for connection, you might imagine a drug that induces a sense of intimacy without your having to put in the effort to make and retain friends. Aldous Huxley's Brave New World featured just such a pill, called Soma, that washed an individual's troubles away. But what if a drug for connecting you to others and to nature were something as simple as taking a walk in the woods? There is. Shinrin-yoku became popular in Japan during the 1980s as a respite from that country's intense work ethic and cases of people literally working themselves to death. It translates as taking in the forest atmosphere or forest bathing. The government spent millions promoting it, and the Tokyo-based Forest Therapy Society certifies therapeutic forests and urban wooded paths. The concept is new in America, but the Association of Nature and Forest Therapy certifies forest bathing chaperones nationwide. Its therapeutic benefit may derive from inhaling phytochemicals, aromatic compounds given off by trees and plants. In the laboratory, phytochemicals stimulate immune system killer cells, a type of white blood cell that secretes enzymes that can kill bacterial infections and some kinds of tumors. Early pharmacopoeia manuals in England and colonial America were heavily plant-based. Further back, the Egyptians used willow bark, from which we later derived aspirin, to treat pain and fever. Science today confirms that numerous airborne molecules that we cannot consciously detect influence behavior and mood. In principle, the idea of inhaling therapeutic plant vapors is no different from taking them by mouth or injection. The idea of taking a pause also comes into play because brief timeouts help reinforce long-term learning and productivity. You can learn more and access that learning faster when coming out of downtime than if you had never taken a break. Indulge in something mindless, gaze out a window, find a comfortable chair, and simply breathe. Rest is not idleness, as scans of the brain's default network show. You may feel that you are relaxing, but your brain never stops working in the background or in meaningful ways. An objective of taking restorative walks is to slow down and stop neurotically busying yourself with a bevy of concerns. The Association of Nature and Forest Therapy asks what Hillary Clinton did after she lost the 2016 election. Their answer: she went walking in the forest. We did not evolve to live in urban metropolises, cut off from the sensuous embrace of nature. Humans can adapt to the harshest of environments as well as the most luxurious ones, but we cannot ignore our connection to the Earth and the planet's rotation without suffering consequences. Exposure to forests and leafy landscapes has been proven many times over to change mood and perspective, to make people measurably less anxious and less prone to ego-centered worry. Ruminating, in the sense of chewing things over the way a ruminant animal like a cow chews its cud, is strongly correlated with depression and by nature is antisocial. The acclaimed science fiction writer Ursula K. Le Guin reminisced about the solitary walks she took during World War II after her brothers had deployed overseas. She said the summers in the valley became lonely ones, just her and her parents in the old house. There was no TV then. they turned on the radio once a day to get the war news. Those summers of solitude and silence, a teenager wandering the hills on her own, no company, nothing to do, were very important to her. She thought she started making her soul then. 2 centuries earlier, Romantic-era poets advocated a therapeutic back-to-nature regimen. Germans in Goethe's era called it Naturliebe, or love of nature, while America had proponents in Henry David Thoreau's Walden and biologist E.O. Wilson's Biophilia. Thoreau and his fellow transcendentalists considered that communing with nature provided better benefits than traditional religious practice. Studies in Japan, England, and the United States recently showed that 15 minutes spent in the woods lowers blood pressure and concentrations of the stress hormone cortisol. After 45 minutes, cognitive performance measurably improves. Green city parks work just as well as remote, wooded mountains. As little as 5 hours a month spent amid urban greenery has measurable benefits on mood and alertness, and the effect lasts for hours. Kids with ADHD who regularly play in parks exhibit milder symptoms compared to those kept indoors. Observed benefits scale up to the population level as well. In Britain, improved access to parks and green spaces has reduced the use of mental health services. If the average American spends 90% of the time indoors, then greater exposure to the forests or anywhere outdoors, without bringing your phone along, or at least turning it off to forestall notifications, would seem to promise benefits. Famous walkers shed insight as to walking's benefits. During her habitual meandering walks, Virginia Woolf honed her ability to portray consciousness and the character of thought. In one of her last novels, The Waves, she refracts 6 separate consciousnesses into one mind, the biographer named Bernard. Woolf uses this unifying character to explore different aspects of consciousness. In her later biographical essay, A Sketch of the Past, Woolf said that to the lighthouse burst forth while she was walking, in a great, apparently involuntary rush. She had no notion what blew the bubbles of ideas and scenes from her mind. Carving out mental space and freeing the mind of deliberate thought is a proven incubator of creative insight. In his essay Walking, Thoreau explained that walking is nothing like exercise and is absolutely free from all otherworldly engagements. Nietzsche, too, walked so that he could think. In Twilight of the Idols, he wrote, "All truly great thoughts are conceived while walking." Essayist Roger Rosenblatt in The Boy Detective explores the flaneur, a stroller who saunters and observes, a walker without purpose. He writes that wandering feet reflect the wandering mind, going wherever the associations of thought lead. We learn that Wordsworth was a flaneur of the countryside, the American Frank O'Hara a flaneur of the city. Walt Whitman was that elegant type of stroller, a boulevardier, whereas Montaigne believed in tracking random thoughts, engaging them as if in a flânerie of the soul. Rosenblatt develops a lovely concept. Each of us has 2 souls that we take on our private walks, one for the senses, one for the intellect. The 2 never meet, yet live connected parallel lives and side by side move into infinity. Jonas Brasch, a musicologist at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, studies the psychology of soundscapes. He discovered that office workers who listened to a burbling stream performed better on written tests and felt more upbeat compared to associates who took the same tests while exposed to a background of white noise. He concluded that natural sounds have a restorative effect on our thinking. Judging by the popularity of smartphone apps that let office workers listen to natural soundscapes, they and their Stone Age brains appear to yearn for the kind of natural world in which humans spent most of our history. What improves performance even better is an atmosphere of silence, a caesura from the thrum of modern life. While background music may boost your mood, it also disrupts reading comprehension and memory, especially if the music has lyrics. I can work while listening to an opera, for example, but not one in German, a language I understand. A few words are enough to snag my attention and break my concentration. Besides being easy on the ears, the natural world is also easy on the eyes. Dr. Arnold Wilkins, emeritus professor at the University of Essex, studies the metabolic effects on the brain of screen exposure and viewing artificial, mediated images. Untoward effects include migraines, seizures, fatigue, visual discomfort, and excessive oxygenation of the visual cortex. The biggest culprit is flicker, the nearly imperceptible fluctuation in brightness when either the number of frames per second is too small or the refresh rate is too low to produce the illusion of persistent vision. In sensitive individuals, flicker can induce a seizure. Watching television, reading, or driving past equally spaced telephone poles or a stand of trees that produce light and dark flicker are classic triggers of this kind of reflex epilepsy. When TVs used old-fashioned cathode ray tubes, 50% of children who had such seizures had them only while watching television. Today's LED screens are much brighter, which makes the problem of flicker more noticeable and persistent. The iPhone has one of the few screens that does not flicker. Aware of this issue, Netflix posts a warning before some programs that says some scenes have a strobing effect that may affect sensitive viewers. Increasingly, ambient lighting also comes from LEDs, yet another source of visual and mental strain, and not just for sensitive individuals. In a later chapter on disrupted sleep, I will outline how dominant shortwave light emitted by LED screens disrupts the rhythm of melatonin secretion and the architecture of the brain's physiological sleep rhythms. Despite warnings not to do so, people still snuggle up to their devices before bedtime while they multitask or watch a video on a second LED screen. Many adolescents and young adults clutch their iPhones while asleep, and research shows that they still finger and swipe the screen as they do. I continue to stress that attention is a finite resource, and that the brain consumes much energy taking in mediated screen-based images. This includes movies and television images that shift rapidly and do not allow viewers enough time to make out details before jump cutting to another scene. Wilkins says that we have designed an environment that is antithetical to what your visual system evolved in. The spatial structure of natural images that we evolved to process is scale invariant, meaning that no matter how much you enlarge them, they contain the same amount of detail. The brain processes invariant images efficiently using a relatively small number of neurons. Unnatural images, by contrast, vary with scale. The magnitude of variance determines how uncomfortable and energy-draining artificial images are to comprehend. Artificial patterns of lines that we see every day, stairways, lighting grids in grocery and department stores, corrugated and reticulated surfaces, the right angles of buildings, induce eye strain and are measurably uncomfortable to look at. One striped pattern we look at constantly is text. Isolating a line of text by masking the printed lines above and below it speeds up reading, whereas small type emphasizes the stripe and slows reading down. Children have traditionally learned to read from books that feature large type. Yet, Wilkins cautions, modern text is getting too small for children too early in life. Artificial images induce eye strain and demand abnormally high oxygen uptake in the visual cortex, because analyzing them requires more metabolic energy than decoding natural images such as trees, clouds, mountains, or bodies of water. Wilkins' research finds that the visual discomfort is a protective response that dampens oxygen consumption, which would otherwise diminish brain energy reserves. He notes that in nature we do not get images with large color differences, aside from ephemera such as autumn leaves, flowers, and sunsets. This is quite the opposite of Disney-fied and high-definition screen worlds. He concludes that part of the reason a walk in the woods or on the beach makes you feel better is that you are not looking at stripes all the time. Research like his contributes to the relatively new practice of ecotherapy, the prescribing of nature outings instead of pills. Increasingly, doctors around the country are writing prescriptions for trips to the park to assuage anxiety, depression, and chronic illnesses such as diabetes and asthma. Pediatrician Robert Czar helped establish the nonprofit parkrx.org, which curates hundreds of green spaces, from grassy triangles where streets intersect to large stately parks, all in the service of helping assuage various ailments. A 2023 study of nearly 62 million U.S. Medicare beneficiaries concluded that spending time in natural environments reduces the risk of Alzheimer's disease, related dementias, and Parkinson's disease. Designers of grand 19th century urban parks such as Frederick Law Olmsted believed that green spaces provided emotional relief for workers living in rapidly industrializing cities. Hence the Boston Public Garden, New York's Central Park, San Francisco's Golden Gate Park, Atlanta's Piedmont Park, and Washington's DuPont Circle. Dr. Czar says that we are now seeing nature in parks not just as a place to recreate, but literally as a place to heal yourself. Prescriptions indicate which park to go to, on what days, and for how long, because patients are more likely to accept concrete instructions over vague directives such as exercise more or join a gym. The developed world elsewhere is seeing a rise in social prescriptions in which doctors prescribe pastimes from tango classes to ukulele lessons instead of pills. You probably can see a pattern here. Profit-making corporations sell hardware and software that hijack the brain's wanting network, ostensibly to make us feel more connected and happier, but which often leave us feeling more isolated and anxious instead. Drug companies then sell us medications to deaden the anxiety of modern life. Increasingly, however, the most effective cure appears to be a return to person-to-person socializing and more time spent in the natural settings in which we originally evolved. In the UK, some 20% of the population admit that they are often or always lonely, especially the elderly. One town in the west of England addressed the issue by erecting happy to chat benches in local parks. Sit here if you don't mind someone stopping to say hello, the sign says, breaking down the barrier between strangers sitting side by side, but each of them unsure about striking up a chat. The icebreaker has taken off in other countries. Situated in green parks, the benches demonstrate how silence, rather than being something to dread, can open up opportunities for conversation and connecting with others. If this book has a running theme, it is the conflict of Stone Age brains in the screen age and how to protect ourselves from being hijacked and biohacked by powerful forces that have anything but our best interests at heart. Normally, we consider noise pollution an urban problem, but increasingly it is encroaching on suburban and rural regions. Dr. Rachel Buxton and colleagues in the Department of Fish, Wildlife, and Conservation Biology at Colorado State University recently published a study on man-made noise that reduces the capacity to perceive natural sounds. She says that noise pollution is pervasive in U.S. protected areas, even in national parks. So-called protected areas cover more than 13% of the world's landmass. Dr. Buxton's team collected millions of hours of sound recordings from hundreds of federal, state, and municipal parks and wilderness areas. They found that human shouts and conversation, ringing cell phones, the rumble of traffic, the din of commercial development and resource extraction, and air traffic noise from planes, helicopters, and drones are drowning out natural quiet. The level of noise instigated by humans was more than double the ambient sound levels in 63% of protected areas. In 21%, the measured increase was more than tenfold. To compensate and make themselves heard, city-dwelling birds such as sparrows and starlings have raised the pitch of their calls. In Grand Canyon National Park, researchers have tallied an average of 150 overflights a day during peak tourist season. Sound levels reach 76 decibels, exceeding the 55 decibel limit known to raise stress hormone levels, blood pressure, and the risk of heart disease. Prolonged exposure to noise above 85 decibels leads to high-frequency deafness. Sound decibels are measured logarithmically rather than linearly, so that a sound perceived to be twice as loud as baseline exerts 100 times more sound pressure on your eardrums. Woodland sounds, by comparison, rarely surpass 40 decibels, equivalent to a babbling stream, whereas sustained city sounds regularly exceed 65 decibels. The New Yorker has predicted that noise pollution will be the next public health crisis, while other publications explore the phenomenon in articles like Why Everything is Getting Louder. The Right to Quiet Society promotes awareness of the dangers that noise pollution poses to physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being. Both point out that the body does not adapt well to noise, and large studies confirm that a din kept up for days, months, or years raises the risk of high blood pressure, heart attacks, stroke, diabetes, dementia, and depression. In the wild, the The concentration of stress hormones in elk and wolf feces spikes during snowmobile season and then returns to normal when the deafening machines retreat. The Environmental Protection Agency last measured the volume of ambient national park noise in 1981. Today, a growing source of man-made noise turns out to be data centers that house thousands of internet servers. The relentless din, which can travel for miles, comes from weighty steel chillers affixed to the sides of the buildings. They siphon off the enormous heat the servers generate as they crunch, store, and process data around the clock. The human ear can hear sounds up to about 25 miles away, depending on the weather and the environment. In a remarkable book, Silence in the Age of Noise, the Norwegian adventurer Erling Kage reflects on his search for silence. Kage was the first person to complete the grueling 3 Poles challenge on foot, the North Pole, the South Pole, and the summit of Mount Everest. He calls them extreme journeys to the ends of the earth. Which paths lead to silence? He says certainly trips into the wild. Leave your electronics at home, take off in one direction until there is nothing around you. Be alone for 3 days. Do not talk to anyone. Gradually you will discover other sides of yourself. After prescribing disconnection and a healing isolation from work, email, texts, and personal entanglements, the fabled adventurer ends with this thought: "The silence I have in mind may be found wherever you are and is without cost." Is his remedy harsh? Perhaps. But perhaps we have become so sidetracked, unfocused, and frayed that only strong medicine can bring us to our senses. We can gather the sundry ideas discussed here under the umbrella term sensory overload. When the body and our Stone Age brain need respite from the busyness of daily life, silence can be a balm for the incessant noise and scurrying that surround us. Both mentally and physically, silence is an essential nutrient. Chapter 7. Your brain is a hackable change detector. Now we begin Chapter 7. Modern humans have been around for about 200,000 years. For the vast majority of that time, their lives were simple, focused on eating, procreating, and surviving. About 12,000 years ago, after the last ice age, the climate settled down. Agriculture appeared in the Middle East around 9,500 years ago. Living near crops and animals led to genetic changes that allowed some of our ancestors to digest milk and metabolize animal fats. These changes led to people growing taller and becoming more resistant to diseases. Yet for most of this time, daily life did not change much, aside from the phases of the moon, the seasons, and the stars overhead. Even before that slow stretch of time, the human brain had developed into a change detector, distracted by anything out of the ordinary. Deviations from the norm put it on high alert. It responded quickly to a sudden sound from behind, a fleeting shadow in the corner of the eye, a rustle of movement, or an unfamiliar taste or smell. Not just any twig snap would trigger an alarm. Only an unexpected or out-of-context sound made our ancestors freeze and then either fight or flee. Enough of our predecessors were sufficiently attuned to survival to reproduce and lead to modern people like you and me. To be clear, there is no single change detection sensor in the brain. Various organs, including the inner ear, the visual system, and our sense of touch, all contribute to our ability to register any change in our surroundings. To understand why new things automatically grab our attention, a biological mechanism called the orienting reflex, I spoke to Harvard psychologist Steven Pinker, author of Rationality. Dr. Pinker framed my question in terms of the inherent value of information. He explained that information is necessary to take adaptive actions. You cannot react to threats, food, weather, or other people unless you know they are there. He said that when something new arrives on the scene, or its ability to affect you changes, it requires you to readjust your current responses and expectations. Your old expectations may have just become obsolete. More intense stimuli, like something louder, brighter, or faster, indicate more powerful causal forces, something or someone that can hurt you or help you more. I put the same question to Gary Marcus, a professor of psychology and neural science at New York University. He said that we learn more from new stimuli than from those that are already familiar. He explained that new things inherently tend to carry more risk too, and we need to be vigilant for them. Novelty is not unrelated to anomaly. and it is important to detect potential anomalies. In addition to novelty and intensity, context matters in determining what distracts or rivets your attention. Imagine yourself at a loud party where many people are talking at the same time. It takes effort to follow the person with whom you are trying to speak. But if someone across the room mentions your name, your attention may home in on it like a guided missile. Or consider a young mother who sleeps through sirens outside her window, yet awakens instantly if her newborn makes the slightest cough. Contextually important, salient stimuli like these cut through our filters. The more important a stimulus is to our emotional needs, the more it takes precedence over everything else. In Chapter 3, I explain the energy cost associated with these salient objects. The question now is, how did digital devices become so highly salient? Software designers cannot engineer salience into their designs, although they can and do exploit our cognitive weak points. Rather, users themselves invest digital devices with a great deal of social and emotional significance. Modern brains have the same change detectors as our Stone Age ancestors. Whether you are relaxing in a hammock or dashing through an airport with a cell phone to your ear, you're to change anything. Today, the tech industry continues to prey on developmental vulnerabilities. Dr. Richard Fried, one of the petition signers, cautions that tech company psychologists are helping to make products that are so stimulating and so good that they are better than real life, and that overuse of tech has taken over childhood. In October 2021, former Facebook employee Frances Haugen leaked tens of thousands of company documents, which came to be known as the Facebook Files. They revealed that for 3 years, Mark Zuckerberg's company had been conducting internal research into how its products, especially Instagram, were harming a large proportion of young girls. The report said, "We make body issues worse for 1 in 3 teenage girls." The company promoted posts intended to provoke angry reactions from users. As its internal analysis showed, such posts led to 5 times more engagement than posts that merely received likes. It also pushed algorithms promoting stories to young users about anorexia and self-harm. Haugen's whistleblowing gave an unprecedented look into how much Meta executives weigh their bottom line over common decency. APA Chief Executive Arthur Evans Jr. addressed this influence by saying, "The impact of technology and psychology's role in its development is becoming a major focus of APA's work." The APA's Stress in America report found that attachment to and constant use of social media apps is associated with high stress levels. It further noted a dispiriting study that found that many young men were choosing to play video games rather than look for a job. Physiological calculations for detecting salience begin in the limbic system, sometimes called the emotional brain. The limbic system's network reaches from the top of the head down to the brainstem and into the spinal cord. 2 independent evolutionary trends in mammalian brains have been an expansion of the neocortex and the development of limbic structures. Monkeys have substantial neocortical development but little limbic advancement. Rabbits show the opposite. Humans are the exception, with robust development in both dimensions. The 2 structures grew in tandem as reason and emotion co-evolved. Ironically, having these multi-dimensional cognitive abilities is what makes us highly susceptible to screen-age distractions. The physical architecture of cortical tissue provides analytical space, while the limbic brain determines what we do with that analysis. The number of nerve fibers in the limbic system is greater than in all other nerve tracts. It contains 5 times as many fibers as the optic nerves that carry 85% of all sensory inputs. Every input from our senses must feed into emotional circuits before looping back to the cortex for further analysis. The altered signals then feed again into the limbic system for a determination of whether the input is salient or not. If so, we might act. If not, we will be blind to it. Professor Clay Shirky at NYU compared incidental screen distractions to secondhand smoke that wafts outward. Its diffusion explains our compulsion to look at digital advertisements on billboards, street kiosks, and checkout terminals. Such are the distractions of the screen age. The brain has separate fast and slow response circuits that enable us to judge circumstances in one of 2 ways. Each makes its own kinds of error. A fast, schematic route can set off false alarms, making us recoil at a stick we thought was a snake. While it is usually better to panic than to pause and deliberate, the slower contextual path sometimes fails to terminate a fear reaction initiated by the fast route. It then becomes stuck, making us apprehensive about things that are not inherently scary. It is too simplistic to label the fast road emotional and the more deliberate one rational, because no thought is untainted by emotion, nor is emotion ever totally divorced from thought. Even problems in pure mathematics involve an intuition of whether one is on the right track. Connections between the cortex and limbic components are reciprocal yet asymmetric. The cortex receives more inputs from the emotional limbic brain than the limbic system receives from the more rationally acting cortex. The significance of this arrangement is that emotion exerts a constant and sometimes decisive force. We can see an example of this in epilepsy. Affected individuals try to control excitement because they know emotional stress might trigger a seizure. Despite their best efforts, they still have seizures. This can lead to self-recrimination and frustration. However, when these individuals are brought into research units for study, they often stop having seizures temporarily, feeling tremendous relief at being in the hands of perceived healers. Their relief cannot cure the underlying malady, but it demonstrates the enormous influence that emotion can have in a particular setting. Emotional valence strongly influences how we respond to digital devices. Back in 1966, Joseph Weizenbaum at MIT showed how easily human thinking can be swayed when we interact with programs that simulate natural language, as we do with today's smart devices and ChatGPT. In his book, Computer Power and Human Reason, Weizenbaum explained how he created a demonstration program called Eliza that could converse in English. It parodied a type of psychotherapist who listens without judgment. Eliza's users would type a message, and the program would analyze it and compose a response. For example, a user typed, "My boyfriend made me come here. He says I'm depressed most of the time." Eliza replied, "I am sorry to hear you are depressed." The user typed, "It's true, I am unhappy." Eliza replied, "You think coming here will help you not be unhappy?" The conversation continued in this way, with Eliza mostly rephrasing the user's statements to encourage them to keep talking. On the MIT campus, Eliza became famous for its superficial emulation of a psychiatrist. What struck Weizenbaum was how eager people were to talk to it and confide their most private feelings. Weizenbaum grew alarmed at how easily people became emotionally involved with the device and how unequivocally they anthropomorphized it, projecting their own meaning onto what the machine parroted back. Even his secretary, who had watched him working on the machine for months, started conversing with it as if it were a real person, a situation later dramatized in the film Her. The film's hero falls in love with a female-voiced operating system designed to simulate a companion. He is starved for attention, heeds her opinions, follows her advice, and responds to her every interruption. He confides his most intimate secrets, illustrating our deep psychic need to feel that we are being listened to and understood. As I teach medical students, what patients want most is to feel that they are being heard, and even more, that they are understood. After a few sessions with Eliza, Weizenbaum's secretary asked him to leave the room so she could talk to it in private. Instead, he shut it down, stunned that extremely short exposures to a relatively simple computer program could induce powerful delusional thinking in quite normal people. Since then, psychological reactions to machine simulacra have not changed. As Weizenbaum saw it, the danger of regarding a machine as a person lies in our ceding authority to it. Its emotional tug is enormous, which is what makes our brains so hackable. Passive learners often fail to acquire a knack for sorting out the meaningful from the irrelevant. They do not learn a skill by watching as well as those who do it themselves. The need for body-centered action to understand the world was demonstrated decades ago by Heldon Hind's landmark gondola kitten experiment. One kitten was free to roam, while another from the same litter hung passively in a gondola that moved in parallel with the first kitten. The passive kitten had its world presented to it, much like curated screen images delivered to our waiting eyeballs. Follow-on experiments confirmed that the passive kitten had learned nothing about its environment despite having seen everything the active kitten had. Once set free, it remained functionally blind, the critical window for developing vision having closed. In an updated twist, an American child's Chinese-speaking nanny was videotaped so that a second American child could see and hear exactly what the first one saw and heard. The first child's physical proximity let it take in vocal tone, gesture, and a two-way emotional reading. The first child soaked up the language and began to speak it, while the second child did not learn a word of Chinese. Professor Patricia Kuhl at the University of Washington emphasizes how much language acquisition depends on social context and interaction. She explains that exposure to a new language in a live social interaction situation induces remarkable learning in 9-month-old infants, but no learning when the exact same material is presented by a disembodied source. Positive intermittent reinforcement is the prime culprit that makes us unable to disengage from screens. Reinforcement is the psychological term for a reward that prods us to repeat whatever behavior led to it. Predictable feedback fails to reinforce behavior. For example, the fact that a light comes on when you open the refrigerator does not compel you to open it repeatedly. But when the brain's change detector alerts us that something new has happened, we get a jolt of dopamine from cells in a small slice of brainstem called the substantia nigra. Despite their small number, these dopamine cells project their branches to every niche of the cortex. Dopamine is the traveler with access to every part of the brain. It is also the neurotransmitter involved in familiar addictions such as alcohol, cocaine, nicotine, narcotics, gambling, food, and sex. Slot machines and lotteries provide classic examples of positive intermittent reinforcement. Dopamine levels surge when we anticipate a reward, and the dose released by anticipation is greater than the amount released when we actually win. Gamification experts concede that the faster a product delivers an occasional payoff, the stronger it will hold a user's attention. Now we begin Chapter 8. Chapter 8, What Gets Caught in the Corner of Your Eye. The eye might seem like a separate organ on the edge of your body, but it is actually a proper part of the brain. The retina, which is made up of 10 different cell layers, is a remarkable piece of engineering and a complex product of evolution. The entire visual system, stretching from the retina at the back of your eyeball to the cortex at the back of your head and beyond, is the key to understanding why our attention is so easily hacked and why we are so easily distracted. Vision makes up 85% of all the information your brain takes in. About 24 areas in the brain's cortex are dedicated to handling the many different aspects of vision. While we often talk about having 5 senses, they are not all equal in their evolutionary importance or the amount of information they provide. Visual alerts reach the brain hundreds of milliseconds faster than alerts from our other senses. Vision is also directional. Think of it like a tunnel. In contrast, sound and smell come from all directions, placing us in a sphere of sensation. Smell, for instance, tells us what something is but gives very little information about where it is. To locate a smell precisely, we would need a brain built for smelling, capable of following scent trails like ants or sharks do. From a survival perspective, noticing a change in your environment is far more important than analyzing a situation that stays the same. A snapped twig is a perfect example of a change that would have alerted our ancient ancestors, just as it alerts us today. But sounds are not nearly as easy to pinpoint as something you see with your sharp central vision. For our ancestors to survive the dangers around them, being sensitive to visual change was more critical than alerts from any other sense. And what mattered even more was the ability to detect that change quickly. The speed of our vision is what made it the most dominant sense of all. Modern sound alerts include the whoosh of push notifications and the ding of text messages. But just as for our Stone Age ancestors, the changes that alert us most powerfully and quickly are visual ones. As the secondhand smoke analogy made clear, movement caught in the periphery is impossible not to notice. Even the effort it takes to try and ignore it exacts a cost by stealing energy from the fixed bandwidth we have to work with. The exquisite sensitivity to change that helped humans survive in the past is ironically a liability in the present. Threats that were once a matter of life or death have given way to self-inflicted psychological ones today. Unfortunately, our Stone Age brain overestimates and misperceives digital interruptions as if they were a matter of life or death. Tech companies know this and exploit it. Software engineers hack our Stone Age biology and then go to great lengths to monopolize our eyeballs. Social media companies present themselves as benevolent, yet they invade our privacy and sell the profiles they build from our personal details to advertisers and other corporations. They have an agenda they do not bother to hide. It is important for us to understand that more is at stake than mere vulnerability to screen distractions. Unlike a camera that indiscriminately records everything in its field of view, the retina is selective in what it passes on to the rest of the brain. Stable, relatively homogeneous images like a landscape do not produce much of a signal. On the other hand, scenes that feature high contrasts and movement generate robust signals. This is one reason why Zoom meetings and the flow of images that fly by as we swipe through our day can be so draining. Brain-inspired image sensors use the same energy-efficient trick. By prioritizing the dynamic, changing parts of a scene and ignoring whatever stays the same, they capture images more efficiently. Currently, sensors that detect changing events are used in self-driving vehicles, machine vision, and safety features in your car. Compared to a still camera, the retina is sensitive to changes both in space and over time. Think of how a flashing light grabs your attention more than a steady one does. Waiting at a stoplight, your attention may shift to adjusting the radio or sending a text. Yet as soon as the light changes, you notice it. Change seizes your focus, whereas sameness does not, which is why screens are such effective distractions. The retina also has an astounding ability to alter its sensitivity so that we can see in either bright sunlight or faint starlight, a 10 billion-fold difference in intensity. This is why any flickering change in screen brightness helps capture your attention even when you try to ignore it. Humans can even detect the flash of a single photon, the smallest possible particle of light. Light levels are measured in candelas per square meter. To give you an idea of the levels of light we typically encounter, starlight is about 0.01, moonlight is 0.1, indoor lighting is 100, and sunlight is 10,000. The intensity of computer monitors exceeds 100 candelas, with most shining in the 250 to 500 range, making them a common source of visual strain. The brightness of an iPhone is quite high, especially when held close. Remember, intensity increases with the inverse square of the distance, so a phone held 1 foot away is 4 times as bright as one held 2 feet away. High-intensity visible light is a known cause of retinal damage. It is important to distinguish between brightness and intensity. One is perceived by the brain, the other measured by instruments. Brightness is the sensation we experience, while intensity is the physical measurement. Screen distractions often begin in the most peripheral part of our visual field. This area of our brain is rich in connections to the emotional brain. This limbic connection is the reason we startle at objects caught in the corner of our eye. Things we detect too briefly to fully register can still seize our attention, ramp up our emotions, and put us on alert. The orienting reflex kicks in as well, which is yet another reason why screens distract us and sap our energy. Their mere presence forces the brain to burn extra fuel. All mammals have an orienting reflex that is present from birth, meaning they automatically turn toward new stimuli. It is our evolutionary change detector at work. This was demonstrated when I first held my newborn grandnephew, Max. His father had turned on the TV briefly, and Max immediately turned away from me to look at the screen. The change detector in his young brain was doing exactly what it was supposed to do, and what it did in our ancestors hundreds of thousands of years ago. He was not in danger, yet the moment illustrated the powerful allure of technological distractions. This is why I argue that kids younger than 3 should not be exposed to screens when they could be socializing with actual people. The orienting reflex is encoded so deeply in our brainstem that we find it nearly impossible not to look at TV monitors in airports or waiting rooms. Corporations do not need to specifically exploit the orienting reflex because our own biology makes it easy for them to capture and hold our attention. They can instead manipulate us in more subtle ways. All the major social media corporations employ teams of psychologists and behavioral scientists whose job it is to steer us toward a manufactured reality of their own design. The illusion of having a choice is a central pillar of consumer capitalism. But tech titans go to a lot of effort to conceal the fact that they have already made many choices for us. If youngsters are ever to become emotionally intelligent, they need to experience real two-way social interactions. Children learn by being spoken to and distinguishing their parents' tone and vocal inflections. The ability to read emotion is an innate skill that all babies have. They can read gestures, body language, and most of all, facial expressions. The face is so central to nonverbal communication that we use more than 40 muscles to generate its infinite nuances. Babies see where their caretakers are looking and follow their gaze. If the caretaker is glued to an electronic device, then that is where the baby will focus, too. Sadly, face coverings imposed during the pandemic interfered with infants' neurodevelopment, to say nothing of playground and daycare closures, which curtailed play opportunities with other children. An alarming longitudinal study from Brown University Medical School reports that children born during the pandemic have significantly reduced verbal, motor, and overall cognitive performance compared to children born pre-pandemic. It also found that males and children in lower socioeconomic families have been most affected. Children learn from person-to-person interaction, a physical type of engagement that an iPad can never approximate. Digital personalities and screen animations speak at a viewer, not with them. This is a distinction that the puppeteer Sherry Lewis understood well, wanting doers, not viewers, for her audience. For years, she battled television executives who could not grasp that children learn best when they are physically and emotionally engaged in their environment. What is it that makes digital distractions feel so important and meaningful? Part of the answer is that our peripheral vision projects to the emotional part of the brain. This outermost part of the temporal lobe is concerned with significance and meaning. A stroke in this location or an unstable nerve cluster that ignites a seizure here produces a neurological state called the feeling of a presence. Individuals who experience this phenomenon speak of just missing objects or people in the corner of their eye while simultaneously feeling an emotional jolt. Electrically stimulating this region during brain surgery produces exactly these kinds of perceptions, along with a sense of importance. The frequent peripheral location of screens is a main reason they distract and drain our energy. Instead of keeping screens out of sight, many parents unwittingly plop their children in front of them, teachers encourage it, and corporations push the practice. Those who question the potential downside are attacked as technophobes. And so well-meaning parents have foisted devices like Fisher-Price's Aptivity Seat and the iPoddy onto infants, saturating them with bright screen media for hours a day. Pediatricians know that our central, sharpest vision is not fully developed until age 4. Dominating a child's visual field with an iPad during this critical window is ill-advised. For infants who lack the strength to even lift their heads or turn away, the practice is appalling. Peripheral distractions are no less of an issue for adults. Imagine meeting a friend for coffee and placing your phone face up on the table. A text or call comes in. The screen lights up, signaling a change. It makes a sound or vibrates, another change. Both events ineluctably seize your attention. Your emotional brain and that of your companion cannot help but react. The automatic response costs both of you physical and mental energy. The more distractions your brain is forced to register, the more drained you feel. The real question is, what do you want to use your fixed allotment of energy for? You could put the phone face down, turn it off altogether, or you might fume that tech companies have forced you to decide between attending to your friend or to the ever-intruding digital world. The film Minority Report presciently showed Tom Cruise bombarded with personalized holographic advertisements that populated his peripheral vision. Personalized ads are by definition meaningful, and many times more attention-grabbing than passive billboards. The manipulation depicted in the film has now become reality, and it has grown more insistent. The failed Google Glass placed its alerts in the viewer's upper visual quadrant, exactly where they were most distracting and impossible to ignore. Glass was brilliant technology but horrible psychology. During its initial trials, Google Glass induced fatigue, eye strain, and visual confusion. Engineers have known about these drawbacks for decades, but Google did not inform early adopters about these consequences, despite its motto, "Don't be evil." The brain rebels at seeing one image in front of one eye and an unrelated image in front of the other, which is exactly what Google Glass presented. This is a phenomenon called binocular rivalry. The slightly different images that each eye normally sees give us depth perception. This is never a problem where your nose is concerned. The brain simply ignores the fact that your nose partially obstructs your vision. But heads-up displays like glass and those in some car windshields pose a different problem. In addition to headaches and eye strain, the prolonged use of any gear that forces each eye to look at different images can induce a permanent form of crossed eyes. By ramping up your level of alertness, FOMO makes it more likely you will notice anything that encroaches on your peripheral vision. Fundamentally, FOMO is just an on-guard state of mind, which means you can do yourself a favor and desensitize it to be less vigilant and draining. The Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius had pithy advice about this. Cast away opinion, and you are saved. Who then hinders you from casting it away? 1400 years later, the French philosopher Michel de Montaigne said, "My life has been filled with terrible misfortune, most of which never happened." He meant that imagination alone can work us into a lather of worry. FOMO arises in the mind as a thought and in the body as a feeling, which means it is within your power to dispel it. Some people can easily change their perspective. Others find it difficult. Remember how anxious smartphone users became after only a 10-minute separation from their devices? We should not dismiss their distress. It is both substantial and meaningful. Russell Clayton at Florida State University showed that when he forbade college students from answering their iPhones while performing a puzzle, their heart rate, blood pressure, and stress hormones all shot up. Not surprisingly, their physiological reactions kept pace with their rising sense of panic. Even after their phones stopped ringing, the stress response did not go away until the phones were back in their hands. This indicates a strong connection at work, as users feel their phone to be an extension of themselves, what Clayton calls an extended I-self. Anthropomorphizing, or giving human qualities to objects, is nothing new. But as screen media increasingly saturate daily life, people's personal investment in digital devices has grown. Historically, psychology assumed that anthropomorphism was a misguided emotional projection. The heartbroken hero in the film Her illustrates this tendency taken to its extreme when he falls in love with his phone's operating system. Recent science has corrected this mistaken view, showing that conventional aspects of social cognition can explain anthropomorphism. Socially anxious individuals may cling to their phones to relieve anxiety, and they are more likely to form human-like beliefs about them. They are also more likely to indulge in compulsive behaviors like answering the phone while driving. For 30 years, Larry Rosen, a professor at California State University, studied the psychological effects of technology. He found that heavy smartphone users showed increased anxiety after only 10 minutes of not having access to their smartphone, an excellent description of nomophobia. During a 1-hour experiment, the anxiety among heavy users shot up to self-reported unbearable levels. Moreover, out of sight is not out of mind. The unhealthy connection to their constant use weighs on users, says Rosen, causing anxiety even when the device is out of view. We are social animals, and envious by nature. Joseph Regal, a professor at Northwestern University, calls FOMO envy-related anxiety about missed experiences. To protect ourselves, we engage in what he calls conspicuous sociality, a deliberate attempt to convey a wealth of fun and friends on social media. Regal compares today's efforts at appearing connected to century-old concerns about keeping up with the Joneses. Once you have fallen into this relentless striving, It is not hard to convince yourself that you have missed something unrepeatable. But as Montaigne warned, imagination exaggerates possible consequences. FOMO nudges you to seek approval from high-status individuals on social media. The neurotic mindset that questions whether you are posting enough can turn you into a validation junkie, constantly afraid that others are doing something you are not. In other words, FOMO has you firmly in its grip. The various hacks that exploit our biological weaknesses all seem to touch on an existential anxiety about survival. Throw in television, the rest of social media, and the outdoor street furniture I will discuss later, and it is easy to see how the screen-age deluge can catch your eye for good and leave you drained. The irony of the isolation feedback loop is that plunging into social media to cope with isolation only leads to more of it, sustaining a vicious cycle. Now we begin Chapter 9. Chapter 9, Missing Critical Time Windows Degrades Empathy. Before you can shift your attention from one important thing to another, your brain's frontal lobes need to scan the environment. This is a kind of self-monitoring. As an infant develops the motor skills for language, it begins to say words and then reflects on those words. In time, a child becomes able to think, express those thoughts, and shape its inner world. The gift of evolution, particularly a process called neoteny, is the ability to focus, reflect, and override the Stone Age brain's constant susceptibility to distraction. Early in our history, the most fundamental drive was to maintain a stable internal state. Life was ruled by instinct. Our distant ancestors could only deal with what was immediately in front of them. It was millions of years later that we developed the ability to step back, remember the past, and imagine the future. This ability for self-reflection and mental time travel made humans the most adaptable of the great ape species. These developments happened thanks to neoteny, which is the retention of juvenile traits into adulthood. The philosopher Zoltan Torey has called this the evolutionary breakthrough that led from early hominids to modern humans. This early flexibility linked primitive vocalizations with motor actions to create a new internal life of the mind. The newfound ability to imagine what-if possibilities and not respond immediately gave rise to rudimentary language. This proto-language then evolved into a sense of self, a sense that one could cause events as well as reflect on them. Over time, we developed metacognition, the ability to think about our own thinking. This made human perception double, knowing the content of an experience and the sensation that I, as a singular individual, am experiencing it. Since this breakthrough, human attention has oscillated between focus and reflection. These basic principles help us understand why digital distractions are so taxing for adults and so harmful to growing minds. A steady dose of distractions that emphasize sensation over thought can induce the virtual autism described in Chapter 1, particularly among heavy screen users. One of the downsides of the brain's flexibility is that preoccupation with mediated images competes with the development of circuits for social engagement. The overall arc of primate advancements illustrates how this interference contributes to developmental delays. Neoteny stretched out the maturational timeline of both our bodies and our brains. NASA scientist David Brin calls us the neotenous clan of apes because we mature later and more slowly than our primate relatives. Thanks to the principle of building upon what already exists, we retain a number of juvenile traits, such as being relatively hairless, having larger heads, flatter faces, and bigger eyes. It is also telling that fictional depictions of more evolved species, like aliens, are even more neotenous, with massive heads, tiny noses, and huge eyes. Human infants more closely resemble chimp or gorilla infants than their respective adult forms. Very young apes can easily walk on 2 legs, whereas it takes about 2 years for human children to master the skill. Upright walking frees the hands to manipulate objects, another skill that takes longer for human juveniles to develop. The human capacity to learn throughout life is a neotenous trait. Even very old people can remain flexible and open to learning, whereas in other primates, only the young can adapt to new things. For humans, the most consequential force is neoteny during the first years of life. Psychology professor Bruce Charlton calls the retention of youthful behaviors into later adulthood psychological neoteny. It allows us to adapt rapidly to new conditions. The price for this resilience, however, is the need for ever longer childhoods. A modern example is that formal education now extends well into a person's 20s in many countries. The adult human brain contains 86 billion densely packed neurons, compared to 53 billion in a 50-pound ape. A dense brain takes up a lot of room, which is too big to fit through a human mother's birth canal. Nature's solution is for babies to be born with smaller brains and undergo an unusually long childhood. This longer postnatal life shifted our survival from instinct to learning. Neotenous features like reduced facial hair and a higher brow allowed for more rapid and efficient social signaling through facial communication. Human faces broadcast whatever their owners feel, think, and sometimes intend. Many animals do this as well, as Charles Darwin illustrated in his 1872 book, The Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals. Our wealth of facial muscles shows how fundamental the ability to read faces is. Others read us like a book, just as we read them. Yet only a few of our 45 facial muscles are under voluntary control, which is why it is nearly impossible to fake a smile or maintain a poker face. The upper face conveys sadness and fear, while the lower face conveys happiness, disgust, and anger. You cannot put on a happy face if you do not feel it. A natural smile automatically makes the corners of your mouth turn upward. You can try to imitate this, but the muscles around your eyes are involuntary. They narrow and crinkle at the corners. Even the Mona Lisa's smile shows this. The eyes give away your true feelings and help us tell a forced smile from a genuine one. Why do we have so many facial muscles when we only need a few to open and close our eyes and mouth? The remaining 41 would seem unnecessary, and evolution should have gotten rid of them given the energy cost of keeping them. But it did not, which indicates they serve an important biological purpose. Our ancestral muscles differentiated to enable greater nuance in communication. As the actor Orson Welles said, "Nothing is ever better than finding out what makes people tick." Social intelligence depends on the ability to read others. We surmise the intent behind an expression, decipher body language, and interpret tone. We read between the lines and notice what is not said as much as what is. This task seems daunting, yet we do it effortlessly. In the film Avatar, the planet's inhabitants say, "I see you," to refer to this deep ability to read others. For us, this skill was outsourced to the unconscious long ago, where it became automatic. It is not that we do not realize that others constantly broadcast their attitudes and feelings, but that we give so little thought to this remarkable skill. Faces figure so strongly in human perception that the brain allots more space to analyzing them than any other visual object. 6 visual regions project directly to the amygdala for emotional judging, while others feed into prefrontal areas concerned with weighing decisions, making moral judgments, or resolving questions of beauty. Having multiple regions analyze a face makes us savvy to subtle distinctions in eye contact, gaze, and even skin coloration, all while being insensitive to equally subtle variations in landscapes or clouds. Eye tracking technology reveals that our attention overwhelmingly homes in on a face when one appears in our visual field. The signals a face broadcasts allow us to infer attitudes and states of mind, and deducing them is pleasurable. After hundreds of thousands of years of practice, the brain has become good at reading faces. Biologically, emotions are unlearned routines for solving problems or seizing opportunities. As Harvard psychologist Steven Pinker told me, intentions come from emotions, and emotions have evolved displays on the face and body. Unless you are a master of acting, you will have trouble faking them. Even 1 to 3-year-olds can readily read faces in simple scenarios and understand what they mean. So do many animals, as any dog owner will confirm. Growth curves comparing the brains of early human ancestors are relevant to digital distractions. There was a time by which the brain had grown enough neurons to make language possible. For our ancestor, Homo erectus, this critical age was 6 years. For us, it is only 1. By the time Homo erectus had enough neurons for rudimentary language, its non-linguistic skills were already well established. There was no need or flexibility to switch to vocal speech, so they remained at that level of development. In contrast, the flexible brain of a modern human infant favored its budding ability to vocalize, which it could use to manipulate its environment. Even simple crying summoned caretakers. Acquiring speech around age 1 was the key that led to who we are today. Slowing down maturation, Neoteny repurposed what would have been motor cortex for manipulating objects. The repurposed cortex could now manipulate words in the interior space of the mind. Even today, the same modification of linking motor ability to speech must still take place in every child, and it must happen within a limited window of opportunity. If a developing brain does not get the necessary stimulation to wire itself for verbal control of its environment, the window closes and internal thought fails to appear, as happened in the case of Jeannie, the girl who was isolated from most human contact until age 13. As to what constitutes necessary stimulation for a growing brain, the short answer is socializing and back-and-forth banter with caretakers. A child needs to be spoken to and read to in complete sentences by linguistically competent adults. It needs to have new objects pointed out and named. What a child needs most is emotional engagement with an interested adult. My heart sinks at the sight of iPads hanging over bassinets and strollers or plastered on car seatbacks, supplanting a child's normally interactive view of the real world with passive, mediated images. Screen images do not make eye contact or provide emotional cues through body language. Despite interest groups petitioning Fisher-Price to withdraw its iPad newborn to toddler activity seat, major retailers still sell it. This passive screen viewing interferes with socialization, and we know that lack of socialization blunts the development of empathy. Worst among these devices may be the iPotty, whose slogan is "Potty training meets technology." Toilet training once meant a child learned to understand internal bodily sensations. Now it reinforces the idea that screens must never be relinquished, even to go to the bathroom. The campaign for a commercial-free childhood named the iPotty Worst Toy of the Year. A group member said, "We should not be giving them the message that you shouldn't even take your eyes off a screen long enough to pee." The brain's wiring is determined by its flexibility and ability to respond to new experiences. The downside is that any experience, not just positive ones, affects brain development. Failing to read aloud to a child is an example of not providing a necessary kind of stimulation. Preschool children who are not read to grasp language more slowly than those whose parents read to them regularly. According to the University of California, they have poor lifelong literacy. Aside from learning to speak, other skills take root during this early critical period. Embodied cognition, imitation learning, reading the emotions and intentions of others, developing empathy, and social collaboration. Embodied cognition teaches that there is no such thing as a disembodied mind. Action influences thinking just as thinking influences action. For these concepts to take hold requires mental flexibility, a sound argument for putting youngsters in front of interested, responsive people rather than parking them in front of screens. Decades ago, psychologist Harry Harlow demonstrated the importance of emotional engagement and physical touch early in life. His series of experiments on deprivation became landmarks in the science of human attachment, which studies how people think and behave in close relationships. Harlow showed that the ability to form emotional attachments could occur only during critical time windows in early life. Once the window closed, it was difficult, if not impossible, to compensate for an earlier absence of emotional security. In one classic experiment, Harlow arranged for two kinds of surrogate mothers to raise young chimpanzees. Both surrogates provided milk, but one was made of bare wire mesh while the other was covered with soft terry cloth. Harlow observed that chimps given a choice preferred to cling to the terry cloth surrogate. These chimps responded to stress differently from those raised by the wire mothers. When frightened, these chimps ran to their cloth mothers, clung for a while, calmed down, and then returned to being curious and playful. In contrast, frightened monkeys raised by wire surrogates never retreated to their mothers for comfort. They threw themselves to the floor, rocked back and forth, and shrieked, behavior reminiscent of autistic children. Harlow surmised that the first group benefited from an emotional attachment that was unavailable to the second group. Harlow isolated monkeys for up to a year without social contact in what he called the pit of despair. They were profoundly disturbed when reintroduced into society and unable to function within the group. Their lack of empathy showed itself in violent behavior. The authors of Screen Schooled, Matt Miles and Joe Clement, cite Harlow's work when they reflect on the lack of empathy they see in their own students. They say, "Many of our children and adolescents are wasting away in digital pits of despair in which they have traded human contact for a digital existence." They note that it is absurd for schools to devote most of the day to screen viewing and then force students to spend their homework time on screens as well, because doing so reduces a person's empathy and social connectedness. Miles and Clement tell me that students can go through an entire school day without uttering a single word to another living being. Google Docs software allows students to collaborate, but without ever talking to anyone. Everything mandated as digital learning conspires to isolate students. Troubled teenagers can spend the bulk of their adolescence in online worlds, devoid of social norms, that let them sink deeper into isolation. The veteran teachers pointed me to evidence that heavy gamers are likely to identify with their fictional avatar rather than emulating living role models. For troubled individuals, this form of escapism reinforces antisocial tendencies. Harlow's work led to worldwide policy changes in orphanages and adoption agencies. Agencies began placing infants with adoptive parents as soon as possible. Orphanages directed staff to spend more time with babies and hold them more frequently. Classic work like Harlow's informs my own wariness about exposing children to screen media during early life. He was the first to demonstrate that once a critical time window shuts, no amount of social exposure can fully undo the autism-like behavior or the emotional damage that has already occurred. We are seriously in need of a new Harlow who can show us the cost of today's screens to human intimacy. Contemporary research upholds the general sweep of Harlow's findings. Attachment theory sees the fundamental role of parents as being available and responsive. The three most common attachment outcomes are secure, avoidant, and anxious. Whether a primary caregiver responds to a child's needs sensitively, erratically, or not at all during the first 2 years of life determines whether that child grows up emotionally secure, anxious, or avoidant. Early childhood experience with one's first caregivers forms a template against which all subsequent relationships are shaped. What do you imagine happens when that first caregiver is an iPad? Critical time windows also exist during which our visual pathways form. About 85% of the brain's input is visual, so organizing its extensive circuitry while it is still growing is a complicated undertaking. A 2-year-old's brain contains twice as many synaptic connections as an adult's. This excess is subsequently pruned after birth, depending on the child's experiences. This process of synaptic pruning is highly dynamic. Which connections become permanent and which wither away is a matter of use it or lose it. Synaptic pruning slows down after age 1 or 2, but continues throughout childhood and well past puberty. Passive screen viewing skews this process because mediated screen images supplant a child's exposure to the real world and the social interactions that shape emotional intelligence. Think about the ability to focus on an object and hold it there. The task seems simple, but it is not. The circuitry needed for this spans all divisions of the brain. You have only to observe a baby in the first weeks of life to see this tracking system mature. A newborn's eyes rove aimlessly, whereas a 3-month-old begins to fix its gaze at will. Infants particularly prefer faces to anything else. The sheer complexity involved in laying down visual circuits means there are abundant opportunities for the process to go awry. One error affecting 2% of the population is prosopagnosia, an inability to distinguish one face from another. This often plagues individuals with autism, making me wonder if its incidence will rise as a new generation grows up, having had their central vision trained largely by screens rather than social engagement. Nobel laureates David Hubel and Torstein Wiesel demonstrated that in cats, the critical window for vision opens during the first 3 or 4 months of life. In humans, it opens during the first 5 to 10 years, with the first year being especially crucial. Optimum windows also exist for the acquisition of critical thinking and basic social skills. The first 16 months are optimal for developing language, the first 24 for general cognition, and the first 20 for establishing attachments. Aristotle called man a political animal, meaning that we live in a society governed by laws and customs and centered on mutual social engagement. An infamous event in communist Romania shows what happens when circumstances interfere with a child's initiation into social norms. In the late 1980s, Romania ran orphanages that warehoused up to 170,000 children in conditions that deprived them of human contact. Orphans were fed and changed, but otherwise ignored. Frequent staff rotations made it impossible for any child to develop meaningful relationships. A child could see as many as 70 different attendants in a week. They were rarely touched or offered rudimentary social interactions. This situation turned into a large-scale study of what happens when unsocialized children are left to fend for themselves. Most failed to develop normal language and the ability to communicate socially, behavior similar to that seen in developmental autism. When tested later as teenagers, these orphans had a variety of lingering behavioral and cognitive problems, such as indiscriminately hugging strangers or being socially clumsy. The Bucharest Early Intervention Project, headed by neurologist Charles Nelson, set out to rescue these children from what he called a stunningly blank environment. He and his colleagues described kids rocking uncontrollably, heads in their hands, hitting themselves or hitting their heads against walls. The failure to show children how to navigate social relations had permanently stunted their mental and emotional growth. Brain imaging studies later showed that these children had less white matter in their brains compared to others, especially in pathways important for attention and emotional understanding. The strength of their brain waves was overall weaker than normal, indicating a functionally immature brain. As Elliot Marshall wrote in the journal Science, a baby's brain expects regular stimulation. If this doesn't occur, neurons don't grow properly. In a baby not exposed to social engagement, the brain circuits behind theory of mind, emotional intelligence, and empathy are forced to wire themselves as best they can. Without social cues, the process goes awry. For the Romanian orphans, social difficulties persisted into adolescence long after they had been adopted or placed in foster care. Can you imagine the level of distress these children endured? When the adrenal glands release stress hormones for sustained periods, it kills off the connections between brain cells. Chronically elevated stress hormones can even kill off the parent neurons themselves, delivering a long-term intellectual blow. Leaving inadequately socialized children to fend for themselves produces these stark effects because it thwarts the most fundamental bond in human biology: one human to another. The more youngsters fail to bond, the greater their deficit of warmth and empathy later in life. Lack of empathy is the prime factor behind psychopathic behavior, and a strong correlation exists between heavy technology use and escalating lack of empathy in users. A common observation is that increasing dependence on technology reduces the frequency with which individuals engage with others. Dr. Clifford Nass, a Stanford expert in human-computer interactions, was clear about their alienating effect. The way we become more human is by paying attention to each other. Yet his prescription has been routinely ignored. Empathy and attention are related in a surprising way. The Latin word attendere means both to direct one's mind to and to take care of. Its dual meaning is evident when we speak of a doctor attending to a patient. To be attentive is to be compassionate. If you cannot be attentive to a point of view different from your own, then you lose the ability to empathize. Novelist David Foster Wallace said that learning how to think involves attention and awareness and discipline and effort and being able truly to care about other people. Yet increasingly, people, especially the young, cocoon themselves in online worlds. Wrapped by their own curated image, they do not use social media to communicate, but to project an ideal self. The average U.S. teen now spends 6 to 9 hours a day engaged with online media. These are 9 hours not spent engaging with others and understanding different points of view. Professor Jennifer Acker at Stanford analyzed 72 studies conducted on 14,000 college students. she found a sharp drop in empathy over the previous 10 years as increasing reliance on technology whittled away at human interaction. A 2017 study by the American Academy of Pediatrics found that social connectedness and empathy plummet as screen time increases, while narcissism becomes pronounced. When the brain learns that two things go together, new frontal lobe connections are formed and reinforced. Professor Linda Wilbrecht at Berkeley explains why active engagement is necessary for such connections to take hold. She says, "You differentially sculpt your frontal circuits when actively doing something versus just passively observing it. When a youngster stares into a screen for most of their waking hours, this normal phase of development will not happen. An iPad thrust before babies presents an indirect, abstract experience cut off from first-hand touch and a child's sense of their own body. It is time stolen from traditional games that foster social skills. It is time robbed from hearing and watching adults talk to them and engage in creative play. It is time taken from the practice they need to grow into engaged, self-aware social beings. It is time that otherwise would be given to singing, retelling stories, and listening attentively, the natural ways that language and literacy develop. The brain's white matter bulks up during the teen years while gray matter thins. Gray matter is made up of nerve cell bodies. White matter consists of the connecting fibers. Establishing social bonds aids this transition. The frontal circuits involved in self-control and planning do not fully mature until the mid to late 20s. An immature frontal cortex is often blamed for teenage problems, but this is too simplistic. Early adolescence sees multiple changes in the connections between neurons. As puberty transforms the body, neurons may grow and lose 25% or more of their connections every week. It is this large-scale turnover of connections, rather than immaturity, that explains why a teenager's frontal lobes are less efficient than an adult's, hence their iffy judgment and impulse control. 2 decades ago, new imaging technology allowed scientists to observe living neurons in a mouse brain before and after it had learned something new. Today, we can apply this technique to young humans. Their frontal neurons are wildly grasping for information upon which to form themselves, says Professor Wilbrecht. But neurons cannot grasp or connect the dots of new information if young people are habitually head down and passively hypnotized by their screens. Neoteny dictates that intellectual skills develop only during critical time windows. Engaging with others is part of that development, and social engagement is what our Stone Age brain instinctively wants. What has changed is the recent invention of powerful distractors that eat up our attention and outweigh the importance of everything else. Miss the developmental window, and the capacities to read others, infer intent, and empathize are permanently degraded, while the problems that result from having too little empathy or none at all mount. Now we begin Chapter 10. Chapter 10: How Blue Screen Light Wrecks Normal Sleep. Thomas Edison used to nap in a chair with large armrests. On one side, he kept a pad and pen. On the other, his arm rested while he clutched a handful of steel ball bearings. A metal saucepan sat on the floor below. As soon as Edison began to dream, his muscles would relax and he would drop the ball bearings. The clatter in the pan woke him up, and he would quickly jot down whatever creative ideas had been circulating in his subconscious. Unlike Edison, we are part of a wired and tired nation, chronically sleep-deprived. Large companies and even law enforcement agencies now hire fatigue management consultants and install special software for their workers. But many people still assume they can just push through with an iron will and a pot of coffee, or maybe catch up on lost sleep over the weekend. Unfortunately, both of those assumptions are wrong. From an energy perspective, sleep is not a passive state. It is a metabolically active state that consumes a great deal of fuel. When you are habitually under-rested, your brain's glucose reserves get taxed, and there's no evidence that you can borrow time by sleeping an hour less tonight and an hour more tomorrow. On the contrary, even a small departure from the ideal 6 to 9 hours of sleep can demonstrably degrade your mental performance for several days. This makes ignoring a set bedtime a very bad idea. During sleep, your unconscious mind makes connections that might not be obvious during the day. For instance, a good night's sleep more than doubles the probability that you will solve a problem requiring insight the next day. When you are actively dreaming, the brain takes what you have learned and applies it to knowledge already stored in your memory. Let's take the example of solving anagrams. When people are woken from a deep, non-dreaming sleep, they are foggy and do not do this task well. But when woken from dreaming sleep, they solve 15 to 35% more anagrams compared to their daytime performance. They even say it feels different. During the day or after being woken from deep sleep, they have to deliberately focus on the problem. But when awakened from a dream, the solution just seems to pop into their head. This is an example of implicit knowledge coming to the forefront. The dreaming brain is not interested in logical, step-by-step thinking. Instead, it makes connective leaps. Its advantage in solving anagrams shows just how different the operating principles of the dreaming brain are. While we are awake, we perceive a narrow set of possibilities, but only during dream-rich REM sleep do we show an enhanced ability to link existing memories to new knowledge. You can also see this enhanced performance after a 60 to 90-minute nap that includes dreaming. Digital distractions and screen viewing are intimately intertwined with the issue of insufficient sleep. So let's explore the architecture of what normal sleep actually is. What constitutes normal sleep? Our modern idea of a normal sleep pattern is quite different from what it was for most of human history, when daily life took place outdoors. Living in caves, castles, or skyscrapers is a very recent development. For most of our existence, we lived in harmony with the natural rhythms of light and dark. Gas and electric lighting only became popular about 120 years ago, but our brains and bodies still take their cues from the sun. We cannot do otherwise because our internal biological clocks regulate alertness, mood, behavior, and even our patterns of thought. Most of these clocks are in the brain, but the heart and digestive system have their own timekeepers as well. It is hard for us today to appreciate the force that these biological clocks exert. The Industrial Revolution forced us into an artificial 8-hour rest pattern to maximize worker productivity. In the early 1990s, history professor Roger Eckhurch unearthed historical sleep patterns that had been long forgotten. By looking through old records, he discovered that earlier generations normally slept in two distinct phases. First sleep began shortly after sunset and lasted until about midnight. A person would then wake up and do things like pray, sew, write in a diary, or have sex before returning to bed for a second sleep until dawn. References to this can be found in Chaucer's Canterbury Tales and Charles Dickens's Barnaby Rudge. You can imagine how great literature and philosophical tracts could have been written during these quiet hours. When morning breaks, a release of hormones rouses us. When darkness falls, a different set of hormones lulls us to sleep. Even dim light can disrupt this release. Dr. Thomas Ware at the National Institutes of Mental Health confirmed our natural inclination to sleep in two blocks. He had volunteers live in a windowless bunker where he controlled the light and dark periods. Cut off from external light, the subjects reverted to the two-phase sleep pattern. Primitive cultures that are not used to artificial light still sleep this way, showing how biologically ingrained the split pattern is. Once electric lighting allowed factories to run non-stop in the 1920s, this age-old pattern disappeared. Artificial light has now moved from overhead bulbs to the palm of our hand, bringing its own set of problems. There are as many patterns of sleep as there are sleepers. Any sound sleep, whether it is for 8 hours or a 24-minute nap, physically starts clearing the brain of cellular junk so it can function more efficiently. Optimally, we should sleep no less than 5 combined hours every 24 hours and no more than 9. The benefits of napping are so well established that many businesses have dedicated nap rooms. People who adopt a split sleep schedule often enjoy 2 periods of energy and mental alertness during the day. Longer naps or siestas are common in tropical climates. The word circadian comes from Latin and means approximately 1 day. Sunlight exposure resets our brain's central clock every day, Jet lag happens because our circadian rhythms adapt slowly to time zone changes. You might wonder how people in the Arctic reset their clocks. It turns out they do not have constant darkness for half the year. Even a few hours of twilight are enough to sustain healthy sleep-wake cycles. It does not take much daily light to maintain our rhythms. A few minutes of moonlight can do it, and people adapt surprisingly well to living at these latitudes. A few minutes of bright twilight are enough to maintain rhythms during the darkest weeks of midwinter. The Inuit people maintain their wake-sleep cycle without a strong light-dark cycle to guide them, while Shetlanders believe that moonlight should never fall on a sleeper's face. They may have noticed the unsettling effect that any light had on sleepers at sensitive times. One of the most important benefits of sleep is tidying up the brain. Think of it like a cleaning crew that comes in at night. Sleep ushers in a crew that mops up accumulated toxins and the byproducts of metabolism. This cleanup time is also when long-term memories are consolidated, which is another way of saying learning. While memories are created in a part of the brain called the hippocampus, it has limited storage. So, during the deepest stages of sleep, memories are transferred to the neocortex for long-term storage. Sleep pressure is a force that builds up an irresistible urge to nod off. As it rises, so do concentrations of two waste proteins associated with Alzheimer's disease, beta amyloid and tau. The connection between poor sleep and Alzheimer's has been known for a long time. The more sleep-deprived you are, the stronger your brain waves are during deep sleep, as if extra restorative forces are at work. The microscopic hallmarks of Alzheimer's are plaques of these proteins, and they begin destroying neurons decades before symptoms appear. This should give every screen binger and night owl pause for thought. Beta amyloid is a small piece of a larger molecule that normally helps with neural growth and repair. Tau protein helps maintain the cell's internal structure. The first imaging study of sleep deprivation in healthy volunteers showed widespread structural degradation in the brain's white matter after just one night of missed sleep. Subsequent studies confirmed the restorative power of sleep, that sleep deprivation degrades brain white matter, and that these changes can persist for years. These findings are disturbing. For now, the prudent course would be to limit your screen exposure, particularly in the evening. Extracellular wastes like amyloid and tau accumulate while we are awake. During sleep, they are absorbed into the cerebrospinal fluid and then excreted. When the sleep-wake cycle is disrupted, the clearance of both is diminished, and the progression to dementia can accelerate. Until recently, neurologists thought that the fitful sleep of people with dementia was a result of brain degeneration. But evidence now points to disrupted sleep as a possible contributing cause of Alzheimer's, rather than its end result. Multiple studies have shown that sleep fragmentation is accompanied by accelerated aging of certain brain cells, which may explain its link to cognitive decline. A 2021 study that followed 8,000 people for 25 years found an increase in dementia in those who slept 6 hours or less at ages 50 and 60. Brain scans also show that a single night of sleep deprivation raises amyloid levels in brain regions involved in Alzheimer's. The pattern of rising amyloid and tau levels during wakefulness and falling levels during sleep is especially strong in teenagers and young adults. Mothers are right, young people need their rest, for good reason. It is disconcerting enough that poor sleep is associated with dementia biomarkers in healthy adults. It is even more disturbing that a process called apoptosis, the programmed cell death that is a normal part of the brain's self-maintenance, goes haywire. An insufficiently rested brain will actually start to cannibalize itself by killing off neurons and synapses. This might explain why it is difficult to think clearly after a late-night binge on screen media. The brain encrypts a staggering amount of information every day, yet sleep commits only a fraction of it to memory. Normally, we experience 4 to 5 90-minute sleep dream cycles each night. Most dreaming takes place during REM sleep, while the other stages of sleep consolidate memory. Shortchanging your sleep by staying up late to binge on Netflix dulls your thinking the next day because you missed the last 1 or 2 REM sessions. Let's say you have had 2 nights of good sleep. and then stay up late the third night, depriving your brain of expected REM sessions. What happens? Your ability to learn new material the next day suffers. In fact, staying up late cancels out subsequent memory consolidation for up to 3 days. An incorrect mixture of brain waves and chemical transmitters overwhelms any attempts at catch-up sleep, as the short-changed dream cycle fails to resynchronize with the hard-to-budge circadian clock. A more effective strategy when you must study or rehearse is to front-load your sleep. Instead of staying up late to cram, go to bed early and set an alarm to wake up 7 hours later. That way you will get the deepest, most beneficial sleep during the early part of the night. The deep, slow-wave stages of sleep are the most restorative and yield superior memory consolidation compared to lighter sleep. It might seem that staying up late would merely shift your sleep cycles, but not sticking to a regular bedtime also prolongs your exposure to artificial light, which further inhibits optimal rest and learning. There is no cheating your circadian clock. Infants and children are a special case because their brains are learning at their heaviest workload. Infants spend most of their time asleep, and sleep duration shortens with age. With respect to memory, childhood sleep is 3 times more effective than that of an adult who sleeps the same amount of time. Memory consolidation is in full swing, even in the earliest months of life. After a 90-minute nap, babies will retain words learned before falling asleep better than babies who do not nap. What is more, they awaken knowing how to generalize. For instance, on learning the word doggy, they first associate it with 1 or 2 specific examples. But after sleeping, they can suddenly associate it with dog breeds they have never seen before. Studies in preschool and kindergarten children show that an afternoon nap strengthens the memory of material learned in the morning. This benefit occurs only in regular nappers and when sleep takes place within a few hours of new learning. Adolescents show similar gains. Regular sleep boosts good grades in school as well as self-esteem. In all cultures, the hormonal changes of puberty shift the timing of the brain's internal clock forward. Whereas younger siblings may be asleep by 9 p.m., teenagers do not feel tired. They stay up late and then have a hard time waking up for morning classes. Even at 11 p.m., it may be hours before their brain begins to wind down. Caught between a biological drive for later bedtimes and societal pressure to rise early, teens may cut their nightly sleep to unhealthy levels. The American Academy of Pediatrics advises that delaying school start times improves students' attendance, classroom attention, and grades. How blue light ruins sleep. The bluish light emitted by LED screens, found on TVs, smartphones, tablets, and laptops, powerfully disrupts the pattern of normal circadian sleep. Remember that all life forms, from bacteria to humans, have internal clocks that are in step with the 24-hour rhythm of the Earth. That is, all our internal clocks are connected to the sun. All human physiology is rhythmic because internal clocks are present in nearly every cell of the body, influencing everything from hormone levels to appetite. A central timekeeper in a part of the brain called the suprachiasmatic nucleus, or SCN, acts like an orchestra conductor, keeping all the players in sync. The SCN is particularly sensitive to shortwave light, which looks like a bluish-green called cyan. Because of the way sunlight scatters when it enters the atmosphere, blue light is most prevalent just before sunrise and again around sunset. The SCN registers the time of these peaks, while our overall light exposure is the primary force that resets our circadian clock every day. No drug can shift the circadian clock to a new time zone. Melatonin-based medications can speed up adaptation a bit, but more research is needed. Meanwhile, new research reveals that being out of sync from jet lag or other reasons can impede the formation of new neurons and interfere with our sense of direction. The tech titans have reluctantly admitted that years of overexposing us to excess nighttime light, particularly shortwave light, has had consequences, especially for maturing brains. Teenagers have a naturally delayed circadian clock, and theirs is also about twice as sensitive to the light at the end of the day. Spending a single hour after dusk in front of a laptop suppresses melatonin production in 15 to 17-year-olds by 23%, much more than it does in adults. When a teenager stays up late, staring into a phone or gaming console, their natural hypersensitivity to light pushes their sleep onset into the early morning hours, leaving them shortchanged when they need to get up. Many U.S. teens wake in the middle of the night to check their phones, but even a few seconds of screen light during these hours undermines the benefits of sleep. Before the advent of iPhones and iPads held close to the face, the largest source of shortwave light was the sun. During the day, our eyes are most sensitive to the green part of the spectrum. As darkness falls, our vision changes, and we lose the ability to see colors. At night, the eye's peak sensitivity shifts toward the blue end of the spectrum. But within the range of blue, only a small slice of the spectrum can affect the retina's special light-sensitive cells. This brings us to melanopic vision, which acknowledges that light has a broad biological impact on us beyond just seeing. The hormone melatonin, released from the pineal gland, regulates our sleep-wake cycle. During the day, naturally blue-rich sunlight suppresses it. The light energy from LED screens is considerably greater than that in natural sunlight, which is why all nighttime screen displays adversely affect sleep. The only way to meaningfully reduce the light energy hitting us from this spectral range, aside from shutting devices off after sunset, is to turn down the brightness of the device's blue channel. A number of apps reduce blue brightness, but only slightly. To make a real difference, the screen would need to look uncomfortably yellow. Inexpensive blue-blocking glasses claim to filter out the bad light, but to be effective, they would need to be dark orange or red, resulting in very low visibility. One study from the University of Houston noted a 58% upsurge in melatonin levels in participants who wore dense glasses that successfully filtered out blue light. Study participants fell asleep faster, slept more soundly, and slept 24 minutes longer compared to those who did not wear the glasses. Dr. Lisa Ostrin, the lead researcher, says that by using blue-blocking glasses, we can decrease the input to our light-sensitive cells, improve sleep, and still continue to use our devices. While true, it downplays the fact that effective glasses make it hard to see what you are doing. It also dances around the root problem of screen devices being so addictive and distracting. The free software F-Lux turns a user's screen color warm at night and cool during the day. Apple's night shift setting does decrease the blue channel, but it superimposes an orange cast by increasing the red output to garish levels. There is no known biological benefit to doing this, other than perhaps the placebo effect. Context dictates whether light that is predominantly blue or red would be best. For decades, doctors have used phototherapy, or light of specific wavelengths, to treat conditions ranging from psoriasis to seasonal depression. Building on this, Flinders University in Australia invented the retimer, a device worn like ski goggles that beams cyan-colored light into the wearer's eyes. Worn either in the morning or evening, it can effectively reset the circadian clock. The intensity and duration of artificial light exposure has society-wide implications for school starting times and elder care. A good night's sleep depends on getting the right amount of the right kind of light at the right time of day, and none when the body expects it to be dark. Manufacturers have responded by introducing smart bulbs that adjust their wavelength output throughout the day. Their Sleepy Baby and Good Night bulbs claim to not interfere with melatonin secretion, while their Awake and Alert bulbs, for morning use, output a greater proportion of shortwave light. Shortwave light from digital screens matters because it often blasts our retinas with the wrong kind of light at the wrong time of day. Interestingly, it is not the color of the light that resets our circadian rhythms. More than other bandwidths, short wavelengths better penetrate the oceans where life and light-sensitive cells first evolved. Every animal has these blue-sensitive cells that reset the daily clock. Even blind creatures have them, a testament to how fundamental sunlight exposure is. Circadian timing even affects how we heal. Skin wounds sustained during the day heal faster than those incurred at night because the skin cells involved in healing are more active during daylight hours. A study at Cambridge University showed that daytime healing of burns is 60% faster than healing at night. Light is so vital to human survival that it fits the definition of a nutrient, a substance an organism must get from its surroundings for growth and maintenance. Yet most people do not spend much time in the bright morning light that our bodies evolved to respond to. In addition to messing with our circadian clock, high-energy visible blue light packs more energy than longer wavelengths and penetrates all the way to the back of the retina. Some research suggests that this blue light, especially from bright LEDs, can lead to vision loss similar to macular degeneration. But even ordinary screen light affects young and old eyes in other ways. Age differences are especially meaningful in preschoolers. Just a short exposure to the bright light from a tablet suppresses melatonin in youngsters by 90%. An hour later, melatonin is still suppressed. This chemical upset wreaks havoc with bedtimes. Aside from having more transparent lenses, preschoolers are more sensitive to light because they have larger pupils that let more light fall on the retina. Pediatrician author Perry Klass advises, to help children sleep, go dark. Dr. Judith Owens, director of sleep medicine at Children's Hospital in Boston, recommends that parents avoid exposing children to very bright light before bedtime. Screen light, including television, is typically a household's brightest and bluest source. As for nightlights, she says to have them low near the floor so they do not shine directly in the eyes. Her advice is remarkably like the Shetlander's caution of not letting bright moonlight fall on a sleeper's face. Exposure to strong light after sundown encourages late-night habits that disrupt circadian rhythms and leave you tired. The circadian clock will synchronize to any natural cycle if given the opportunity. In a clever experiment in Colorado, participants camped outdoors for a week with no flashlights or electronic devices. The campfire was their only evening light, which radiates only long-wavelength light. After 1 week, the campers' internal clocks had aligned with solar time. Their biological night began at sunset and ended at sunrise. They were astonished that their weekly light exposure had increased more than 4 times compared to what it had been in the city, an illustration of the chasm between indoor and outdoor light levels. Just 3 generations ago, people got an average of 10 hours of daily daylight exposure. Interior office light today is about 300 lux, and the average home even less. Outdoor light can be 50,000 lux. If we do not get vigorous daytime exposure to sunlight, our internal clock becomes overly sensitive to the short wavelengths at twilight. This mistakenly tells us to wake up when we are exposed to the bright light from our devices in the evening. Dr. Mariana Figueroa at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute says that while digital screens flood us with melatonin-suppressing light at night, for those who need it, screens could act as invigorating light therapy during the day. At an Albany nursing home, she repurposed a flat-screen TV into what the staff called the miracle table. It transmitted only light, no picture. Elderly residents gathered around it every morning for 2 hours, and it began to alleviate the fragmented sleep common in older individuals. The device worked as well as 2 hours of outdoor sunlight. Dr. Figueroa also introduced luminous ceilings in intensive care nurseries, transforming them into environments that delivered an artificial sunrise and sunset matched to the baby's circadian rhythm. A handful of hotels now offer smart lighting to help guests alleviate jet lag. In 2019, Crowne Plaza introduced circadian lighting at its Atlanta Airport Hotel. Smart lighting techniques are also effective in dimly lit industrial settings. Dr. Figueroa explored how much light submariners need to stay sharp. These sailors typically spend months in dim light, often following an 18-hour watch schedule to which the human body will never adapt. Studies are currently exploring how well blue light keeps individuals alert, in addition to synchronizing their internal clocks. Because blue light suppresses melatonin, the issue is also relevant to factory shift workers. The National Toxicology Program thinks that a relative lack of blue light exposure may explain the increased risk of cancer, cardiovascular disease, and depression in this population. We already know that long wavelengths boost alertness without suppressing nocturnal melatonin. Exposing shift workers to more red light at night promotes alertness and improves performance. Having to choose among blue light, red light, or special goggles seems like a lot of effort. Daily life would be easier if our gadgets were more circadian friendly. Instead of one more technological solution for a problem caused by technology in the first place, what if we just took a brief walk outside? Our internal clock is most sensitive to light during the first 2 hours after waking up. But going outside at any time of day is beneficial. Leave your sunglasses behind. Look up at the sky. Full spectrum sunlight will brighten your mood and make you more alert. Even on cloudy days, outdoor light is much greater than what you would get in an office. Dr. Figuero's prescription is, wake up and go for a walk every morning. Without your phone in hand, it is a bright idea to get your light for the day. Now we begin Chapter 11. Chapter 11, Hooked in the Pursuit of Happiness. Like the sirens of Greek legend whose song lured Odysseus, modern technology bewitches us. It is fun, cool, and amazing. We can do previously unimaginable things, but its infinite scroll can make us waste an hour swiping. There's always one more, just as there are always eager opponents in multiplayer video games that seize participants so firmly that some wear diapers to avoid leaving the action. Obsessed gamers have been known to forego food and sleep. 2 adolescents in China, exhausted after gaming nonstop for 2 days, passed out on railroad tracks and were killed by a train. Equally obsessed players have died while sitting in front of their screens, their bodies overwhelmed with stress hormones. These examples are extreme, but they are indicative. Like Odysseus, we are easily lured by a siren song. A 2019 Stanford University study found that our digital lives weave in and out among multiple applications in less than 20 seconds. Many subjects could not resist switching unless they metaphorically lashed themselves to a mast as Odysseus did. We willfully circumvent apps that promise to limit our time online because our wanting system does what evolution designed it to do. Chasing new things may make us feel more productive, but we do not accomplish more just because we are busier. The bias for seeking novelty that helped our ancestors survive works to our detriment today. Within the brain's neural networks are two feel-good circuits, one for pleasure and liking, the other for wanting and reward. The pleasure circuit mainly uses the brain's natural narcotics. It is smaller and harder to activate. The resulting satisfaction, whether from a good meal, good sex, or a good night's sleep, is short-lived. The glow of applause or social admiration quickly fades, as does the satisfaction of getting likes and retweets. The more extensive wanting and reward network, however, relies on dopamine, the neurotransmitter that has a ticket to every part of the brain. This is the fulcrum of addiction, whether physical or behavioral. Reward deficiency syndrome, now an official diagnosis, defines addictions in terms of biology. Their physiological features are similar. As a person's wanting network ramps up, it becomes increasingly harder to satisfy. Because the bulk of wanting operates unconsciously, it is useless to address addiction with pleading or lectures about willpower. Addiction specialists now seek to identify the influences that predispose some people to addiction, including screen addiction. Compared to pleasure, wanting is easier to trigger and sustain, but nearly impossible to satisfy. One can never satisfy desire, because as soon as we get what we want something else. This is the basis of advertising. Commercials promise greater satisfaction if only we use their new products, but advertisers know that the satisfaction of desire is fleeting and that we will go shopping again. In the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson called the pursuit of happiness an inalienable right. But how well has that pursuit paid off? In the Geography of Bliss, NPR correspondent Eric Weiner writes, Americans are 3 times wealthier than we were half a century ago, yet we are no happier. We are the richest country on earth, yet rank merely 23rd on the list of happy nations. Since 2012, the United States has steadily dropped in rank, despite our rising standards of living. Some of the blame can be laid to our ancient feel-good circuits. They goad us into wanting big homes, flashy cars, and other status symbols because our cave-dwelling ancestors sought the Stone Age equivalents of these things. The Greek legend of Sisyphus is a metaphor for this endless struggle. Social psychologists have coined the term hedonic treadmill to compare the failure to satisfy desire with running on a treadmill from which we can never escape. Climbing aboard this treadmill is like playing a rigged game we can never win because it entices us to pursue happiness in the wrong places. Connect the dots. If search engines and social media giants rely on targeted ads for revenue, and if people increasingly rely on screen-mediated technology, and if these companies spend millions lobbying Congress, and if politicians rely on donations to win elections, does it not follow that these moneyed interests benefit by promoting a culture of addiction among people who turn to their screens for happiness? Humans did not evolve to pursue happiness. Our Stone Age incentive system only cares that we survive long enough to procreate. What did evolve was a mindset transmitted through cultural values that anticipates what will make us happy. How well it has achieved that goal is debatable. Ambitious people are never satisfied. Despite racking up rewards, they have measurably lower levels of happiness than their less driven counterparts. Materialistic individuals consistently rate themselves as less satisfied because external factors cannot alter their basic disposition. Some rich people are joyless due to their own personalities, not because money makes them glum. Physically attractive or wealthy people are no happier than their less fortunate counterparts because they compare themselves upward to even better-looking or wealthier individuals. Anthropologists say that status-seeking likely evolved in small tribes. Today, we are exposed to the most successful people on a planet of 7 billion. No matter what we do, someone will always surpass us. You can never win if you habitually compare yourself upward. And this is where Facebook is especially insidious in wreaking havoc on self-esteem. For peace of mind, try comparing yourself downward. A case in point was my 92-year-old mother and her varicose veins. "At least I have legs," she said. "They don't hurt." Her downward comparisons stopped her from wasting energy on something she could not change. It freed her to focus on more upbeat things. In the same way that singing aloud when you feel blue improves your mood, the simple act of downward comparison can profoundly change your perspective and alleviate the fear of missing out. Granted, attempting to short-circuit your desires may be hard because the wanting system never pauses. Aristotle observed, "It is the nature of desire not to be satisfied." People around us strongly influence what we want, and most people want the same things despite insisting their taste is unique. This delusion makes modern advertising possible. If in doubt, ask yourself, if you were the only person left on Earth, would your wants be different? If yes, then your challenge is to understand how you have been conditioned to think the way you do. The philosopher Jiddu Krishnamurti said, "We become what is done to us." He meant that our parents, teachers, society, and life experiences unavoidably shape us. For those who fancy themselves rational, experiments show how easy it is to make us want rewards that we do not actually like. Unconscious parts of the brain motivate us to pursue things that are not pleasurable, yet make us race after them. Think about a midlife crisis. Whatever its outward signs, inwardly it reflects dissatisfaction with how poorly the years spent rewarding your desires have paid off. This poor showing only confirms your enslavement to the brain's reward network. That such a network exists is vividly demonstrated by a Parkinson's patient who underwent a brain implant to stop her tremors. When the current to her implant switched on, this otherwise happy woman flew into a crisis of despair. "I don't want to live anymore," she wailed. To her doctor's dismay, reasoning was futile. But once the electrical current was cut off, the woman regained her cheery disposition as quickly as she had lost it. The cycle from her usual frame of mind to despondent and back again took all of 8 minutes. She joked about what had happened and gamely volunteered to repeat the experiment enough times that no other explanation was possible, but that her doctors had stumbled on a neurological circuit involved with desire. Arko Ghosh, who revealed that screen swipes change the brain's representation of the hand, has continued his research into how smartphone behavior alters specific brain structures. His downloadable Tap Counter app measures how many times a user touches their screen. It also tracks larger arm and hand movements. Measurements show that people can generate up to 40,000 taps a day. Surprisingly, Dr. Ghosh tells me, people still play with their screen while they are supposedly asleep. The astonishing number of times people touch their screen seems eerily like the behavior of frenzied rats that furiously press a lever to self-stimulate a pleasure center in their brain. In 1954, James Olds at McGill University first demonstrated the existence of a pleasure center in the brain. Rats with electrodes implanted in a specific nucleus will repeatedly press a lever to give themselves a sensation, foregoing food, sleep, and sex to self-stimulate thousands of times an hour until they die. Olds and his colleagues showed that deep brain stimulation turns on neural networks ordinarily activated by everyday rewards. Today's digital distractions show how easily artificial stimulation can elicit complex behavior like that of obsessive smartphone users. Pavlov would marvel at how modern people have willingly conditioned themselves. Humans who have had analogous implants confirm that the sensation is pleasurable. Early recipients often experienced orgasm. One patient stimulated himself 1,500 times over a 3-hour period and pleaded for more when the session was over. More recent studies have confirmed these conclusions by showing that infusing the same region with dopamine evokes the same kind of pleasure. These driven actions seem suspiciously like screen dependency. Screen engagement is engineered to make users feel good, and its use is designed to be a reward. Unfortunately, reinforcement makes it nearly impossible to convince users that attention is a limited resource. Reinforcement shapes habits and influences decisions. As a rule, the more time you spend in front of a screen, the more reinforced the behavior becomes. This might sound obvious, but few people heed it, mainly because we are oblivious that our behaviors are being reinforced. By obsessively checking your phone, you condition yourself to keep doing it just to feel normal. Reinforcement is any stimulus that sustains or increases a behavior. For example, approval given after a child puts away their toys makes them more likely to do it in the future. Reinforcement does not require a conscious grasp of the effect. Trying not to look at your phone becomes uncomfortable in the same way that withdrawal from addictive substances causes discomfort. This is aversive conditioning. Professor Larry Rosen's experiments showed that subjects could not bear to be separated from their phones for even a few minutes. Reinforcement is an evolutionary tool to modify behavior. Food, water, and sex are primary reinforcers. As we evolved, reinforcers became more sophisticated. A parent today has experience a child lacks. Children can learn from reinforcement. Sensitivity to reinforcement is an ancient trait. We used to call it animal training or child rearing because both instinctively reinforce good behavior. Positive reinforcements shape behavior more effectively than negative ones. Pavlov's dogs are the classic example of positive reinforcement. The fact that most animals are susceptible to reinforcement testifies to its biological power. Reinforcement is a relationship between a behavior and whatever reward propagates it. A dog looks up at the dinner table, you give it food. The dog looks up again with an endearing expression. You give in and feed it another scrap, unwittingly reinforcing its begging. Any reinforced behavior can sustain itself for a long time. This means trouble because breaking the cycle will require sustained effort. Most people conditioned to screen distractions are unwilling or do not know how to break their conditioned behavior. One does not need brain implants to manipulate group behavior. Positive intermittent reinforcement does the job nicely. Consider love bombing, showering a group with flattery to make them feel welcome. This invokes the hormone oxytocin, which is profoundly pro-social. The flip side is aversive conditioning, sometimes called brainwashing. One example is today's extreme political polarization. But what exactly are rewards? They are not just dopamine squirts, but objects, activities, or states of mind that have value. They create feelings of pleasure and reinforce behavior. The interaction between person and environment is complex, so neural networks must not only sense rewards but also predict them. Pavlov's classic study revealed a great deal about rewards. The dopaminergic network responds more strongly to the prediction of a reward than to the reward itself. Decades after Pavlov, scientists stumbled on intermittent reinforcement, a far more powerful force. Both people and animals engage in a behavior more frequently when they are rewarded only some of the time. The influence is maximal when the uncertainty of getting a reward is 50-50. Intermittent reinforcement relieved our ancestors from making agonizing decisions. Marketers know this and use it against us. To see how this works, let's say the next time your dog begs, you decide not to give in. You shoo it away. The dog sits and waits because you have previously reinforced its begging. If you refuse to give in, you can, in time, extinguish the behavior, but it will take weeks to snuff out your mistake if you give in only once more. If you remain resolute most of the time but reward the dog now and then, you will have made the situation infinitely worse through positive intermittent reinforcement. Children, like dogs, are clever. They learn that sometimes no means maybe. A frustrated child keeps pestering to make sure no really means no. They may throw a tantrum, but woe to the parent who does not stand firm. Once they cave, the child learns that nagging and tantrums work. The principle of intermittent rewards makes slot machines addictive. Although the probability of hitting the jackpot is the same on every spin, the number of spins needed is variable. This induces gamblers to keep playing. If the payout were predictable, players would lose interest. What hooks them are the small but frequent payouts, followed by sporadic, medium-sized ones, then the unpredictable win of bonus features, and finally, the jackpot. Intermittent reinforcement induces players to plow winnings back into the machine. It is irrational, but players do not care, just as those who complain about being addicted to their phones fail to turn them off. Gamblers may keep at it until they go broke, which is why casinos make 65 to 80% of their revenue from slots. Online games entice players to purchase loot boxes that grant a chance to win paltry game accessories. Loot boxes are another kind of screen distraction. Unsavvy players can wind up maxing out their parents' credit cards. Repeatedly checking your phone strengthens the same reinforcement tactic as playing the slots. You checked it once and got something useful, so you check it again and again. An unpredictable schedule of payoffs keeps you rooted to your screen while the anticipation releases dopamine. The downside of staying vigilant is that you easily deplete your mental energy. An analog of screen obsession might be fishing. You might catch a fish in the first 10 minutes, but then wait an hour or all day for another nibble. The unpredictable reward schedule will keep you engaged in tantalizing, energy-draining anticipation. Screen devices are addictive precisely because their unpredictable rewards are more exciting than fixed ones. Brain scans show that dopamine release is bigger for intermittent rewards. Each time our smart device delivers a reward, it excites us. We want it to happen again, even though most of the digital flux that washes over us costs time and energy. Every single notification forces us to expend resources. Maybe we get a relevant hit once every 30 messages, but that is enough to keep us hooked. Social anxiety also drives us to check our devices hundreds of times a day, even though studies show that frequent checking reduces feelings of well-being. When I spoke with NPR correspondent Eric Weiner, he said no one had ever asked him why the hedonic treadmill exists. From an evolutionary perspective, he thought it made sense. If we were satisfied with X, we would never strive for Y. He also saw self-preservation at work, as the treadmill works to blunt suffering as well as happiness. He suggested, we are not very good at predicting what will make us happy. We eat that third hamburger thinking it will taste as good as the first. I was surprised to read the Oxford English Dictionary's definition of happiness. Good fortune or luck in life, the state of pleasurable content of mind, which results from success. The dictionary paints happiness as a passive result of attainment. If you have clothing, food, and a roof, the dictionary defines you as happy. Contentment, by contrast, has to do with not letting desire disturb you, having one's desire bound by what one has, not disturbed by the desire for anything more. The difference between these two states suggests we would feel less stressed if we did not chase desires so vigorously. But can we ever hop off the hedonic treadmill? Possibly, if we appreciate the 3 reasons we mount it. First, we typically miswant things that, once attained, fail to satisfy us. Second, we overestimate how long a desire once indulged will gratify us. And third, we adapt and take what we get for granted, quickly becoming dissatisfied again. It follows that the worst way to overcome dissatisfaction is by trying to gratify the never-ending stream of desires. The whole purpose of Zen meditation is to address this existential dissatisfaction. Because desire is insatiable, we cycle endlessly from craving to action to discontent. Some individuals wake up to the futility of chasing their wants. Prince Siddhartha became the Buddha. Francis of Assisi and Thomas Merton renounced their possessions. But most of us are not saints. We must settle for what enlightenment we can get while living in the bustling modern world. Miswanting is the culprit behind impulse purchases and buyer's remorse because we adapt to new circumstances and return quickly to our temperamental set point. The euphoria of lottery winners wears off after a month or two. Those who were previously happy resume their sunny outlook, while curmudgeons go back to being sour. Interestingly, this applies from both directions. Studies comparing lottery winners with those left paralyzed by an accident find that lottery winners are initially euphoric and paraplegics despondent. But within a few months, the newly rich revert to their typical mood, while paralyzed individuals rebound to happiness levels only slightly lower than before. Resilience lets us adapt. A reader of Psychology Today shared his surprise at not liking something he thought he wanted. He wrote that a salary increase he thought would make him happy actually made him depressed. He realized it brought to the forefront all the wants in his life, and his desires were once again disturbing his contentment. Quick fixes often involve someday thinking. We say, "I'll be better off when." The list is as infinite as the hedonic treadmill. By focusing on a future that may never arrive, someday thinking pushes away the chance to be content right now. All emotions are based on comparisons, which is why keeping up with the Joneses is a familiar motivation. The urge for social approval confirms that other people exert more influence over us than we wish to admit. If we did not value social status, we would not strive so hard to acquire expensive things. If we did not value social approval, we would not spend so much time and energy maintaining a public face. Our ancestors placed a premium on social approval because inclusion in a group conferred huge benefits. Among the 8 billion people in the world, some are spectacularly accomplished. Trying to compete against them is guaranteed to sap your energy. No wonder the term social media fatigue has entered our lexicon. Gregory Burns at Emory University has shown that conformists have less brain activity in their executive areas and more in areas associated with perception, indicating that peer pressure literally changes the way we weigh things. Susan Cain concurred in her book, Quiet. She says, "Groups are like mind-altering substances." She cites Warren Buffett as someone who divides the world into people who focus on their own instincts and those who follow the herd. The pressure to conform impedes creative thinking. Cain finds introverts to be better at staying on task and ignoring distractions, whereas extroverts frequently seek emotional approval and constantly check their phones. Extroverts are suckers for positive intermittent reinforcement and thus easily addict themselves to digital distractions. Now we begin Chapter 12. Chapter 12, Pandora's Box: How Ambivalence Keeps Us Hooked. The word ambivalence literally means having strength in two ways. It describes being of two minds about something. In the context of addiction, both physical and behavioral, ambivalence is a key feature. It is the state of mind of those who want to stop but find that they cannot. Think about smokers in the 1940s. They had no reason to feel ambivalent about their nicotine addiction because smoking was socially acceptable, even glamorous. Films from that era often showed romance blossoming over a shared cigarette. It was not until 1964 that the U.S. Surgeon General officially linked cigarettes to lung cancer. Before then, even medical journals ran advertisements showing doctors relaxing with a cigarette. When smartphones first came out, no one imagined they might be addictive. We greeted them as miraculous devices that would bring untold wonders. But at some point during their dependency, an addict wants to stop but discovers they cannot. This is true despite facing negative consequences like losing a job, a family, or even their health. Remember my acquaintance, a successful physician, who jabbed a needle into his thigh while crying out for help to stop? His education and success could not shield him from addiction. An alcoholic judge told me how he would go to the liquor store determined to have only 2 drinks, and then, to his dismay, would empty the entire bottle in just a few hours. These struggles are familiar to anyone who has tried to quit smoking or stick to a diet. No matter the addiction, the brain's flexibility or plasticity is changed by exposure to the addictive agent. The brain's wanting network gets rewired so that short-term cravings win out over long-term consequences. Neuroscientist David Eagleman calls this relentless force the power of now. He points out that rats will continually self-administer drugs at the expense of food and drink, 2 things essential for their survival. They make this senseless choice for the same reason humans do, because the drugs tap into the fundamental reward circuitry in their brains. The drugs effectively tell the brain that this decision is better than anything else it could be doing. Regaining sobriety is a long process. It involves support from others and therapy that aims to reverse the unconscious learning that established the addiction. Addictive drugs and behaviors, including screen addictions, rewire the brain in the same way that learning creates new memories. This rewiring happens quickly. Illicit drugs can alter the brain's circuitry within hours, and those changes can last for weeks. This rapid rewiring is a form of unconscious learning, leaving users unaware that their brain has been altered. The first experience is often marked as deeply significant, and that feeling can push vulnerable people to use again and again. When someone tries to quit after repeated indulgence, an insidious form of brain plasticity called incubation of craving occurs. Cravings typically develop during the early stages of abstinence. As the weeks pass, they intensify until they become something like a long-term memory. Anything once associated with the addiction, people, places, or objects, can instantly trigger a craving. These enduring changes in the brain's motivational circuits are one reason why quitting and staying sober takes continual effort. The very word addict comes from a Latin word for an indentured slave, meaning bound to. And experience shows we can be easily bound to all sorts of substances and behaviors, including the screen in our hands. The big question is whether this incubation of craving applies to screen dependency. While we need more research to say for sure, the parallel is clear enough to raise concerns. The logic is this: addictive drugs and addictive behaviors both take over the brain's normal motivational circuits. They strengthen the connections that drive dopamine cells and their targets. Instead of encoding new memories, these changes push a person to repeat the behavior or take the substance again. Evolution has optimized these circuits over eons so that attaining the things we need for survival feels good. Food, water, and sex are all primary reinforcers. Rewiring these basic circuits has ruinous consequences. An addicted brain will subordinate health, relationships, money, and even life itself as if scoring a hit were the most crucial thing for its survival. When it comes to excessive screen checking, ambivalence is obvious in our laments about how much time we waste scrolling. Perhaps you feel the internal tug-of-war between promising yourself to cut down and then, without a second thought, breaking that promise. This is the real-life paradox of wanting something but not enjoying it. We fail to tear ourselves away despite the negative consequences. In his book, 10 Arguments for Deleting Your Social Media Accounts Right Now, Jaron Lanier recounts his journey from a computer science pioneer to an internet skeptic. He is dismayed at how toxic and isolating social media have become. He writes, "If triggering emotions is the highest prize and negative emotions are easier to trigger, how could social media not make you sad?" Positive intermittent reinforcement feeds addiction not through rewards, but by never letting you know if or when a reward will come. Lanier explains, "The algorithm is trying to capture the perfect parameters for manipulating a brain, but the brain isn't responding to anything real, but to a fiction. That process of becoming hooked on an elusive mirage is addiction." It is easy to yank the brain's wanting and liking systems in opposite directions. An experiment from Stanford University called Lusting While Loathing surreptitiously prevented volunteers from winning a prize they had previously wanted. Afterward, they rated the prize. The losers desired it more, even as they simultaneously judged it to be less desirable than they had initially. This ability to disdain something yet still want it illustrates our capacity to hold contradictory thoughts and feelings. The greatest emotional gap between wanting and liking occurred in participants who were not very self-aware of their feelings. The experimenters emphasized that emotion plays a big role in harmonizing our wants and likes. Individuals will be happiest if they can strike a balance, but many people cannot, thanks to ambivalence. What may seem like irrational preferences are in fact valid reflections of unconscious assessments. As circumstances change, we implicitly assign shifting values to people, places, and things. Because wanting and liking are weighed unconsciously, we end up doing things we rationally know are not good for us, whether it is skipping the gym, eating a whole bag of cookies, or compulsively checking our phones. A few years ago, Dr. Kent Berridge at the University of Michigan challenged the prevailing wisdom about dopamine. He insisted that dopamine was not the reward neurotransmitter, but the one related to desire. Time has proven him correct. Dopamine is responsible for the positive reinforcement that makes us crave another donut even when we feel full. Dr. Berridge found that addictions that take over the dopamine network change it permanently. He explained to me, the enduring change is the basis for ongoing addiction. This is unhappy news because it applies to screen and other behavioral addictions as much as it does to substance addictions. It seriously indicts our uncritical embrace of technology. For example, by the time the average American child is 8 years old, they will have spent more than a full year of 24-hour days on recreational screen time. It gets worse. If addiction can permanently change the wiring for desire, then it exposes the limits of our brain's flexibility. On one hand, neuroscience has revealed the brain as marvelously plastic. On the other hand, it has not adequately discussed the limits of that plasticity. Consequently, people hold on to the notion of free will without realizing that the majority of their brain's operations take place outside of their conscious awareness or control. All addictions sensitize the wanting network, causing it to release more dopamine. This makes cues associated with getting a reward more significant and leaves individuals hypersensitive to whatever triggers a craving. To Dr. Berridge, this is a heightened incentive motivation. Yet here's the odd part. A conditioned response can make individuals come to prefer the cue over the actual substance. Weirdly, anticipation becomes more rewarding than attainment. Following a 3-month rehab, a medical acquaintance of mine continued to inject himself, but with sterile water. He had become a so-called needle junkie, attracted to the ritual and sensation of injecting his veins. He told me, "I have no idea why I still do it, but I get antsy if I don't." This illustrates how permanently embedded these drives can be, even as they remain involuntary and unconscious. In alcoholics, for example, subliminal drinking cues flashed on a screen too briefly to be consciously registered can still trigger cravings that the addict consciously feels. A brief image of someone eating pizza can similarly set off a food addict. It is reasonable to question whether the same might apply to screen addiction. A recovering addict can successfully resist cues for a long time, only to relapse when stressed or exposed to the formerly alluring substance. This raises the hard question of how to balance the need to interact with screens while avoiding addiction. One does not need to consciously feel the force of emotion for it to impel such behavior. Dr. Berridge puts it this way: it is the cue multiplied by the level of dopamine interaction that determines the degree of wanting. And I would add the habitual conditioned behavior. We know that both novelty and anticipation activate dopamine release. Drop your keys once and dopamine neurons fire to alert you. But drop them again and your neurons get used to it. They do not provide the same jolt. The cue has become less significant. But the thing about digital distractions is that they fail to habituate. They remain endlessly novel and attractive because we have made screen flashes and the whoosh of notifications highly significant. Through repeated use, they have become anticipatory cues for emails, texts, videos, and potential social connections, perhaps the most potent influences there are. A large divide exists between those who question the effects of ever-present screens and those who root for more technology starting in infancy. In the latter group are people who plop infants in front of iPads, either because it is the path of least resistance or because they believe the experience is enriching, even when there is no evidence to support this. Arguing for no restraint is Professor Annette Carmeloff-Smith, a British authority on early child development. She argues, everything we know about child development tells us that tablet computers should not be banned for babies and toddlers. Voicing the counter-argument is Dr. Richard House, who says, "We have no idea what these devices are doing to the younger brain, so perhaps we should exercise a degree of caution." In the end, the two experts remained at odds. So how is a parent supposed to choose? Perhaps a better framed question is whether phone and tablet use disrupts the social and emotional relationships between an adult and a child. A call for more research sounds well-intentioned, but it can be a calculated obstruction from tech proponents. Vested interests dismiss the judgment of clinicians as scaremongering while abusing the concept of evidence-based medicine. As Dr. Eric Sigman, a member of Britain's all-party parliamentary group on a fit and healthy childhood, says, they urge us to err on the wrong side of caution. He explains that discretionary screen time is a complex lifestyle behavior, and producing definitive proof of causation will be a long time coming. The World Health Organization agrees, stating, people must humbly acknowledge that science has limitations. Thus, there is no contradiction between pursuing science and taking precautionary action. This is prudent advice, given findings from the University of Michigan Medical School that manipulative and disruptive advertising was the norm in popular apps aimed at preschoolers. This vulnerable group has become conditioned to sales pitches. Of 135 apps examined, 95% contained at least one advertisement. Even educational apps featured a great deal of deceptive advertising. For decades, the federal government has regulated TV advertising to young children, yet similar guidelines for digital apps do not exist. Online pop-up videos typically interrupt a child's play with nudges to buy the full version of an app. By design, children cannot succeed unless they make a purchase. Over 3,000 marketing messages confront the average American each day. While ads may merely annoy adults, children cannot distinguish an ad from content. They cannot grasp the motives behind the entreaties that screen characters make. In Dr. Kids, an app marketed as educational, the user plays doctor until a pop-up ad invites them to purchase a minigame. If a child declines, a screen character shakes its head and cries. The game is structured to shame the child into thinking they have done something wrong. Atlantic columnist Joe Pinsker asks, given how few adults are able to resist the attention-sucking powers of app designers and advertisers, how can kids possibly stand a chance? Even reputable companies like Walt Disney use cartoon characters for commercial purposes. A Disney Dole initiative, There's Beauty in Healthy Living, ostensibly markets produce to children. But Dr. Charlene Elliott at the University of Calgary concluded that Beauty and the Banana is a blatant sales commercial, not a public health campaign. Starting in late 2018, the biggest names in tech began trying to atone for the damage they wrought by releasing digital wellness tools like Apple's Screen Time. These powerful corporations tried to seem genuinely concerned, but people questioned whether these tools were a cynical ploy. Josh Golan, executive director of the Campaign for a Commercial-Free Childhood, says, disguising ads as part of gameplay and using cartoon characters to manipulate children into making in-app purchases is not only unethical, but illegal. That same year, Tristan Harris and Jim Steyer from the Center for Humane Technology began a tour across the country to explain to parents how social media keep kids tethered to their smartphones. Harris has characterized big tech's business model as a race to the bottom of the brainstem, while Steyer says, we will hold the industry accountable. Snapchat's Snapstreak feature, for example, assigns a number and a fireball symbol next to every name in a user's contact list. It counts consecutive days a child has sent a snap. If they skip a day, the streak disappears, making the young user feel anxious. In response to criticism, Snap redesigned its app, although the feature remains. Former New York Times technology columnist Farhad Manjoo points out the absurd ways tech giants contradict themselves. Google and Apple market their latest phones as irresistible while simultaneously promoting software that lets you use them less. Manjoo says this is because we have reached peak screen saturation. Tech has now captured pretty much all visual capacity. When NYU professor Clay Shirky observed that screens in the classroom acted like secondhand smoke, he banned them. Adrian Ward, a marketing professor at the University of Texas at Austin, similarly found that a smartphone visible within glancing distance measurably reduced cognitive capacity. Our conditioned Stone Age brain has to exert energy resisting the temptation to look. Realizing this, tech giants had to find other ways of holding our attention. Their solution was to weave a non-visual digital net around us made of wearables, GPS, and smart speakers, the Internet of Everything. Voice applications are surprisingly good at manipulating us because they can read emotions in our voice. Facial recognition software combines psychology with big data to discern shifting emotions as people shop and move through public spaces. Affectiva, an emotion detection software maker, has amassed a database of 7 billion emotional reactions from millions of face videos. That is nothing, however, compared to what tech companies glean from your voice alone. Algorithms can deduce your state of mind. Your health insurer cannot see your face when you call, but they have your voice print and record you for training purposes. What they do not tell you is that they are creating millions of customer voice files that they sell to behavioral analytics companies. Your voice is scored combined with your demographic information and sold to marketers who can target you with alarming specificity. Why do millions find it nearly impossible to put their screens aside? Because we have come to associate screens with pleasure, and pleasure is a fundamental drive. Pleasure is integral to homeostasis, which functions like a thermostat to stabilize our internal physiology. Dr. Berridge says, human brains notice, remember, think about, anticipate, and plan for pleasure. It kept us alive for eons. Our appetite for pleasure is why we always have room for dessert, and why one more for the road sounds like a good idea. Within the liking and wanting networks, Dr. Berridge discovered hedonic and motivational hotspots. Natural opioid-like transmitters amplify pleasant sensations to make them even more likable. This primes us to repeat actions that produce more of these pleasure-inducing neurotransmitters. When we are hungry, the brain releases a neuropeptide that makes food taste better. Similarly, another natural brain chemical can amplify any pleasurable experience. Because the psychology of pleasure and wanting are separate, screens can tantalize us without providing much pleasure at all. No matter how many hours we spend swiping, we are unlikely to score that satisfying euphoria we are driven to seek. Yet we continue to swipe because the possibility tantalizes us. The ancient Greek myth of Tantalus, from which we get the word tantalize, tells of how wanting in isolation can be agonizing. Banished to the underworld, Tantalus was forced to stand in water that receded every time he bent down to drink, and beneath fruit trees whose branches lifted beyond his grasp. Ubiquitous screens offer tantalizing tidbits that prod us to pick up our phone at every spare moment, as if a pause in activity has become intolerable. Perhaps it has, thanks to ever-present digital media that have reconditioned our brains like Pavlov's dogs. In 1654, the philosopher Blaise Pascal said, "All of humanity's problems stem from man's inability to sit quietly in a room alone." Yet does the anxious checking of your screen today deliver satisfaction or give life meaning? More likely it feels as if you were nervously waiting in front of a slot machine. Relief from boredom is nothing like pleasure, even though we have conditioned our brains to think that it is. Physicist and essayist Alan Lightman rarely ponders the material world without weighing its human significance. In his books, he shares his thoughts on imagination, creativity, and the value of solitude. Experience quiet, he says, and you will find something larger than yourself. The difficulty of slowing down is the very reason to purposely waste time. Doing so is essential. That's when the mind has a chance to think about what it wants to think about, without bombardment from the outside. After 25 summers on an island in Maine, Lightman discovered that silence perpetuates itself and reveals new ideas. It still boggles his mind that nearly all of an atom is empty space. Mulling it over, he recollects moments of change when he suddenly saw things and himself differently. We must honor our inner lives, he says. Otherwise, we are prisoners in the modern world we've created. Amen to that. Now we begin Chapter 13. Chapter 13, iPads in the Nursery or Not. This is the question that two well-known child advocates battled out in the pages of a British publication devoted to early years education. Favoring a full immersion of infants in screen-based technology was Dr. Annette Karmeloff-Smith, a cognitive scientist with expertise in developmental disorders. One of her studies showed that even a tiny difference in a mother's interaction style can affect when an infant achieves specific cognitive milestones. Yet she insisted that everything we know about child development tells us that tablet computers should not be banned for babies and toddlers. Opposing early exposure was Dr. Richard House, editor of Too Much Too Soon, Early Learning and the Erosion of Childhood. He argued that proponents have not thought through the consequences of their enthusiasm. He said, "We have no idea what these devices are doing to the younger brain, so perhaps we should exercise a degree of caution." In the end, the two experts remained at odds. So how is a parent supposed to choose? Perhaps a better question is whether phone and tablet use disrupts the social and emotional relationships between an adult and a child. Young children are exquisitely sensitive to the emotional tone and actions of their parents. We know that harmonious behavior between two people creates a social connection. Mutual gaze aligns brainwave patterns in parent and child, creating a powerful network that facilitates communication and helps a child understand how to interact with others. Emotional attachment has its roots in the central nervous system, and the mother-child bond is the closest form of human attachment. Biology wires them to connect. A child can embody the emotional experiences of familiar adults, forming a template for all their future relationships. This is called the Russian doll model of empathy. Because parents and children naturally attune to one another, behavioral psychologist Sarah Maruski and her colleagues asked what happens when a parent's smartphone use interrupts this attunement. Maruski compared parental preoccupation to a classic psychological experiment called the still face paradigm. In this experiment, parents who engage with their phones disappear and become invisible to their children, which affects their emotional attachment. The brain devotes considerable space to recognizing and analyzing faces. A child's ability to read faces is crucial to developing a theory of mind, the ability to think about one's own mental state and infer the state of others. In the still face experiment, which involves children aged 7 to 24 months, there are 3 phases: mutual free play, the still face phase where the mother is present but unresponsive, and a reunion phase. When a child's attempts to get their parents' attention go unanswered, they become distressed. In the lab, the mother is instructed to focus on her phone for just 2 minutes. We pick up our phones about 90 times a day, so a mother might think that checking her phone takes only a second. But a video of the experiment shows a young boy trying to get his mother's attention, repeating his plea 7 times during the short 2-minute still face phase. In another video, a toddler seems to have already learned that when forced to compete with her mother's phone, she might as well give up. She sits silent and motionless, waiting. The study's supervisor, Dr. Tracy Dennis Tawari, urges parents to understand that face-to-face engagement is the most important time to give children emotional feedback. She says, "These quality interactions aren't just icing on the cake, it is the cake." In previous generations, telephones were tethered to a wall. A mother could signal with a look that she would be with you in a minute. She made eye contact. But today, when a child sees their parent's head looking down, there is no telling how long it will be before they look up again. The final reunion phase of the experiment provides an opportunity to reconnect. Unfortunately, the more habitually preoccupied a parent is with their screen, the less successful the reunion is at repairing the emotional breach. Despite efforts to move away from either-or thinking, the debate about screen media still predominates. Do iPads accelerate learning? Do they free up analytical space by offloading facts? Or do they overload and confuse developing sensory and social networks? For me, the most interesting question is, to what extent do electronic screen media divert the development of the Stone Age brain from its natural course? An iPad cannot react to a child's smiles or babblings the way a human can. What it can do is compete with the long-established biological processes for laying down key neural networks for social interaction. Multiple studies confirm that children younger than 30 months do not learn from television and videos as well as they do from hands-on instruction. Even knowing this, some might still believe that watching iPads is no different from watching Sesame Street in the past, but it is. Televisions were fixed pieces of furniture, a social hub. Viewers chose from a limited menu of programs. A digital device, on the other hand, is an extension of oneself, filled with personal data. Televisions were turned off for the night, whereas digital screens disgorge inexhaustible material. Cumulatively, Apple has sold more than 200 billion apps, millions of which are targeted to children. As of 2017, well over half of all infants in affluent countries had played with an iPad before they learned to speak. The negative effects of screen exposure, if any, should therefore be more evident in the youngest children. We could ask if the influences are cumulative. Common sense says they should be, but definitive proof of causation will be a long time coming. Yet why are not more people concerned? If lead or similar toxins were at issue, there would be outrage. Until we can say whether screens are toxic or not, shouldn't the precautionary principle prevail? How do we know that any damage done early in life will not persist, or that ill effects might not appear until puberty? The most pertinent confounding variable is that the brain is not fully developed until age 25. To be fair, there are other confounding variables, especially the different ways of defining and measuring screen time. One scholarly group calls this the conceptual and methodological mayhem of screen time. Analysis of thousands of studies reveals major weaknesses. Aside from poor conceptualization, studies use non-standardized, self-reported measurements. Context and content are not adequately controlled for. Whatever measurements are used, tracking how these variables change over time can at least discriminate between objective quantities and subjective estimates. And while I have focused on the negative aspects, some studies point to beneficial effects of digital technologies. Still, I am sticking to the precautionary principle of less is better. Dr. Richard House called early exposure to screen technology unnecessary, inappropriate, and harmful. He believes children will learn the necessary skills to operate digital devices much more rapidly when their motor coordination is already well developed. Besides, any software they become adept at will be outdated by the time they are older. He also regarded early engagement with technology at the expense of unstructured free play as inappropriate, because it rests on the false assumption that learning can be accelerated. Thinking is not an activity you can speed up. Living cells fatigue when pushed past their limits. Trying to do so increases stress hormones, which leads to impulsive errors. Multitasking burns through glucose, the fuel that helps us concentrate. We become frazzled if we force ourselves to push ahead. It has always taken time to acquire new knowledge. From the brain's perspective, learning is the physical formation of new connections, strengthened through repetition. You cannot rush learning any more than you can accelerate thinking. 3 studies by the Alliance for Childhood found that typical kindergartners had less than 30 minutes a day for free play. Long-term studies confirm that any gains from early learning acceleration vanish by the 4th grade. By contrast, children in more play-based early education surpass their peers at age 10 in reading, math, social and emotional learning, creativity, and imagination. In other words, self-directed play bolsters a child's capacity to self-regulate and focus. These are important for establishing emotional intelligence and fostering creativity, resilience, and social skills. Screen media supplant face-to-face communication. The definition of medium is any device interposed between an individual and their direct experience of reality. Dr. House says early screen exposure is tantamount to playing Russian roulette with a child's development. When remote third parties choose and package information, imagination withers. Heavy screen use unbalances early development compared to everyday human rhythms and natural experiences. I have spoken with teachers from all types of schools. From all of them, I heard educators disgruntled at being micromanaged and expected to hew to rigid lesson plans on classroom tablets. Many wondered if the trend of offloading teaching to tablets was an administrative solution to overcrowded, understaffed schools. Some teachers welcome technology in the classroom, while others see it as a distraction. I found that the number of educators who champion more technology use at ever earlier ages outnumber those who urge prudence. Their enthusiasm persists despite being aware of the hypocrisy of Silicon Valley parents who forbid their own children to use smartphones and tablets. This is a curious disconnect because the mission statements on the education pages of tech company websites all say, "Children learn differently," and imply that students should use their products to learn at their own speed. But no evidence has ever supported the premise that allowing students to work at their own pace on screen-based software improves educational outcomes. And yet Apple's iPad in Education results boasts rosy outcomes, which the company attributes to using its products. The company claims it was not involved in gathering or analyzing the data, yet its logo appears throughout the publication. One patently unbelievable assertion is that academic achievements at one school increased by 200% after the introduction of the iPad. This is an egregious misrepresentation of data based on a minuscule sample size. One cannot assert correlation, let alone causation. Despite the lack of evidence, education policymakers appear to be in lockstep with the tech giants. During his tenure as Education Secretary, Arne Duncan laid out a national education technology plan for Congress for applying advanced technologies to our entire education system. He cited no rationale or evidence that it had worked in small trials, but he did say the department had incorporated input received from hundreds of industry experts. Back in his 2016 State of the Union address, President Obama announced a $4 billion proposal to teach computer science in schools. He asserted that coding isn't an optional skill, it's a basic skill. He assumed that knowing how to code would make sure all our young people can compete in a high-tech global economy without first asking what young people should know before they learn to code. Putting the how before the why confuses ends with means. But that often happens with technology. The authors of Screen Schooled, Joe Clement and Matt Miles, tell me that education policymakers are most concerned with looking good. Bureaucrats want to fix education quickly, so they buy gadgets and force teachers to use them. If teachers do not use enough gadgetry, their performance evaluations are downgraded. When I asked Clement about the reception of their book, he said, "Fairfax County has tried to ignore us. They have no interest in hearing the truth." Writing in The Atlantic, early childhood educator Erica Christakis echoes these observations. She laments the overtaking of early education by bureaucrats who do not know how children actually learn. Christakis calls one-on-one conversation the most efficient early learning system we have. The beginning of literacy, she says, is that children have heard and listened, spoken and been spoken to. No matter how feature-rich screen media become, what they offer is nowhere close to this intimate exchange. Nonetheless, tasks traditionally introduced in later grades are now being shoved forward to preschoolers, who, according to Christakis, lack the motor skills and attention span to be successful. Dr. Karmeloff Smith's Research Center published a survey a year after its endorsement of early iPad use. It found that earlier touchscreen use, specifically scrolling the screen, was associated with earlier fine motor achievement. But no significant relationships were found between touchscreen use and either gross motor or language milestones. The conclusions were largely circular. A subsequent study from South Korea confirmed that there is no evidence that tablets facilitate earlier language acquisition. After reading one of my essays, a concerned father wrote to me. He was about to move to Europe to work for a company that specialized in preschool apps. During the months before his move, he had let his young daughter play these educational games. He wrote, Well, let me just say that the only things these apps did for her was to get her better at playing the apps. He observed a visible degradation in her attention span and a slowing of her motor development. He said, "These things are worse than entertainment, much worse. I cannot in good conscience go to work for them now." What babies learn to recognize best during their early visual apprenticeship are facial expressions. Without effort, they distinguish one look from another and understand what they mean. They can differentiate surprise, anger, happiness, and fear, an aptitude that watching screens can never instill. Babies learn to read others long before they can speak, making this capacity a key part of emotional intelligence. Up until now, we have been overly optimistic about how transformative iPads would be and have not given enough thought to the price such technology would exact. Newborns effortlessly adapt to their new multisensory world. Rather than empty vessels, babies are active explorers of their surroundings. They take in, organize, and interpret information from multiple sources, including their own bodies. Through repetition, they learn the links between perception and action. Infants are superbly motivated to explore and engage socially. Recall our discussion of the fovea, the spot in the retina responsible for sharp vision. The fovea does not fully mature until age 4, which is reason enough not to occlude a child's visual field with an iPad during this critical window. A newborn's visual acuity is typically 2400. It sharpens in the first months. Color vision becomes functional around 4 to 6 months. Despite their underdeveloped vision, newborns are astute social creatures. Visual attention also takes time to develop. The eye muscles and brain circuits are functional at birth, but learning how to attend to and track an object takes practice. Object recognition is an enormous undertaking. No wonder babies sleep so much. While they sleep, the necessary connections are being laid down. A curious child learns these things naturally. Sticking an iPad in the way impedes this process. With respect to hearing, infants are partial to high-frequency sounds. They are more sensitive to changes in pitch than loudness. They also have a hard time separating speech from other sounds, even though they are universally sensitive to the individual sound units of all languages. A cross-sensory connection occurs naturally during the first year of life. All infants see speech as well as hear it. Sight, sound, and movement are tightly coupled. This is why even bad ventriloquists can convince us that the dummy is talking. We all lip read without realizing it. Cross-sensory couplings are so automatic that even 2-year-olds succumb to their effects. They fall for the McGurk illusion, in which a listener hears a different sound from the one the speaker actually makes. While we cannot get inside an infant's mind, we can draw on more than a century of research about how perception and thought develop to prudently weigh the claims of over-enthusiastic tech advocates. Now we begin Chapter 14. Chapter 14, Human Contact Traded for a Googleized Mind. How do Google and the Internet influence the malleable mind of the Stone Age brain? Nicholas Carr first addressed this question in his essay, Is Google Making Us Stupid? And later in his book, The Shallows, What the Internet is Doing to Our Brains. Carr wrote, "Over the past few years, I've had an uncomfortable impression that someone, or something, has been tinkering with my brain. I'm not thinking the way I used to think. I can feel it most strongly when I'm reading. Now my concentration often starts to drift after 2 or 3 pages. The deep reading that used to come naturally has become a struggle." This is the challenge for the Googleized mind. A fashion columnist for Elle magazine described how she neutralizes her son's attention so she can have her own fantasy time while driving. She wrote, "In the car, I begin by neutralizing the attention of our son, age 11, by selecting the app Angry Birds on his iPad. There is nothing like it to make a young person blind, mute, and above all deaf." This supposedly educated editor cannot see that her son's already Googleized mind has gravitated toward games and screen media to assuage the loneliness she inflicts on him. She celebrates the way the screen stupefies him. Unwittingly, she is contributing to her son's desocialization, unaware that the earlier compulsive screen consumption begins, the harder it will be for him to overcome it. Games like Angry Birds are clearly addictive, yet parents give these toys, to toddlers whose brains should be undergoing sensory motor development. It is the first years of life that establish one's personality, and this is what screen distractions interfere with the most. An outsized example of Googleized minds comes from China, the first country to officially declare internet addiction a clinical disorder. In 2015, the Chinese government called it the #1 public health threat to its teenage population after realizing that boys were spending all day playing video games in internet cafes. They were trying to forge the social connections that eluded them in real life. As Baroness Susan Greenfield framed it, no one looks them in the eye, and they look no one back. The Chinese Communist Party established military-style boot camps to rehabilitate wayward teenagers. Stern treatment regimens combine punitive measures with coercive practices. For the documentary Web Junkie, 2 Israeli filmmakers were given access to the Daxing boot camp in Beijing. Battles among parents, patients, and staff can be epic. Children complain that their parents are brainwashed by the psychiatrists, while parents are at their wits' end. One mother said, "Nothing we did mattered. The games affected his mind. He changed into a different person." Colonel Tao Ran, the camp director, says, "All of them feel 0 degree of emotion. They know the internet inside out, but nothing about human feelings." The absence of empathy echoes Harry Harlow's Pit of Despair and the observation of teacher Matt Miles, who lamented that some of his students were wasting away in digital pits of despair. Late one night in Daxing, staff members discover some of the boys missing. 7 have escaped to an internet cafe. Like salmon leaping upstream, addicted gamers return to their screens for relief. Guards round the boys up. The ringleader is sentenced to 10 days in solitary confinement. When Dr. Tao asks what makes him so determined to go online, the boy says, "Another lonely person who sits on the other side of the computer." After blaming gaming for poor academic performance and increasing nearsightedness, the Chinese government issued new rules in late 2019. No video games after 10 p.m. and not more than 90 minutes on weekdays. In 2021, the edict expanded to no online games during the school week and 1 hour a day on weekends and holidays. In 2022, it banned minors from tipping influencers on live-streamed platforms. In 2023, the Cyberspace Administration of China moved even further ahead in regulating how much youngsters spend online. In the West, experience has taught that coercion is counterproductive. We may question China's approach, but we can applaud its recognition of gaming addiction as a mental health issue. South Korea bans young players from online gaming between midnight and 6 a.m. and subsidizes treatment clinics. The United States is slowly catching up. In 2019, Purdue University blocked streaming services during class hours to prevent students from hogging wireless bandwidth. The American Psychiatric Association currently labels gaming disorder a condition for further study, whereas the World Health Organization acknowledged it as an illness in 2018. Yet its inclusion begs the question as to why there is no smartphone disorder, which is surely a bigger problem. American treatment centers are few and gentler. One of the earliest, called Restart, is a digital detoxification clinic in Washington state. It restores the idea of a Sabbath, a day of rest to reconnect with what gives life meaning. The Dutch have a practice called Niksen, deliberately doing nothing. At Restart, residents engage with nature and one another to break the habit of losing themselves in screens. Dr. Hilary Cash, who runs the clinic, tells patients, "Launch your life, not your device." She says they don't really know how to build and maintain intimate relationships. Even after unplugging for only 2 weeks, young adults show improvements. Preteens improve even more rapidly. UCLA's Children's Digital Media Center compared 2 groups of 6th graders over 5 days. The study group had no access to screens, while the control group was allowed its usual amount. The study took place at an outdoor educational camp. After only 5 days face-to-face with peers and staff, the children in the study group improved their ability to read nonverbal cues. The result is encouraging because social aptitude depends on reading facial expressions, tone of voice, and body language. Emotional intelligence is well known to correlate with personal satisfaction in all areas of life. It is worrisome, then, that teens resort to texting more than any other form of communication. They prefer it to reading books, which at least require readers to speculate about motives and intentions, fostering empathy. Every text sent is time not spent socializing in person. It took just 5 days in the UCLA study to measure statistically significant improvements. Does this rapid reversal imply no long-term consequences? We do not know conclusively, but that is no reason to abandon the precautionary principle. The film Wall-E portrays a human population blind to the tangible world outside their mediated images. The UCLA study cautions, before screens become the only thing we look at, let's devote some resources to study the costs and benefits. The stakes are high, and our children are worth it. The film Selling Your Soul and its companion book follow students on a week-long digital fast. They confront the realization that their generation, the most technologically advanced, has also become the most socially awkward. The French government forced a partial digital detox on students by banning cell phones during school hours. One French mother says, "Children don't have the maturity to use smartphones." Some adults don't either. The consequences of a shallow, internet-saturated brain will not dissipate until we unplug often enough and long enough. The 5-day UCLA experiment suggests the washout period need not be long. On the other hand, a single re-exposure can make reinforcing a behavior worse. Opposing arguments make it hard to know what to do, so the precautionary principle remains the best guide. 2 decades of research have shown the many ways the internet affects us. The digital world offers benefits, but also problems we cannot ignore. The challenge is not to let the drawbacks overwhelm the positive. The internet as we know it is relatively young, and we still have much to learn about its effects. Recently, Dr. Kep K. Lowe in France and Ryota Kanai in Britain reviewed the research on internet access. They began by acknowledging that our brains have always changed in response to the tools we invent. Through plasticity, the acquisition of every new skill reshapes existing circuits. The acquisition of music, literacy, and arithmetic repurposed brain areas originally devoted to other functions. Brains are infinitely adaptable. They are adapting now to screen exposure, but is it in a good way or a bad way? A change in response to experience is the definition of learning. Plasticity achieves this either quickly or over time. In string musicians, the sensory cortex for the non-bowing hand expands. In newly blind individuals learning Braille, the brain map for the reading finger invades unused visual cortex. At first, they just feel bumps, but soon meaning emerges. Their finger begins to read words. In a similar vein, sighted volunteers who are blindfolded for 2 days remap their primary visual cortex so that it responds to touch, tones, and spoken words. This is an acquired type of synesthesia. The demonstration is important because 2 days is too short for new connections to grow. The newfound skill must depend on existing, dormant connections. Removing the blindfold for 2 hours reverts the visual cortex to responding only to visual input. I have laid out evidence that swiping smartphones hundreds of times a day remaps the brain's sensory cortex. Teachers tell me that smartphone saturation has penetrated the youngest grades. Because digital technology not only consumes attention but also reshapes a growing brain, I wonder if parents would be as permissive if it came with a liability waiver. The software user agreements we accept can be longer than Shakespeare's Macbeth. Would tech firms peddle their wares as vital for success without evidence, or would their lawyers panic at the liability? Why do we not discuss these scenarios when an innocuous action like a screen swipe is already proven to change psychology? We know that repeated swiping physically changes the cortical representation of the hand in direct proportion to the time spent swiping. As Edward Tufte, a statistics professor at Yale, says, correlation is not causality, but it sure is a hint. Back in 2015, the American Academy of Pediatrics noted 80,000 educational apps in the Apple Store. Today, that figure is over 2.5 million. Yet it is nearly impossible to tell which are useful. The majority are untested and unregulated. Most reveal nothing about their developers or whether they have been peer-reviewed. Today, the AAP lamely cautions that interactive media requires more than pushing and swiping to be educational. It is tricky to compare what we know about brain remapping in musicians and blindfolded volunteers to how swiping a screen might alter a user's brain. Musicians practice for hours, whereas people use their smartphones all day in a variety of ways. To an outside observer, different swipes may look alike, but brainwave recordings show that some yield meaningful rewards while others do not. More research is lacking because only recently did science and society consider digital overuse worthy of study. The gap is reminiscent of the years it took to convince people that watching television changed viewers' perceptions. Just as learning to play the piano alters thinking, Silicon Valley giants only recently admitted that prolonged exposure to digital media may alter brain structure. As to the Googleized mind, let me share a writer's observation. There is something different about reading printed text compared to reading on a screen. It is easier to catch mistakes and see errors in logic when I work from the printed page. It is less exhausting, perhaps because there are no hyperlinks. On a screen, hyperlinks stand out and take an extra bite of attention. They exact a metabolic cost, forcing readers to decide whether to follow a link or not. These small decisions consume our limited bandwidth. Following a link forces you to expend energy to integrate new information with what you were reading, assuming you can hold it in your mind. You then must navigate back, another energy drain. The number of items anyone can hold in working memory is 7, plus or minus 2. This limit explains why it is taxing to juggle loose ends from links. As the Oscar fiasco illustrated, we cannot handle two tasks at the same time when both require working memory. Almost every writer colleague I have asked prefers revising from a printout. The difference in perception is difficult to explain, but it is there. As to how the internet affects cognition, Doctors Lowe and Kanai conclude that we have moved to a mode of shallow learning, echoing Nicholas Carr. This is typified by skimming and a reduced ability to sustain attention, rapid shifts in attention that lead to distractibility, a decline in metacognition, or the ability to analyze one's own thinking, decreased memory retention, especially when caught up in hypertext, and a depleted ability to think critically and connect the dots because shallow learners have fewer dots to connect. The high prevalence of screen dependency among digital natives reflects changes in reward networks. A shallow mind results from effortless access to online information and little incentive to register it in memory. If it never makes it to working memory, it cannot be stored as a dot to be connected later. When we offload facts to the cloud, we have nothing in the back of our mind to fall into place and suddenly make sense. Two examples are Kekule's dream of a snake eating its tail, which led him to visualize the structure of the benzene molecule, and Poincaré stepping onto a bus and suddenly seeing the solution to a mathematical theorem. In both cases, a prepared mind grasped the relevance of a seemingly stray fact. The Googleization of the mind begs the question, if future generations do not have a grasp of common facts, how can they know what to look up? Pat Sajak, the Wheel of Fortune host, says that as shared culture becomes less common, inventing puzzles has gotten harder. We rarely do books anymore because fewer and fewer people read them. He laments that while you can find out anything in 15 seconds on an iPhone, people have less factual information at their command. It's all in the devices, he says. Transactional memory refers to transferring knowledge from your head to an external device. In theory, this should free up mental space. But over time, habitually offloading content comes at the expense of deep reading and retention. The skill to see connections atrophies. Another drawback is that it turns us into passive receptacles. With hyperlinks, third parties presume to tell you what is important, but what interests one person will not pique another's curiosity. Compare this to underlining or writing your own notes in a book. Something catches your eye, triggers a thought, and suddenly you are deeply engaged. Whatever you jot down will be personally salient in a way that hyperlinks can never be. With your own curiosity, you will retain details far better. Writing in the margin with a fountain pen engages me with my own thoughts and keeps me focused. Now we begin Chapter 15. Chapter 15, The Consequences of Forced Viewing. I was in Moscow to give a keynote speech. It was October, but surprisingly warm. People were walking around in shirt sleeves. My first shock on arrival was the traffic. It was a complete mess. I decided to walk to the opening dinner that evening. It was a pleasant stroll past the Kremlin in the ancient part of the city. I had heard that Moscow is the second brightest city in the world, and I could see why. Lights were everywhere, overhead, underfoot, outlining buildings. Wires overhead dangled ribbons of sparkling orbs and icicles that rippled like waterfalls. Sidewalk kiosks beckoned with ads for luxury brands. It was painful to look at them for more than a few seconds. Across the way, the Bolshoi Theater stood out, its Roman columns lit up in a dazzling white. Opposite it was a long display of larger-than-life pictures from Bolshoi productions. The plaza was a maze of walk-through ornaments made of glittering lights. Next to the Bolshoi, an enormous open Spanish fan sculpted in blue and yellow LEDs sat in front of another brightly lit theater. It went on like this toward Red Square. Merchandise stanchions, illuminated bus stops, and promenades of trees wrapped in white lights. Store windows and arches were outlined in lights, and halos of blinding lamps shone down on pedestrians. I turned onto another street and continued toward my destination. Upscale stores lined the street, but what made it a tourist must-see were the thousands upon thousands of lights. 10-foot-tall spirals of light curtains wound around street poles, arches hung with more orbs, icicles, and starbursts. I passed through this luminous artifice as if strolling through the Milky Way. It was dazzlingly beautiful, but glaring and hard to look at directly. I had to wait for my eyes to adjust once I got inside the hotel. My Moscow excursion was part of an emerging phenomenon I call forced viewing, in-your-face displays and digital signage that seize your attention. Its increasing presence in cities worldwide is a cause for concern. From New York to Shanghai, the world's busiest metropolises are awash in lights and plastered with ultra-bright LED screens, or what the outdoor advertising industry calls street furniture. They broadcast commercial advertising 24 hours a day. Passers-by cannot avoid looking at them. In 1800, only 2% of the world's population lived in cities. By 1900, it was 15%. Today, it is over 50%. For 200,000 years, humans lived on grasslands and in forests. Relatively recently, they had to contend with 90-degree corners, glass windows, and street lighting that extinguished the natural nighttime darkness. Artificial light spreads for miles, and this has had biological consequences. 1/3 of vertebrates and 2/3 of invertebrates are nocturnal. Bats have abandoned steeples because the churches all glow like carnivals. In some large cities, inhabitants' eyes have never adapted to true night vision. Light pollution keeps more than 1/3 of the world's population from seeing the Milky Way. The National Park Service calls artificial light an intrusion. Its slogan is, "Half the park happens after dark." To see one plausible outcome of this, one need only look at the video ads depicted in the film Blade Runner 2049. Aside from the relentless forced viewing, ads appear for digital companions. How different are these fictions from what is done by companies like JC.co, the #1 outdoor advertising company in the world? From orbit at night, Las Vegas is the brightest city on Earth. But a better example might be New York City. With its high population density and millions of annual visitors, New York is an irresistible market for advertisers. While public advertising generates revenue for the city, it is now almost impossible to walk down a busy street without encountering multiple high-resolution video advertisements. Some intersections feature more than 20 dazzling screens. Pedestrians stop and stare, obstructing foot traffic. Advertisements in smaller spaces are now commonplace too. City taxi tops, now digitalized, are brighter than before. In Miami, boats started trawling the waterways, towing huge digital screens. Similar displays plied New York rivers until the governor banned them as a nuisance that blights our shores. Earl, a millennial New Yorker, tells me, "Daily life has become a constant interruption of commercial breaks. The proliferation of street screens has diminished the quality of pedestrian life. I can no longer take a walk, especially at night, without getting a screen headache." JC.co sees it differently. It wants to improve your outdoor experience and make cities more attractive, more intelligent, more responsible, more connected, and more engaging. In 1964, Jean-Claude Decaux invented the advertising bus shelter. He offered to provide cities with free bus shelters, maintained by his company and paid for by advertising. Currently the global leader in outdoor video screen advertising, the company operates in over 4,000 cities. It boasts, every day, JCDecaux reaches more than 410 million people on the planet. While the company's goal is to engage consumers, pedestrians and drivers pay for that engagement with their time and attention. The industry calls this out-of-home advertising. JCDecaux's marketing literature says it can reach people when they are less distracted by other media. We can evaluate different media using a common currency of attention. It deems an eye that alights on an ad for more than 1/10 of a second as having viewed it, while an average dwell time of 1 to 2 seconds is enough for it to have impact. To understand the corporate perspective, I spoke with Gabrielle Brussel and Mike Naclario of JCDecaux North America. The 8th Avenue and 57th Street location I mentioned features displays from 4 competing companies. Link NYC kiosks are popping up all over the city, providing maps, free Wi-Fi, and phone calls. Out front holds the Metro Transportation Authority concession with displays throughout the transit system. All this signage is not just for advertising, Brussel explained, but part of communication systems that cities use quite effectively. At any of its 50,000 locations, Outfront's network signs can post real-time train and bus arrivals. Naclario says, in terms of being able to deliver relevant information, you can send an amber warning alert to every screen and billboard in minutes. The city of Chicago has posted more than 200 million municipal messages in 5 years. The average person can walk 300 feet in 60 seconds. The experience of walking past LED displays is different from staring into your phone. One study JCDecaux commissioned found that pedestrians pass out-of-home panels quite slowly and can see most of the ads. Drivers move faster and may be exposed to only 1 or 2. Naclario says, we sincerely believe we can only capture a person's attention for a few seconds, and that's how we design our maximum loop. Brussel adds, I don't think a digital ad versus one printed on paper is any more effective in leading to a consumer purchase. It just makes it easier for advertisers to change content and for cities to communicate better. That may be, but I wonder about the level of distraction and whether the intensity and wavelength of their light upsets the circadian clock or reinforces screen dependencies. Getting answers is hard because many interests are involved. JCDecaux highlights 3 groups of urban consumers: young, affluent, and informed. All spend a large part of their day outside the home and respond well enough to dynamic out-of-home advertising to make sophisticated eye tracking worthwhile. This real-time technology has been used for years. Companies can tailor ads in different languages or appeal to an individual's sensibilities, thanks to enormous databases on millions of consumers. A dynamic ad campaign, envisioned by JCDecaux, resembles the in-your-face infomercials in Minority Report or Blade Runner 2049. They raise Orwellian privacy concerns. The burgeoning presence of screens and cameras in public spaces has elevated our general level of mental stress. Earl, the New Yorker, spoke of headaches from nighttime screens. Neurologically, intense light affects mood and causes visual discomfort. The American Medical Association notes that birds, insects, and even plants are affected by LED lighting, which is generally too bright and too blue at the wrong time of day. It recommends a threshold that minimizes blue-rich light and encourages shielding to minimize glare. In 2021, Pittsburgh became the first U.S. city to rethink urban lighting, passing a dark sky ordinance to improve visibility of the night sky and help people, plants, and animals maintain a crisper day-night cycle. The physiology of visual discomfort is well understood in terms of brain energy consumption. I described it as a protective reflex that kicks in when oxygen reserves in the visual cortex approach their limit. I also cited striped patterns as the worst offenders. LED advertisements frequently feature moving stripes. As for the light itself, its spectrum falls predominantly within the short wavelengths, known to be biologically problematic. I call this forced viewing, because the high saturation of these images makes it nearly impossible not to look. Trying not to look expends mental energy. Its mere presence is like secondhand smoke. I explained why our brains respond reflexively to novelty, especially things caught in the corner of our eye. What current research shows is that digital billboards negatively influence driving behavior. Short display times are the most distracting and correlate with higher speeds when pedestrians are nearby. At night, the glare from bright signs can temporarily blind drivers. Researchers characterize digital advertising as clutter that adds demands to the driving task. A 2018 compendium of studies concluded that LED billboards were more detrimental to driving performance than static ones in terms of speed control, braking, and lane maintenance. When a pedestrian is present, braking reaction is 1.5 times slower, and crash rates are 30% higher. Crashes at some study sites declined by 60% after billboards were covered, only to return when they were visible again. Drivers gaze at digital billboards more than twice as long as they do at non-digital ones. Screens do not merely hook the corner of our eye, they divert our attention and degrade concentration. While blocking an infant's central vision with an iPad interferes with its development, seizing an adult's central vision with mediated images impedes their ability to think. Nighttime TV and reading from tablets. Understanding the consequences of exposure to undesirable light after sundown requires knowing some technical measurements. Brightness is what the brain perceives, while intensity is measured with instruments. Add to that viewing distance, screen size, and other variables, and you have a complicated issue. Nonetheless, I will conclude with clear recommendations. To start with, the surface brightness an object casts on the retina is independent of viewing distance. This is measured in candelas per square meter, also called nits. This is the most relevant number for specifying the perceived brightness of screens. Imagine looking at a candle 1 meter away. That is a candela. Optical scientists use lux for the amount of light spread out over a surface. Lumens measure how much light a source emits. Brightness is the subjective sensation. To put these in context, I spoke with Dr. Raymond Sanera of DisplayMate Technologies. Televisions are the brightest source of nighttime light exposure. Standard TVs may output around 300 nits, while HDR TVs go up to 2000. HDR produces dazzling images by amplifying the peak brightness. Screen size also influences the nits to lumens relationship. That said, people typically have their TVs set way too bright. Dr. Sanera says you only need 100 nits or less at night. Just lower the brightness as much as you are comfortable with. This will drop the total light energy, including the blue spectrum, by a factor of 4 or more. In the picture settings, choose an average picture level closer to 20%. This gives an automatic 5-to-1 reduction in intensity. By making these two adjustments, you have reduced the light output by a factor of 20 or more. Finally, adjust the color temperature. Most people prefer warm tones, which will further cut the blue light by another factor of 2. This ultimate reduction of 40 or more may be all you need to fall asleep naturally after watching TV. Do not forget that room lighting affects your circadian rhythm. Ambient lighting also increases screen reflections. In ideal dark viewing conditions, a relatively low picture brightness is all you need. An active mind takes a while to unwind. Looking at smartphones, tablets, and laptops at night is different from watching TV because they require active participation. We typically view TV from 8 to 10 feet away. Smaller devices are usually set to be very bright and are viewed at much closer distances. These two factors are guaranteed to impair your sleep. The initial study that correlated nighttime screen use with negative effects on sleep was conducted in 2015. It found that 90% of American adults use some type of electronics within an hour of bedtime. Late-night viewing phase-shifted the circadian clock, delayed the onset of REM sleep, and reduced alertness the following morning. Even using e-readers had unintended biological consequences. Compared with reading a printed book, reading a light-emitting e-book before bedtime decreased the most restorative brainwaves of sleep. Participants were sleepier in the morning. I said that Apple's night shift reduced blue light. Yet we still do not have convincing evidence that these manipulations can prevent circadian disruptions. The single most effective change you can make for nighttime reading is switching from black text on a white background to white text on black. It will reduce the light hitting your face by a factor of 10 or more. You can further raise that factor to 40 by turning down the brightness. Lastly, I recommend permanently engaging a color filter. On an iPhone, you can find invert colors and color filters under the accessibility settings. Select the blue-yellow tritanopia filter to diminish melanopic emissions. All these adjustments help, especially with newer, larger phones. The light from recent phone screens is well into the blue-green spectrum, which tells your body to wake up. Oftentimes, in science, different pieces of evidence contradict one another. In 2019, researchers at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute said we should be more concerned about our amount of nighttime light exposure than the proportion of blue light. Their experiments showed that blue scant light suppressed melatonin just as much as light with a normal amount of blue energy. Mariana Figueroa, director of the Lighting Research Center, says, both light amount and its spectrum are important. Blue light does suppress melatonin, but if enough energy is emitted at other parts of the spectrum, we will see a response. In an earlier study, the LRC found that brightness settings, not color, were the main factor that suppressed melatonin. Nonetheless, lighting manufacturers continue to market bulbs for nighttime use that strip out the cyan gap. One application that favors blue light is the nighttime dashboard display. Instrument panels with a strong blue component could theoretically improve safety by keeping drivers alert. Too little sleep and not enough light. People regularly treat their high blood pressure, yet ignore sleep pressure, despite similar risks. Perhaps we should make sleep pressure a new vital sign. Adults who sleep 6 hours or less have a higher prevalence of diabetes, a larger waist size, and an elevated risk for stroke and Alzheimer's. The National Sleep Foundation recently revised its age-specific recommended sleep durations. Morning light exposure influences body fat and appetite-regulating hormones. 45 minutes of morning light for 3 weeks reduced body fat and appetite in obese women. Indoor daylight is typically dim. Even moderately intense light early in the day alters one's metabolism. The authors conclude that exposure to moderate levels of light at biologically appropriate times can influence weight. The reduction in daily light exposure also coincides with the rising incidence of nearsightedness. The COVID-19 pandemic confined kids indoors and focused them on screens, which sped up this trend. By contrast, time spent outdoors reduces the chance a child will develop myopia. Bright sunlight stimulates dopamine release from retinal cells, which triggers signals that retard the elongation of the eyeball. Princeton University researchers examined 9-year-olds. Those who slept fewer hours than half the group displayed more rapid cellular aging in their chromosomes. These structures, called telomeres, represent biological age. Their telomeres were 1.5% shorter for each hour they slept less. The authors conclude, starting off life with a shorter supply is unlikely to be a good thing. Many people turn to sleeping pills. Alcohol, another common resort, may make you drowsy, but it distorts the normal progression of sleep stages. Your brain's sleep patterns can deteriorate after using sleeping pills for just 1 week. Sleep lab studies of common sleeping pills show they provide only about 11 minutes of extra sleep. While my point has been about how screen exposure affects sleep, it is not off topic to sum up with a prescription for sound slumber. Rise and go to bed at roughly the same time every day. Make your bedroom dark or wear an eye mask. The 2 most restful sleep postures are 3/4 prone or on your side with a pillow between your knees. Keep your bedroom cool. Put low wattage, preferably red nightlights in the bathroom. Dim household lights an hour or 2 before bedtime. Reacquaint yourself with the dark. If you must use a digital device after sunset, make the adjustments I've outlined. Never look at your phone in bed to check the time. Open the curtains on awakening. A brief morning walk without sunglasses is an excellent way to start the day. Nature is restorative, so spend time outdoors. Socialize a little too. Face-to-face engagement is what your Stone Age brain evolved to do. Now we begin Chapter 16. Chapter 16, Does heavy viewing induce autism-like symptoms? The subject of virtual autism is complicated. It is easy to confuse the behavior of individuals with a developmental brain disorder with similar-looking behaviors that have a different cause. A parallel from neurology is Parkinson's disease versus Parkinsonism. Parkinson's disease results from the degeneration of specific cells in the brain. Parkinsonism, on the other hand, can manifest in other neurological states with similar symptoms. The boxer Muhammad Ali had Parkinsonism from years of blows to his head, not Parkinson's disease. It is important to define our terms clearly. Developmental autism involves a spectrum of behaviors, so the preferred term is autism spectrum disorder, or ASD. Individuals on the spectrum have difficulty communicating and interacting with others. They may have narrow interests, a liking for technology, and a tendency for repetitive behaviors. These symptoms make it difficult to succeed in life. The National Institutes of Health calls autism incurable. Peer-reviewed research is just now beginning to explore the connection between screen exposure and virtual autism. Screens are not the only variable, but there is a correlation, and screen media compete with a child's social and emotional development. For example, individuals with autism avoid eye contact, a behavior also common among heavy screen users. One reason people with autism struggle with social interactions is that they do not process faces in the usual way. This leaves them with gaps in empathy and social insight. Simon Baron-Cohen at Cambridge University sees autistic individuals as having a faulty theory of mind. This is the ability to attribute thoughts and intentions to others. Those on the autism spectrum do not get other people. As for screen dependency in adolescents without ASD, child psychiatrist Victoria Dunkley notes, the proliferation of the iPad and smartphones has produced more problems and setbacks in my practice than any other single factor. Regression in language or social behavior is not uncommon when families hand children a device that seems to quiet them down. Parents feel pressured to use flashy apps without any evidence of their benefit. When parents say an iPad is the only thing that works, they are unwittingly reinforcing its negative influence. In her book, Mind Change, neuroscientist Baroness Susan Greenfield drew parallels between developmental autism and the autism-like behavior of young people, conditioned by an enthusiastic screen culture to avoid eye contact. According to Common Sense Media, over 2/3 of U.S. teenagers now prefer to communicate via text. The result is young people who freak out at the sound of a doorbell. They expect friends to text, "I'm here," and do not know how to react to a physical presence. This preference for texting has been a boon to home security companies that make Wi-Fi-enabled doorbells with cameras, allowing a mediated exchange without ever opening the door. Texting and phone checking is a continual distraction. A longitudinal study in the Journal of the American Medical Association found an association between frequent screen checking and symptoms of attention deficit disorder in teenagers. Dr. Jenny Radesky, a professor of pediatrics, said we need to dig deeper into how frequent split attention, instant gratification, and emotional arousal from media might be influencing teens' thinking processes. The first year of life is a peak period of neural plasticity. During the first 3 months, the visual cortex is developing most rapidly, and the brain's volume triples by age 2. This makes early experience particularly important. Enduring patterns of connections are established through recurring sensory stimulation and repeated movement, exactly what the infinite scroll offers. Critical time windows are periods when a specific type of input has its greatest effect. But a reversal of connections can occur if expected stimulation is absent or competing experiences like prolonged screen exposure interfere. Family physician Leonard Ostreicher cautions, by the time we are 12 months old, we have either become embedded in the complicated world around us or we are on our way to autism. He raises the question of whether heavy screen exposure contributes not just to virtual autism, but to developmental ASD itself. Among U.S. children, 1 in 59 will develop autism. Genes account for 50 to 80% of the risk. The rest comes from environmental factors we do not yet understand. Genes alone cannot explain the steady rise of ASD. which is now 30 times more common than it was between 1950 and 1980. If genes cannot change quickly, then what environmental factor did take off during that period? The answer? Television. In 1957, teenagers watched American Bandstand. By 1970, the mean age for starting to watch television fell to 4 years. By 2006, it had plummeted to 4 months. Has screen exposure contributed to the rise of ASD? The correlation is positive. A study in JAMA Pediatrics that followed over 2,000 children noted that, on average, the group with ASD was the youngest to begin screen viewing, 6 months of age, and had the most hours of media watching, 4.6 hours per day. Österreicher and ophthalmologist Karen Heffler proposed the audiovisual model to suggest how autism-like behavior might develop. They hypothesized that prolonged stimulation by screens competes with the laying down of brain pathways normally destined for social cognition. This kind of competition is typical. A gain in one capacity often means a loss somewhere else. The content from a screen may not mean anything to a young child, but the rapid pacing fortifies basic sensory pathways at the expense of those for social intelligence. This idea warrants further study. The model's predictions align with demographic data. A decade ago, a high percentage of children under 2 viewed screen media for more than 2 hours a day, and many households kept the TV on all the time. These numbers have since escalated, and we now know that background television sound correlates with delayed language acquisition. It reduces the number of words a child hears and their own babbling. There are no known benefits of early screen exposure, whereas detrimental effects are measurable. In older children, more screen time correlates with falling grades, inattentiveness, and social isolation. If mere behavior is the expression of virtual autism, then restricting screen exposure could reverse it. Young children are awake for only 10 to 12 hours a day. Lengthening screen exposure crowds out activities that drive development. This is precisely the prediction of the audiovisual model. Time spent glued to screens correlates with numerous difficulties that also afflict young people with ASD. Pediatric organizations worldwide have urged parents not to expose infants and toddlers to screen media, yet it remains common. According to psychologist Susan Lin at Harvard, most parents who allow their youngest children screen time are under the impression that it had educational benefits. Imitation learning is important for developing a theory of mind, empathy, and a sense of self. We forget that youngsters faithfully imitate the adults around them, who are often fixated on their own screens. Child neurologist Michael Davidovich proposed a framework centered on parent-child eye contact, which is essential to normal brain development. Eye contact is how we all initiate communication. During the first months of life, a baby grows more visually curious. At 18 months, a toddler's ability to initiate mutual attention predicts language development. Social behaviors soon follow. Brain imaging has mapped the neural networks behind this. A parent whose glance shifts from child to phone interrupts this coupling, with heartbreaking consequences, as the still face experiments showed. Perhaps Dr. Davidovich speculates chronic parental distraction disproportionately affects children who are vulnerable to developing ASD. He says, the parental use of cell phones does not render any benefits to an infant's development, while it may adversely affect the development of joint attention. The still face experiments illustrate how parental preoccupation precludes emotional bonding. Davidovich suspected that digital screens might degrade a child's mirror learning. His team measured how intently parents turned to their own cell phones during an assessment of their child's development. If parents were not fully engaged during this stressful session, he reasoned, disengagement in daily life would likely be even greater. He noticed mothers texting while nursing or pushing strollers. The urge to use phones has become almost uncontrollable, he says. Prior to the assessment, parents had agreed to a study observing their parent-child interaction. But this did not stop them from reaching for their phones multiple times during a 10-minute waiting period. The real kicker is this. Parents whose children already had delayed language or motor skills resorted to their phones significantly more often than those whose children had congenital anomalies. What does diminished eye contact portend? It is a core symptom of autism. The Marcus Autism Center at Emory University showed that infants later diagnosed with ASD had normal eye fixation that subsequently declined between ages 2 to 6 months. This was the earliest objective record and laid to rest the idea that a basic mechanism of social adaptation is absent from the start. Happily, the decline rather than outright absence suggests a window for intervention. The remedy could be as simple as not exposing young children to screens. Until we know more, parents would be prudent to err on the side of caution. Young children do not have the maturity to derive meaning from what they see on a screen. Screen-based faces never return smiles or make eye contact, rendering the child invisible. To be clear, the research shows a correlation, not causation, but the correlation is disconcerting. Autism has no single cause. Perhaps there is an early closure of a critical time window that leaves networks for socializing underdeveloped. This possibility is bolstered by early intervention regimens that successfully reduce autism-like symptoms, such as Denver's Early Start approach, which encourages social interaction while switching off screens. Virtual autism and undeveloped imagination. Follow-up studies of the neglected Romanian orphans remind us of how our brains evolved under predictable social conditions. When children are deprived of opportunities to socialize, socialization never develops well. From the original orphanage cohort, Dr. Marius Zamfir analyzed a subset of 110 children who met the criteria for ASD. His survey confirmed the findings of the psychiatrists who first reported the high incidence of autistic symptoms in these children. Dr. Zamfir discovered that those exposed to screen media for 4 hours a day had developed a syndrome similar to autism spectrum disorder, which he attributed to sensory, motor, and socio-affective deprivation. Developmental autism never improves spontaneously, so it was unusual that this subset showed dramatic improvements after screens were removed. Improvements included more spontaneous speech and a preference to be outdoors. Although their social communication improved, their autism-like behavior did not fully reverse. After recovery, says Dr. Zamfir, these children are very much like people with Asperger disorder, in that they have persistent trouble understanding human emotions. He conjectures that aggressive screen stimuli that move so quickly overwhelm a child's capacity to grasp their meaning. They encourage a passive mindset antithetical to imagination. He notes that mice subjected to virtual rather than naturalistic environments showed that those exposed were hyperactive, heedless of danger, and showed more liabilities to any new challenge. This should give pause when we encounter infants infatuated with screens. What iPad babies get is an abstract, disembodied experience cut off from first-hand sensory feedback. It is time not learning nursery rhymes or playing games that instill social skills. It is time not hearing adults talk to them and engage their imagination. iPads seduce, but they amputate children from embodied cognition, a fundamental aspect of rational thinking. Worry not about displaced sensation, but displaced socialization. We know that deaf and blind children are at increased risk for autism, but only to the extent that their sensory deficit is a barrier to socialization. Once they begin social interactions, normal development proceeds. Deaf youngsters who learn sign language are not at higher risk, as Helen Keller demonstrated. After an illness left her blind and deaf, she became isolated and displayed disruptive behaviors. Once her teacher, Annie Sullivan, restored social communication through touch, Keller matured and went on to lead a remarkably accomplished life. To summarize, virtual autism correlates with heavy screen exposure, whereas developmental autism results from unidentified brain changes during the first year of life. But screen exposure may play a role in the latter too. The audiovisual model proposes that heavy screen exposure fortifies sensory pathways, which then compete with the maturation of circuits for socialization. Despite recommendations from pediatric organizations, many parents remain unaware of the association between screen exposure and virtual autism. The best advice might be unplug, don't drug, eschew screens from birth to age 2, and severely limit exposure for children 12 and under. Take them outside, talk to them, play with them. Doing so will teach them more than any app ever could. Now we begin Chapter 17. Chapter 17. social learning, kindergarten, handwriting, and dexterity. The word kindergarten was coined in 1852 by a German educator named Friedrich Froebel. It translates to garden for children and suggests a place where they can grow up close to nature. Unlike typical American preschools, German kindergartens emphasize cooperation, learning from nature, and self-discovery. A related German word is Kitafahrten, or daycare outings. These are the opposite of helicopter parenting. 3 to 6-year-olds head for the woods for a few days with their teachers and classmates. No books or smartphones are allowed. Teachers tell parents, "We'll contact you if we need to." Many adults fondly remember their own Kitafart excursions and the life lessons they learned about independence and resilience. A similar German phenomenon is Naturliebe, or love of nature. By law, German kindergartens must strive to develop their pupils into independent individuals. Families also do their part. It is common to send young children on errands to the local bakery. The baker becomes part of the social exchange. In America, free-range parents who encourage such behavior risk arrest for child endangerment. One family in Maryland was charged with child neglect for allowing their 10 and 6-year-old children to walk home alone from a nearby park during the day. In contrast, Kitafart teachers do not panic when their charges wander out of sight. They know they will be fine. By nudging the very young to explore on their own, German teachers prepare them to cope with challenging circumstances. Youngsters on these outings sleep under the stars, roast sausages, and invent their own games. They choose their own playmates, settle their own disputes, and learn how to ask for help. France has a similar green class, and Finland has kindergarten in the wild. The work of a child is to play, says one Finnish educator. When they are moving, their brains work better. The American Academy of Pediatrics agrees, stating, "The importance of playful learning for children cannot be overemphasized." The Stone Age brain is at home in an environment where it can socialize, especially during the early years of robust brain flexibility. The Métis family in Maryland would have been glad to know that research supports letting kids roam. Moreover, the distance a child travels on their own predicts how good of a navigator they will be as an adult. Screen dependency has created an epidemic of loneliness. The realization that social media is an oxymoron became more widespread during the COVID-19 lockdowns. The political economist William Davies asks, "How can we at once be so digitally connected and so lonely?" The disconnect is particularly acute among adolescents. They have difficulty asking for help, offering help, or even recognizing when they need it. New York Times commentator Frank Bruni says of college freshmen, "They don't know how to engage other people due to their fixation on digital screens. They are unprepared to navigate the real social world." That is the crux of the issue: the poor development of social brain pathways in kids who have been enmeshed in screens their entire lives. What if America adopted a German-style approach where primary school teachers coach students on how to build and maintain friendships? In Kitafart, older students guide younger ones, which builds character and confidence. An atmosphere where students practice making friends can mitigate isolation and loneliness. In 2018, Britain appointed its first Minister of Loneliness. Mandatory lessons in relationships education now begin in primary school. Brigham Young psychologist Julianne Holt-Lunstad, who studies loneliness, says the United States desperately needs to follow Britain's lead. Naysayers complain that time should not be taken away from other school programs, but she points out that addressing social isolation helps us to address those other issues too. Rachel Wordsman at the University of Pennsylvania links loneliness to an increased risk of opioid addiction. In her TEDx talk, she sees tackling loneliness as a potent counter to addiction. The driving forces behind social media obsession and addiction converge in a part of the brain called the striatum, which is involved in reward and compulsive behaviors. Isolation sensitizes the striatum and drives individuals to seek a reward to assuage their loneliness. "We are so ravenous for our social neurochemistry to be rebalanced," says Dr. Wordsman, "that we're likely to seek relief from anywhere." Isolation is a known contributor to relapse, whereas deep connections reduce compulsive behaviors. Building on Friedrich Froebel's kindergarten is Dr. Rudolf Steiner's Waldorf education. Though founded over a century ago, Waldorf schools may be the best-kept secret in education. There are over 1,000 such schools worldwide. Steiner's philosophy emphasizes nourishing the imagination and holistically integrating a pupil's intellectual, artistic, and practical development. In 1919, Emil Molt, owner of the Waldorf Astoria cigarette factory, asked Steiner to set up a new kind of classroom for his workers' children. The first school was revolutionary for its time, coeducational and open to all backgrounds. Students were taught to think clearly, attend to their feelings, and act with purpose. Showering material goods on children at the expense of humanistic growth stunts their development. At Waldorf schools, hands-on endeavors replace regimented drills. Students engage in pottery, painting, and knitting. They are not exposed to digital technology in class or at home before the age of 12. Jennifer Page, a faculty chair at a Waldorf school, tells me, "It can be hard to persuade parents of the benefits of withholding smartphones. Yet the school manages to convince them." Dr. Richard House, a certified Waldorf Steiner teacher, assures me that late techno starters are often more proficient and mature users. He says some Steiner graduates go on to highly successful careers in the high-tech field. In Silicon Valley, the Waldorf School of the Peninsula concurs, boasting that many of its graduates have gone on to successful careers in the computer industry. This school, which educates the offspring of tech titans, affirms that early adoption of screen technology is unnecessary, inappropriate, and harmful. If the irony here is rich, the hypocrisy and guilt of Silicon Valley parents are even richer. Journalist Nellie Bowles writes that Silicon Valley executives are increasingly frantic about keeping their children away from the very screen technology they helped create. Chris Anderson, CEO of 3D Robotics, feels a twinge of cosmic retribution at having to enforce a dozen rules to shield his children from tech, which he likens to crack cocaine. He says, "I didn't know what we were doing to their brains until I started to observe the symptoms." Still, he excuses himself as blameless. Numerous Silicon Valley execs who send their children to Waldorf schools require their nannies to sign contracts promising to hide screens from their charges. According to observers like Bowles, affluent families are more attuned to the detrimental effects of screen technology, whereas families of lower socioeconomic status are not as aware. The digital divide used to be about the haves and have-nots. Now it is between highly informed parents and those who have not yet heard the alarms. According to Common Sense Media, less well-off kids now spend considerably more time in front of screens. How did this happen? Tristan Harris, a former Google project manager, became Google's first design ethicist. But after watching management ignore his ideas, he quit to found the Center for Humane Technology. In his Senate testimony, he said, "Today's tech platforms are caught in a race to the bottom of the brainstem to extract human attention. It's a race we're all losing. The result, addiction, social isolation, outrage, misinformation, and political polarization." Schools across America remain enthralled to technology and personalized learning. A prime example was the Los Angeles Unified School District's decision to spend $1.3 billion on 65,000 iPads. It was a total waste. Pupils never got the hyped-up education they were promised, and the school district denounced the curriculum material as utterly unusable. That has started to change. One community effort called START motivated parents in Kansas City to get together. Their problem was a web-based curriculum from Summit Learning, developed by Facebook engineers. As one father complained, it made the kids look like zombies. A 12-year-old with a seizure disorder began having multiple seizures a day. Her neurologist had recommended no more than 30 minutes of daily screen time. Nearly 80% of parents asked that their child not be in classes that use the electronic curriculum, but the superintendent dismissed their concerns. Parents pulled their kids out of the school. Parents in Utah similarly fought back against state-funded preschools that were suddenly available only online. The digital divide is now also about who has the power to limit the intrusion of technology. Dr. Richard Freed, a child psychologist, speaks to affluent audiences in the San Francisco Bay Area. He finds that most have read his book, Wired Child, and voice concerns. By contrast, when he speaks in less affluent areas, he is typically the first person to mention any of these risks. Whether a school is affluent or impoverished, a common concern is that today's young students lack the motor skills that earlier generations had. Few, if any, of them play with coloring books, cut out pictures, or even know what a jigsaw puzzle is, one admissions director told me. They all have phones, and all they do is swipe and type. A social worker at another school said much the same thing. Their fine motor skills simply aren't there. The effects of cursive writing. Students who type their classroom notes do not retain material as well as those who write by hand, particularly in cursive. There is a well-established connection between the dominant writing hand and the brain. In learning to write, pupils practice copying examples over and over. Logically, everyone's handwriting should look the same. Tech enthusiasts cannot explain why this is so, but neurology can. Different brain areas are engaged when writing by hand compared to typing. Handwriting forces connections between areas for memory and learning. It requires a filter on what you are writing, whereas typing does not. As the 19th century was ending, Friedrich Nietzsche gave up penmanship for a typewriter. Friends noted a change in his writing style from sustained argument and prolonged reflection to a more abrupt telegram style. Nietzsche himself said, "Our writing tools work on our thoughts." Writing dates back 5,000 years, typewriters 150. The elimination of cursive handwriting from curriculums started in 2010, yet students continue to sign up for penmanship classes. At Farney's Pens in Washington, D.C., Elizabeth Bunn teaches cursive to 3rd to 6th graders. The director of the Danbury Museum in Connecticut advertised cursive camp to train future interns to read historical documents. The response was overwhelming. A person learning cursive makes each letter stroke slightly different every time. Brain activations of 7-year-olds who practiced cursive writing show that self-directed effort drives the learning. Self-generated actions have lasting effects. The sequential movements in handwriting activate brain regions involved in thinking, language, and working memory. In evolutionary terms, writing is a very recent skill, but the better you write, the better you read and comprehend. The connecting strokes in cursive make it speedier and more efficient than printing. From the brain's point of view, cursive demands greater mental engagement and promotes a higher level of cognitive development. In a world that demands so much conformity, developing a unique style must feel gratifying. Unlike educational apps, mastering cursive has measurable crossover effects. Its greater demands for concentration and hand-eye coordination enhance brain wiring and create a mental scaffold for other skills. Cursive measurably increases a note-taker's attention span. 3 fingers may do the writing, but the whole brain is at work. Note-takers who type tend to transcribe lectures verbatim. The best way to retain new knowledge is to rewrite your rough notes after class. Doing so in your own hand lets you expand on what you wrote. You will be surprised at how much more you remember. Handwritten notes facilitate learning even better when you add graphic elements like drawings or symbols. These give memory an extra hook, for the same reason we remember material better from a physical book. Place memory, where on the page you read something, gives you another handle for recall. A screen-based document is just one more instance of the infinite scroll. Unlike the world of the Matrix films, we cannot instantly download knowledge. Learning takes time, as the relaxed, slow-tech approach of Waldorf education attests. A 2010 study by the Jessel Institute reconfirmed that the stages of childhood development have not changed in 60 years. The world may have sped up, but our brains are hardly different from our ancestors. We still develop and learn at a natural pace. And yet, the trend in American preschools is to prod youngsters to be school-ready through prescribed seat work, as child educator Erica Christakis calls it. She laments that remote bureaucrats control the pace and content of learning. Free exploration is curtailed. Today's preschoolers face premature expectations and fast-paced competition. This pressure has led young learners to score worse on many academic measures. As one father at the Waldorf School of the Peninsula says, I have no interest in raising insecure overachievers. He understands how the Common Core and No Child Left Behind squeeze the time children need for free play and outdoor recreation. Do the self-unaware individuals staring at their phones represent the best and brightest, or the future know-nothings? We are going to find out. Now we begin Chapter 18. Chapter 18, War Games, is the only winning move not to play. Trying to vanquish screen distractions is a hard battle. The fight against the machine may feel like the climax in the film War Games. In that movie, the U.S. nuclear launch capability is handed over to an AI computer that runs simulations for the best attack plan. The computer mistakenly thinks the Soviet Union has launched missiles. While military authorities scramble, the computer hunts for the perfect winning strategy. After finding not one in which the human race survives, the machine renders its conclusion: a strange game. The only winning move is not to play. With screen distractions, the winning move need not be so drastic. Taking strategic breaks and setting devices aside in the evening can be enough. The winning move asks you to question your priorities and do the important stuff first. Small steps can make a big difference. Indifferent forces of evolution have crafted the brain in ways that guarantee we are distracted. It is not a question of willpower outsmarting technology designed to ensnare your attention. If you want to reduce distractions and reclaim your focus, you have to work within the limits and vulnerabilities of the Stone Age brain. There are no shortcuts, and failures are inevitable. But you can always pick yourself up and try again. The Pandora's box of the screen will neither close nor go away. By design, screens are addictive. Despite the benefits a smartphone endows, it is still a narcotizing agent. The magic that puts the internet in our hands can easily turn malevolent and, as the Sorcerer's Apprentice discovered, beyond our ability to control. While we are more connected than ever, we bond on social media platforms engineered to make outrage infectious. They have turned what used to be two-way conversations into public performances that escalate into shouting matches. Cancel culture reeks of moral superiority. Online antagonists pride themselves on how nasty they can be. Social media force us to heed the scandal of the moment instead of listening to other points of view. This background din makes listening difficult. Silence and stillness are essential nutrients, yet millions are starving for one of them. The business model of today's media tries to persuade us that modern life is going to hell. Its sensational approach plays on the brain's sensitivity to change. The result is an atmosphere of constant churn. The media see themselves as entitled to interrupt us at any time. Ever-present screens that emphasize sensation at the expense of thought leave young people poorly educated. Wealthy parents in Silicon Valley feel guilt and remorse for the zombification their work has wrought, even as they shield their own offspring. Today's digital divide is not between the haves and have-nots, but between those who can escape the malign effects of screen tech and the left-behind majority who cannot. They are not powerless, though. They can resist the sirens of digital allure, starting with easy adjustments like turning down the display intensity. Small steps like these might lead to advocating for Waldorf-like policies in local schools. A bibliography at the end of this audiobook suggests different strategies. Meanwhile, here are some things you can do for yourself. First, rethink your internet, gaming, and screen media consumption. How much is based on need, want, and habit? It will take deliberate effort, but only you can make the changes. For example, I used to read 4 newspapers each morning. I cut down to 1 in rotation. If anything is truly newsworthy, I will find out eventually. Breaking news is merely the media's version of cocaine. Second, try what the Dutch call Nixon, the art of doing nothing. Look out the window, seek out opportunities for play and unstructured activity. The payoff will be many times the investment. Third, immerse yourself more often in nature. It may help to make a mantra. A short phrase of 5 to 7 syllables works best. For example, silence is essential. Only 3 generations ago, Americans spent an average of 10 hours a day outdoors. Now 90% of our time is spent inside. Fourth, reading physical print is a good start to pushing back against screen dependence. We challenge our bodies and our wits, but have no exercises for strengthening mental discipline. Linear reading can be a restorative tonic. It strengthens the ability to focus and resist intrusions. It also builds emotional muscles. Research affirms that readers have greater empathy. Fifth, writing by hand hones your focus. You will remember more by taking handwritten notes. Keeping a diary is one way to reach your inner self. Even more adventurous is keeping a dream diary. The appendix instructs how to keep one. Sixth, avoid reading, streaming, or watching TV while you eat. It is hard, but keep at it. A Zen saying advises, eat when you eat, walk when you walk, die when you die. This means give yourself fully to whatever you are doing. Seventh, reignite your pleasure in reading. Before turning to online streaming, try picking up a book for just a page or two. Magazines that feature essays and fiction are another way to practice linear reading. Eighth, consider your habit of wearing earbuds. How much of the real world are you missing? When the Walkman became popular, it was a time of fewer distractions. Reflect on why today's devices affect us so differently. Ninth, to preclude oblivious absorption, look up and take in your surroundings. Are you a part of them or apart from them? 10th, libraries are free. Visit yours. Frequenting a library gets you out of the house and away from ingrained screen habits. Engaging in conversation with a librarian can remind you what small talk feels like. 11th, yes, the brain adapts marvelously, but to bad stuff as easily as to good. Cumulative exposure changes brain structure. Scans show a reduction of brain volume in areas also involved in conventional addictions, bolstering the conclusion that we are addicted to our phones. 12th, tech companies hook you via positive intermittent reinforcement. They know there are only 1,440 minutes in a day and use manipulative gamification to hold you as long as possible. 13th, if something is free, you are almost certainly the product being sold. 14th, the average 8-year-old in the US and the UK has spent more than a full year of 24-hour days in recreational screen time. 15th, selfies kill more people than sharks. People continue to text while driving despite evidence that it is lethal. 16th, social media compete with face-to-face socialization. Texting in lieu of in-person interactions handicaps the development of social skills. 17th, have what producer Brian Grazer calls curiosity conversations. Talk with interesting people for no other reason than to learn something unexpected. Meeting in person is an opportunity to practice making eye contact and reading body language. 18th, if you cannot meet in person, then call. Phone calls help you think ahead and can fortify friendships. 19th, attention span is a colloquial term. Neuroscience speaks of sustained, selective, and alternating attention. Each has its own energy cost. Linear reading is good practice for sustaining attention. 20th, in evolutionary terms, FOMO is like the fear of abandonment. Social media can be a security blanket. 21st, multitasking is a misnomer. The only true multitaskers are mothers, simultaneous translators, and air traffic controllers. 22nd, hearing is not the same as listening. Inattentional blindness happens all too often to the distracted mind. Good listeners engage one-on-one. 23rd, energy demand is always a limiting factor. An adult brain consumes 20% of daily calories, a child's 50%, and an infant's 60%. An iPad monopolizes a youngster's limited attention. 24th, the difference with digital devices is that we treat them socially. This emotional attachment makes us regard them as an extended I-self. 25th, digital devices are like secondhand smoke. Their mere presence degrades attention and raises anxiety. The most peripheral parts of our visual field have robust projections to the emotional brain, which is why things caught in the corner of our eye grab our attention. 26th, next time you are in a waiting room, try not to look at the TV monitors. The effort should convince you how distractible you are. 27th, if you always take pictures, how much of what is before you do you honestly see? 28th, two separate networks lie behind reward and pleasure. Dopamine is the main reward molecule. Its network is extensive, easy to engage, and hard to satiate. The smaller pleasure network is harder to activate, and its effects are briefer. 29th, Any reinforced behavior can sustain itself for a long time. This means breaking the cycle will take sustained effort. 30th, the ability to connect dots turns factoids into knowledge. But the internet encourages shallow learning, leaving us with no dots to connect. 31st, go beyond the binary logic of whether screens are good or bad. Ask, are digital screen media causing social and emotional disruptions in my life? 32nd, people fuss over what they put in their bodies, but not what they allow in through their senses. Try a sensory fast and reflect on what it means for silence to be an essential nutrient. 33rd, carving out disconnect time can be a godsend. Choose times when you have to be available, and then establish space outside them to restore yourself. 34th, from an energy perspective, sleep is not passive. Depriving your brain of REM episodes degrades memory and learning. 35th, the teenage circadian clock is twice as sensitive to short wavelength light as an adult's. But even adults suffer from late-night screen viewing. 36th, the consequences of inescapably viewing bright LED screens outside the home are worrisome. For now, if it is ultra-bright, look away. And finally, peer-reviewed literature on virtual autism is only now emerging. The prudent course may be to unplug, not drug. And please, spend some time outside. Now we begin Chapter 19. Chapter 19, Coda, Lessons from the Lockdown Years. What did we learn from the lockdowns? Long before the pandemic, screen distractions were already taking their toll. Many people claimed to be addicted. The COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the pernicious effects of screens as social skills atrophied. Relying on digital intermediaries for over 2 years revealed just how hungry people were for physical connection. Is a screen the last thing you see at night, or the first thing you clutch in the morning? Despite news reports about atrophied attention spans and other maladies, too many of us still could not switch off. Experience with earlier coronaviruses led physicians to anticipate a rise in neurological and psychiatric illness following COVID-19. The early months indeed saw an increase in stroke, depression, anxiety, and insomnia. A large study established a direct link between infection and neurological aftereffects. The Lancet Psychiatry concluded that 1 in 3 survivors receive a substantial diagnosis within 6 months, making them more susceptible to the downsides of screen distractions. The study examined over 230,000 health records and found a 44% greater incidence of these conditions than in those who had influenza. 4 conditions exacerbated by screens during lockdowns were loneliness, anxiety, reactionary outrage, and exhausted numbness. Hours once devoted to commuting and socializing suddenly became free time, an opportunity to stop, reflect, and rediscover intimacy. But many of us did not pause. We spent our newfound hours binging on news and video streaming. Gaming shot up 75%. We Zoomed until we could no longer think straight. In December 2019, Zoom hosted fewer than 10 million meeting participants. 4 months later, that figure had increased 30-fold. Soon the world was swept up in mob mentality and misinformation. What ill effects did the pandemic accelerate? Let's begin with loneliness. Social media and video calling initially promised to keep us connected, but paradoxically, technology made loneliness worse by inflaming emotions. Young mothers had a particularly hard time. They had to work from home while managing a household, including children in need of supervision and screen-based schooling. When personal needs are not met, it is normal to feel lonely. Young mothers turned to Facebook and Instagram for support, but haughty, judgmental chatter left them feeling shamed. One parent confided, "Even asking a question in those groups opens the door to feeling inadequate." Having a baby during the pandemic instilled feelings of disconnection. Before COVID-19, 20% of new mothers experienced postpartum depression. After, it rose to 36%. Pandemic loneliness plagued young adults, too. A 2021 Harvard study examined how the pandemic deepened an epidemic of loneliness. Social media, a highly edited theater of self-display, can be hell for those already feeling lonely. According to the Institute for Family Studies, Generation Z is the loneliest generation on record, and the struggle of life online is the primary reason. Jean Twenge, who coined the term iGen, sees the hours spent on social media and the resulting plunge in person-to-person socializing as the main cause for the high rates of anxiety, depression, and self-injury in this age group. An uptick in self-cutting and suicidal thoughts illustrates how anxious these young people are. For those aged 12 to 17, emergency department visits for mental health crises were up 31%. Months of remote schooling and social isolation turned even the most outgoing student moody and withdrawn. One mother of 3 blamed the disruption for changing her extroverted 13-year-old in profound ways. Young brains cannot wait for social policy. They are developing vigorously and cannot be expected to sustain focus for the long hours remote learning demands. Hours of screen viewing left many students bored and burned out. The pandemic disproved the promises of what screen devices could accomplish. The downside costs of tech saturation shifted the perspective of those who had championed its spread. We normally expect students to master academic skills. The pandemic reminded us that they should also be learning social skills. To address this, libraries hosted drawing and calligraphy classes, giving students a break from their screens. Media reports bolstered earlier findings that loneliness and anxiety take a heavy toll, especially on the youngest. Students with initiative created study pods, but they soon fell apart. The breakdown of daily routine compounded pandemic-related stresses. Thousands lost a parent or grandparent. "All of the people I look up to," said one 13-year-old, "they are all like breaking down. Distressed parents are ineffective." Pile-ups of stressful events had even worse effects on those with pre-existing conditions. According to another Harvard study, structure and routine are especially important when times get tough. Youngsters who maintained structured routines showed fewer symptoms of anxiety and depression. Prior to the pandemic, 20 to 30% of that age group exhibited troublesome behavior. During lockdown, it rose to 66%. These are prime years for the neuroplasticity that shapes developing brains. We know from pediatric PTSD that brain changes induced by stress can lead to problems that persist into adulthood. The damage from the pandemic may be worse because of its lengthy duration. What might the long-term consequences be? The question is pertinent given the elevated levels of self-injury and cratering mental health in the young. After a year away from the classroom, previously high-performing students watched their grades tank. Teachers and parents had no time to think about ways to build resilience. With hardly any travel or party photos posted during quarantines, did older students still feel they were missing out? Studies show FOMO was replaced by assessments of whether online concerts and games were worth it. Whatever the setup, distractions continued. YouTube, video games, and TikTok proved far more compelling than schoolwork. According to the CDC, adults also suffered from screen distractions. Weekly podcast listening was up 17%. While escape from people might have been welcomed initially, the end result was reduced intimacy and further isolation. When newcomers flooded the invitation-only Clubhouse app, the quality of debate deteriorated. Meanwhile, a year of extra time staring at screens illustrated how easy it is to succumb to reactionary outrage. For global audiences eager to take umbrage, social media flawlessly exploits grievances. Gen Z's short attention spans give them an equally short fuse. Jean Twenge notes that the percentage of high school students who read books has dropped from 60% to 15% since the 1980s. It is astonishingly easy for social media to short-circuit common sense and persuade people that their values are under attack. In my own 2021 Twitter poll, 61% of respondents said the constant outrage bothered them the most. Gerald Sieb of the Wall Street Journal said, "The national mood seems to be one of outrage. People who disagree are dismissed as idiots." News broadcasts illustrated how easily ideological protests can turn physical, fueled by individuals with vested interests in stoking anger. Participants who stormed the U.S. Capitol gladly posted incriminating selfies. Organizers of Seattle's autonomous zone minimized the property destruction. The way online media shape belief systems out of touch with reality has been widely discussed. The January 6 protesters zealously believed the election was stolen, despite all evidence to the contrary. YouTube claims to have tweaked its recommendation engine, yet continued exposure to false opinion still leads people away from reality. For various reasons, people do not turn to established authorities. Instead, they open themselves to any voice that feels entitled to spout an opinion. All this chaos left many in a state of exhausted numbness. During lockdowns, we all had to deal with issues that interfered with our ability to focus. The brain can spend energy filtering out distractions, but at a high cost. Only a few months into 2020, Zoom fatigue became a topic. Most complaints were about connectivity issues, but video callers speak about 15% louder, and they have to work to glean the same nonverbal cues we process effortlessly in person. This consumes a lot of energy. Listening to one person takes about half our available mental bandwidth. Trying to follow two people speaking at once is nearly impossible. As attention flags, we fatigue. But it is the audio gaps, not the video, that makes Zoom draining. Online meetings disrupt the natural turn-taking of conversation. A round-trip signal can take up to 300 milliseconds, a pause that makes speakers seem less convincing. Repeatedly having to sort out who goes first is also tiresome. Speaking by telephone takes less effort because we can concentrate on a single voice. We can walk around, which helps thinking. The simple act of walking is proven to aid problem solving. An office provides locations for conversation that carry implicit meaning. Working from home merges life into one amorphous mass. This, along with the temptation to multitask, degrades your ability to think. The mental strain of looking at oneself over hours of Zoom meetings results in mirror anxiety. Zoom dysmorphia describes a user's anxiety about their appearance. A study found that 14% of women felt very or extremely fatigued after Zoom calls, compared to only 6% of men. Women also felt more trapped, taking fewer breaks. Looking in a mirror raises self-consciousness. Researchers suggest making some meetings audio only. Video conferencing has contributed to the Zoom boom in cosmetic surgery consultations, up 64% from the pre-pandemic baseline. The relationships we forge at work are often meaningful. We are more likely to discuss important matters with people who are readily available. When people work from home, these casual interactions do not happen. And because Zooming, email, and texting feel qualitatively different from face-to-face talk, we also weigh them as less meaningful. As the pandemic barreled on, productivity burnout set in. With too much to handle, we got less done. Some suspected their memory was failing. Malaise and lethargy crept in. We had to stop and ask what day it was. We labored to remember what movie we streamed last night. A college student responding to a New York Times questionnaire said, "I'm so burnt out that even this form is way too long." She had become at the mercy of every digital distraction. What can we learn from the lockdown years? The neurologic and cognitive aftereffects of COVID-19 make it harder to combat screen overload. Socialization is a fundamental human need. Technology is not a good substitute. Mind and body are fragile and need downtime. The brain's bandwidth is limited. We may want to rethink our relationship with screen technology and ask what really matters. One can quickly become starved for intimacy. Music can stand in for touch. One lesson is how heavily we rely on the physical presence of others. Google is betting on our return to hybrid work. How will we handle this new transition? Take a walk, look up at the trees, soak in the silence, remember to breathe. The way to be more productive may be to do less and only what really matters.